Chapter 11 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11. Involving another journey and an antiquarian discovery, recording Mr. Pickwick's determination to be present at an election, and containing a manuscript of the old clergyman's. A night of quiet and repose in the profound silence of Dingley Dell, and an hour's breathing of its fresh and fragrant air on the ensuing morning, completely recovered Mr. Pickwick from the effects of his late fatigue of body and anxiety of mind. That illustrious man had been separated from his friends and followers for 2 whole days, and it was with a degree of pleasure and delight which no common imagination can adequately conceive that he stepped forward to greet Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass as he encountered those gentlemen on his return from his early walk. The pleasure was mutual, for who could ever gaze on Mr. Pickwick's beaming face without experiencing the sensation? But still a cloud seemed to hang over his companions, which that great man could not but be sensible of, and was wholly at a loss to account for. There was a mysterious air about them both, as unusual as it was alarming. "And how," said Mr. Pickwick, when he had grasped his followers by the hand and exchanged warm salutations of welcome, "how is Tupman?" Mr. Winkle, to whom the question was more peculiarly addressed, made no reply. He turned away his head, and appeared absorbed in melancholy reflection. "Snodgrass," said Mr. Pickwick earnestly, "how is our friend? He is not ill?" "No," replied Mr. Snodgrass, and a tear trembled on his sentimental eyelid, like a raindrop on a window frame. "No, he is not ill." Mr. Pickwick stopped and gazed on each of his friends in turn. "Winkle, Snodgrass," said Mr. Pickwick, "what does this mean? Where is our friend? What has happened? Speak, I conjure, I entreat, nay, I command you, speak." There was a solemnity, a dignity in Mr. Pickwick's manner not to be withstood. "He is gone," said Mr. Snodgrass. "Gone!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Gone!" "Gone," repeated Mr. Snodgrass. "Where?" ejaculated Mr. Pickwick. "We can only guess from that communication," replied Mr. Snodgrass, taking a letter from his pocket and placing it in his friend's hand. "Yesterday morning, when a letter was received from Mr. Wardle, stating that you would be home with his sister at night, the melancholy which had hung over our friend during the whole of the previous day was observed to increase. He shortly afterwards disappeared. He was missing during the whole day, and in the evening this letter was brought by the hostler from the Crown at Muggleton. It had been left in his charge in the morning, with a strict injunction that it should not be delivered until night." Mr. Pickwick opened the epistle. It was in his friend's handwriting, and these were its contents. "My dear Pickwick, you, my dear friend, are placed far beyond the reach of many mortal frailties and weaknesses which ordinary people cannot overcome. You do not know what it is, at one blow, to be deserted by a lovely and fascinating creature, and to fall a victim to the artifices of a villain who had the grin of cunning beneath the mask of friendship. I hope you never may. Any letter addressed to me at the Leather Bottle, Cobham, Kent, will be forwarded, supposing I still exist. I hasten from the sight of that world which has become odious to me. Should I hasten from it altogether, forgive me. Life, my dear Pickwick, has become insupportable to me. The spirit which burns within us is a porter's knot on which to rest the heavy load of worldly cares and troubles, and when that spirit fails us, the burden is too heavy to be borne. We sink beneath it. You may tell Rachel, that name, Tracy Tupman." "We must leave this place directly," said Mr. Pickwick, as he refolded the note. "It would not have been decent for us to remain here under any circumstances after what has happened, and now we are bound to follow in search of our friend." And so saying, he led the way to the house. His intention was rapidly communicated. The entreaties to remain were pressing, but Mr. Pickwick was inflexible. Business, he said, required his immediate attendance. The old clergyman was present. "You are not really going?" said he, taking Mr. Pickwick aside. Mr. Pickwick reiterated his former determination. "Then here," said the old gentleman, "is a little manuscript which I had hoped to have the pleasure of reading to you myself. I found it on the death of a friend of mine, a medical man engaged in our county lunatic asylum, among a variety of papers which I had the option of destroying or preserving as I thought proper. I can hardly believe that the manuscript is genuine, though it certainly is not in my friend's hand. However, whether it be the genuine production of a maniac, or founded upon the ravings of some unhappy being, which I think more probable, read it and judge for yourself. Mr. Pickwick received the manuscript, and parted from the benevolent old gentleman with many expressions of good will and esteem. It was a more difficult task to take leave of the inmates of Manor Farm, from whom they had received so much hospitality and kindness. Mr. Pickwick kissed the young ladies, we were going to say as if they were his own daughters, only as he might possibly have infused a little more warmth into the salutation, the comparison would not be quite appropriate, hugged the old lady with filial cordiality, and patted the rosy cheeks of the female servants in a most patriarchal manner, as he slipped into the hands of each some more substantial expression of his approval. The exchange of cordialities with their fine old host and Mr. Trundle was even more hearty and prolonged, and it was not until Mr. Snodgrass had been several times called for, and at last emerged from a dark passage, followed soon after by Emily, whose bright eyes looked unusually dim, that the three friends were enabled to tear themselves from their friendly entertainers. Many a backward look they gave at the farm as they walked slowly away, and many a kiss did Mr. Snodgrass waft in the air in acknowledgment of something very like a lady's handkerchief, which was waved from one of the upper windows, until a turn of the lane hid the old house from their sight. At Muggleton they procured a conveyance to Rochester. By the time they reached the last named place, the violence of their grief had sufficiently abated to admit of their making a very excellent early dinner, and having procured the necessary information relative to the road, the three friends set forward again in the afternoon to walk to Cobham. A delightful walk it was, for it was a pleasant afternoon in June, and their way lay through a deep and shady wood, cooled by the light wind which gently rustled the thick foliage, and enlivened by the songs of the birds that perched upon the boughs. The ivy and the moss crept in thick clusters over the old trees, and the soft green turf overspread the ground like a silken mat. They emerged upon an open park, with an ancient hall, displaying the quaint and picturesque architecture of Elizabeth's time. Long vistas of stately oaks and elm trees appeared on every side. Large herds of deer were cropping the fresh grass, and occasionally a startled hare scoured along the ground, with the speed of the shadows thrown by the light clouds which swept across a sunny landscape like a passing breath of summer. "If this," said Mr. Pickwick, looking about him, "if this were the place to which all who are troubled with our friend's complaint came, I fancy their old attachment to this world would very soon return." "I think so too," said Mr. Winkle. "And really," added Mr. Pickwick, after half an hour's walking had brought them to the village, "really, for a misanthrope's choice, this is one of the prettiest and most desirable places of residence I ever met with." In this opinion also both Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass expressed their concurrence, and having been directed to the Leather Bottle, a clean and commodious village alehouse, the three travellers entered, and at once inquired for a gentleman of the name of Tupman. "Show the gentleman into the parlour, Tom," said the landlady. A stout country lad opened a door at the end of the passage, and the three friends entered a long, low-roofed room, furnished with a large number of high-backed, leather-cushioned chairs of fantastic shapes, and embellished with a great variety of old portraits and roughly coloured prints of some antiquity. At the upper end of the room was a table, with a white cloth upon it, well covered with a roast fowl, bacon, ale, and et ceteras. And at the table sat Mr. Tupman, looking as unlike a man who had taken his leave of the world as possible. On the entrance of his friends, that gentleman laid down his knife and fork, and with a mournful air advanced to meet them. "I did not expect to see you here," he said, as he grasped Mr. Pickwick's hand. "That's very kind." "Ah," said Mr. Pickwick, sitting down, and wiping from his forehead the perspiration which the walk had engendered, "finish your dinner and walk out with me. I wish to speak to you alone." Mr. Tupman did as he was desired, and Mr. Pickwick, having refreshed himself with a copious draught of ale, waited his friend's leisure. The dinner was quickly dispatched, and they walked out together. For half an hour their forms might have been seen pacing the churchyard to and fro, while Mr. Pickwick was engaged in combating his companion's resolution. Any repetition of his arguments would be useless, for what language could convey to them that energy and force which their great originator's manner communicated? Whether Mr. Tupman was already tired of retirement, or whether he was wholly unable to resist the eloquent appeal which was made to him, matters not. He did not resist it at last. It mattered little to him, he said, where he dragged out the miserable remainder of his days, and since his friend laid so much stress upon his humble companionship, he was willing to share his adventures. Mr. Pickwick smiled, they shook hands, and walked back to rejoin their companions. It was at this moment that Mr. Pickwick made that immortal discovery which has been the pride and boast of his friends, and the envy of every antiquarian in this or any other country. They had passed the door of their inn, and walked a little way down the village, before they recollected the precise spot in which it stood. As they turned back, Mr. Pickwick's eye fell upon a small broken stone, partially buried in the ground, in front of the cottage door. He paused. "This is very strange," said Mr. Pickwick. "What is strange?" inquired Mr. Tupman, staring eagerly at every object near him but the right one. "God bless me, what's the matter?" This last was an ejaculation of irrepressible astonishment, occasioned by seeing Mr. Pickwick, in his enthusiasm for discovery, fall on his knees before the little stone, and commence wiping the dust off it with his pocket-handkerchief. "There is an inscription here," said Mr. Pickwick. "Is it possible?" said Mr. Tupman. "I can discern," continued Mr. Pickwick, rubbing away with all his might, and gazing intently through his spectacles, "I can discern a cross, and a 13, and then a T. This is important," continued Mr. Pickwick, starting up. "This is some very old inscription, existing perhaps long before the ancient almshouses in this place. It must not be lost." He tapped at the cottage door. A labouring man opened it. "Do you know how this stone came here, my friend?" inquired the benevolent Mr. Pickwick. "No, I don't, sir," replied the man civilly. "It was here long afore I was born, or any on us." Mr. Pickwick glanced triumphantly at his companion. You are not particularly attached to it, I dare say?" said Mr. Pickwick, trembling with anxiety. "You wouldn't mind selling it now?" "Ah, but who'd buy it?" inquired the man, with an expression of face which he probably meant to be very cunning. "I'll give you 10 shillings for it at once," said Mr. Pickwick, "if you would take it up for me." The astonishment of the village may be easily imagined when, the little stone having been raised with one wrench of a spade, Mr. Pickwick, by dint of great personal exertion, bore it with his own hands to the inn, and after having carefully washed it, deposited it on the table. The exultation and joy of the Pickwickians knew no bounds, when their patience and assiduity, their washing and scraping, were crowned with success. The stone was uneven and broken, and the letters were straggling and irregular, but the following fragment of an inscription was clearly to be deciphered: Cross. BILSTUM PSHIS.M.ARK. Mr. Pickwick's eyes sparkled with delight as he sat and gloated over the treasure he had discovered. He had attained one of the greatest objects of his ambition. In a county known to abound in the remains of the early ages, in a village in which there still existed some memorials of the olden time, he, the chairman of the Pickwick Club, had discovered a strange and curious inscription of unquestionable antiquity, which had wholly escaped the observation of the many learned men who had preceded him. He could hardly trust the evidence of his senses. This, said he, determines me. We return to town to-morrow." "To-morrow!" exclaimed his admiring followers. "To-morrow," said Mr. Pickwick. "This treasure must be at once deposited where it can be thoroughly investigated and properly understood. I have another reason for this step. In a few days an election is to take place for the borough of Eatanswill, at which Mr. Perker, a gentleman whom I lately met, is the agent of one of the candidates. We will behold and minutely examine a scene so interesting to every Englishman." "We will!" was the animated cry of 3 voices. Mr. Pickwick looked round him. The attachment and fervour of his followers lighted up a glow of enthusiasm within him. He was their leader, and he felt it. "Let us celebrate this happy meeting with a convivial glass," said he. This proposition, like the other, was received with unanimous applause. Having himself deposited the important stone in a small deal box, purchased from the landlady for the purpose, He placed himself in an armchair at the head of the table, and the evening was devoted to festivity and conversation. It was past 11 o'clock, a late hour for the little village of Cobham, when Mr. Pickwick retired to the bedroom which had been prepared for his reception. He threw open the lattice window, and setting his light upon the table, fell into a train of meditation on the hurried events of the 2 preceding days. The hour and the place were both favourable to contemplation. Mr. Pickwick was roused by the church clock striking 12. The first stroke of the hour sounded solemnly in his ear, but when the bell ceased the stillness seemed insupportable. He almost felt as if he had lost a companion. He was nervous and excited, and hastily undressing himself and placing his light in the chimney, got into bed. Everyone has experienced that disagreeable state of mind in which a sensation of bodily weariness in vain contends against an inability to sleep. It was Mr. Pickwick's condition at this moment. He tossed first on one side and then on the other, and perseveringly closed his eyes as if to coax himself to slumber. It was of no use. Whether it was the unwonted exertion he had undergone, or the heat, or the brandy and water, or the strange bed, whatever it was, his thoughts kept reverting very uncomfortably to the grim pictures downstairs, and the old stories to which they had given rise in the course of the evening. After half an hour's tumbling about, he came to the unsatisfactory conclusion that it was of no use trying to sleep. So he got up and partially dressed himself. Anything, he thought, was better than lying there fancying all kinds of horrors. He looked out of the window. It was very dark. He walked about the room. It was very lonely. He had taken a few turns from the door to the window, and from the window to the door, when the clergyman's manuscript for the first time entered his head. It was a good thought. If it failed to interest him, it might send him to sleep. He took it from his coat pocket, and drawing a small table towards his bedside, trimmed the light, put on his spectacles, and composed himself to read. It was a strange handwriting, and the paper was much soiled and blotted. The title gave him a sudden start, too, and he could not avoid casting a wistful glance round the room. Reflecting on the absurdity of giving way to such feelings, however, he trimmed the light again, and read as follows: A madman's manuscript. Yes, a madman's. How that word would have struck to my heart many years ago! How it would have roused the terror that used to come upon me sometimes, sending the blood hissing and tingling through my veins, till the cold dew of fear stood in large drops upon my skin, and my knees knocked together with fright. I like it now, though. It's a fine name. Show me the monarch whose angry frown was ever feared like the glare of a madman's eye, whose cord and axe were ever half so sure as a madman's gripe. Ho, ho! It's a grand thing to be mad, to be peeped at like a wild lion through the iron bars, to gnash one's teeth and howl through the long still night to the merry ring of a heavy chain, and to roll and twine among the straw, transported with such brave music. Hurrah for the madhouse! Oh, it's a rare place! I remember days when I was afraid of being mad, when I used to start from my sleep and fall upon my knees and pray to be spared from the curse of my race, when I rushed from the sight of merriment or happiness to hide myself in some lonely place, and spend the weary hours in watching the progress of the fever that was to consume my brain. I knew that madness was mixed up with my very blood and the marrow of my bones, that one generation had passed away without the pestilence appearing among them, and that I was the first in whom it would revive. I knew it must be so, that so it had always been, and so it ever would be. And when I cowered in some obscure corner of a crowded room, and saw men whisper and point and turn their eyes towards me, I knew they were telling each other of the doomed madman, and I slunk away again to mope in solitude. I did this for years. Long, long years they were. The nights here are long sometimes, very long, but they are nothing to the restless nights and dreadful dreams I had at that time. It makes me cold to remember them. Large, dusky forms, with sly and jeering faces, crouched in the corners of the room, and bent over my bed at night, tempting me to madness. They told me in low whispers that the floor of the old house in which my father died was stained with his own blood, shed by his own hand in raging madness. I drove my fingers into my ears, but they screamed into my head till the room rang with it, that in one generation before him the madness slumbered, but that his grandfather had lived for years with his hands fettered to the ground to prevent his tearing himself to pieces. I knew they told the truth. I knew it well. I had found it out years before, though they had tried to keep it from me. Ha ha! I was too cunning for them, madman, as they thought me. At last it came upon me, and I wondered how I could ever have feared it. I could go into the world now and laugh and shout with the best among them. I knew I was mad, but they did not even suspect it. How I used to hug myself with delight when I thought of the fine trick I was playing them after their old pointing and leering, when I was not mad, but only dreading that I might one day become so, and how I used to laugh for joy when I was alone, and thought how well I kept my secret, and how quickly my kind friends would have fallen from me if they had known the truth. I could have screamed with ecstasy when I dined alone with some fine roaring fellow, to think how pale he would have turned, and how fast he would have run, if he had known that the dear friend who sat close to him, sharpening a bright, glittering knife, was a madman with all the power and half the will to plunge it in his heart. Oh, it was a merry life. Riches became mine, wealth poured in upon me, and I rioted in pleasures enhanced 1,000-fold to me by the consciousness of my well-kept secret. I inherited an estate. The law, the eagle-eyed law itself, had been deceived, and had handed over disputed thousands to a madman's hands. Where was the wit of the sharp-sighted men of sound mind? Where the dexterity of the lawyers eager to discover a flaw? The madman's cunning had overreached them all. I had money. How I was courted! I spent it profusely. How I was praised! How those 3 proud, overbearing brothers humbled themselves before me! The old white-headed father, too. Such deference, such respect, such devoted friendship. He worshipped me. The old man had a daughter, and the young man a sister, and all the 5 were poor. I was rich. And when I married the girl, I saw a smile of triumph play upon the faces of her needy relatives, as they thought of their well-planned scheme and their fine prize. It was for me to smile, to laugh outright and tear my hair and roll upon the ground with shrieks of merriment. They little thought they had married her to a madman. Stay, if they had known it, would they have saved her? A sister's happiness against her husband's gold? The lightest feather I blow into the air against the gay chain that ornaments my body? In one thing I was deceived with all my cunning. If I had not been mad, for though we madmen are sharp-witted enough, we get bewildered sometimes, I should have known that the girl would rather have been placed, stiff and cold, in a dull leaden coffin than borne an envied bride to my rich glittering house. I should have known that her heart was with the dark-eyed boy whose name I once heard her breathe in her troubled sleep, and that she had been sacrificed to me to relieve the poverty of the old white-headed man and the haughty brothers. I don't remember forms or faces now, but I know the girl was beautiful. I know she was, for in the bright moonlight nights when I start up from my sleep and all is quiet about me, I see standing still and motionless in one corner of this cell a slight and wasted figure with long black hair, which, streaming down her back, stirs with no earthly wind, and eyes that fix their gaze on me and never wink or close. Hush! The blood chills at my heart as I write it down. That form is hers. The face is very pale, and the eyes are glassy bright, but I know them well. That figure never moves. It never frowns and mouths as others do, that fill this place sometimes. But it is much more dreadful to me even than the spirits that tempted me many years ago. It comes fresh from the grave, and is so very death-like. For nearly a year I saw that face grow paler. For nearly a year I saw the tears steal down the mournful cheeks, and never knew the cause. I found it out at last, though. They could not keep it from me long. She had never liked me. I had never thought she did. She despised my wealth, and hated the splendor in which she lived. But I had not expected that. She loved another. This I had never thought of. Strange feelings came over me, and thoughts, forced upon me by some secret power, whirled round and round my brain. I did not hate her, though I hated the boy she still wept for. I pitied, yes, I pitied the wretched life to which her cold and selfish relations had doomed her. I knew that she could not live long, but the thought that before her death she might give birth to some ill-fated being destined to hand down madness to its offspring, determined me. I resolved to kill her. For many weeks I thought of poison, and then of drowning, and then of fire. A fine sight, the grand house in flames, and the madman's wife smouldering away to cinders. Think of the jest of a large reward, too, and of some sane man swinging in the wind for a deed he never did, and all through a madman's cunning. I thought often of this, but I gave it up at last. Oh, the pleasure of stropping the razor day after day, feeling the sharp edge, and thinking of the gash one stroke of its thin bright edge would make. At last the old spirits, who had been with me so often before, whispered in my ear that the time was come, and thrust the open razor into my hand. I grasped it firmly, rose softly from the bed, and leaned over my sleeping wife. Her face was buried in her hands. I withdrew them softly, and they fell listlessly on her bosom. She had been weeping, for the traces of the tears were still wet upon her cheek. Her face was calm and placid, and even as I looked upon it, a tranquil smile lighted up her pale features. I laid my hand softly on her shoulder. She started. It was only a passing dream. I leaned forward again. She screamed and woke. One motion of my hand, and she would never again have uttered a cry or sound. But I was startled and drew back. Her eyes were fixed on mine. I knew not how it was, but they cowed and frightened me, and I quailed beneath them. She rose from the bed, still gazing fixedly and steadily on me. I trembled. The razor was in my hand, but I could not move. She made towards the door. As she neared it, she turned and withdrew her eyes from my face. The spell was broken. I bounded forward and clutched her by the arm. Uttering shriek upon shriek, she sank upon the ground. Now I could have killed her without a struggle, but the house was alarmed. I heard the tread of footsteps on the stairs. I replaced the razor in its usual drawer, unfastened the door, and called loudly for assistance. They came and raised her and placed her on the bed. She lay bereft of animation for hours, and when life, look, and speech returned, her senses had deserted her, and she raved wildly and furiously. Doctors were called in, great men who rolled up to my door in easy carriages, with fine horses and gaudy servants. They were at her bedside for weeks. They had a great meeting, and consulted together in low and solemn voices in another room. One, the cleverest and most celebrated among them, took me aside, and bidding me prepare for the worst, told me, the madman, that my wife was mad. He stood close beside me at an open window, his eyes looking in my face, and his hand laid upon my arm. With one effort I could have hurled him into the street beneath. It would have been rare sport to have done it, but my secret was at stake, and I let him go. A few days after, they told me I must place her under some restraint. I must provide a keeper for her. I went into the open fields where none could hear me, and laughed till the air resounded with my shouts. She died next day. The white-headed old man followed her to the grave, and the proud brothers dropped a tear over the insensible corpse of her whose sufferings they had regarded in her lifetime with muscles of iron. All this was food for my secret mirth, and I laughed behind the white handkerchief which I held up to my face as we rode home, till the tears came into my eyes. But though I had carried my object and killed her, I was restless and disturbed, and I felt that before long my secret must be known. I could not hide the wild mirth and joy which boiled within me, and made me, when I was alone at home, jump up and beat my hands together, and dance round and roar aloud. When I went out, and saw the busy crowds hurrying about the streets, or to the theatre, and heard the sound of music, and beheld the people dancing, I felt such glee that I could have rushed among them, and torn them to pieces limb from limb, and howled in transport. But I ground my teeth, and struck my feet upon the floor, and drove my sharp nails into my hands. I kept it down, and no one knew I was a madman yet. I remember, though it's one of the last things I can remember, for now I mix up realities with my dreams, and having so much to do, and being always hurried here, have no time to separate the two, from some strange confusion in which they get involved. I remember how I let it out at last. Ha ha! I think I see their frightened looks now, and feel the ease with which I flung them from me, and dashed my clenched fist into their white faces, and then flew like the wind and left them screaming and shouting far behind. The strength of a giant comes upon me when I think of it. There, see how this iron bar bends beneath my furious wrench? I could snap it like a twig, only there are long galleries here with many doors. I don't think I could find my way along them, and even if I could, I know there are iron gates below which they keep locked and barred. They know what a clever madman I have been, and they are proud to have me here to show. Let me see. Yes, I had been out. It was late at night when I reached home, and found the proudest of the three brothers waiting to see me. Urgent business, he said. I recollect it well. I hated that man with all a madman's hate. Many and many a time had my fingers longed to tear him. They told me he was there. I ran swiftly upstairs. He had a word to say to me. I dismissed the servants. It was late, and we were alone together, for the first time. I kept my eyes carefully from him at first, for I knew what he little thought, and I gloried in the knowledge that the light of madness gleamed from them like fire. We sat in silence for a few minutes. He spoke at last. My recent dissipation and strange remarks, made so soon after his sister's death, were an insult to her memory. Coupling together many circumstances which had at first escaped his observation, he thought I had not treated her well. He wished to know whether he was right in inferring that I meant to cast a reproach upon her memory and a disrespect upon her family. It was due to the uniform he wore to demand this explanation. This man had a commission in the army, a commission purchased with my money and his sister's misery. This was the man who had been foremost in the plot to ensnare me and grasp my wealth. This was the man who had been the main instrument in forcing his sister to wed me, well knowing that her heart was given to that puling boy. Due to his uniform, the livery of his degradation. I turned my eyes upon him. I could not help it. But I spoke not a word. I saw the sudden change that came upon him beneath my gaze. He was a bold man, but the color faded from his face, and he drew back his chair. I dragged mine nearer to him, and I laughed. I was very merry then. I saw him shudder. I felt the madness rising within me. He was afraid of me. "You were very fond of your sister when she was alive," I said. "Very." He looked uneasily round him, and I saw his hand grasp the back of his chair, but he said nothing. "You villain," said I found you out. I discovered your hellish plots against me. I know her heart was fixed on someone else before you compelled her to marry me. I know it, I know it." He jumped suddenly from his chair, brandished it aloft, and bid me stand back, for I took care to be getting closer to him all the time I spoke. I screamed rather than talked, for I felt tumultuous passions eddying through my veins, and the old spirits whispering and taunting me to tear his heart out. "Damn you," said I, starting up and rushing upon him. "I killed her. I am a madman. Down with you. Blood, blood, I will have it." I turned aside with one blow the chair he hurled at me in his terror, and closed with him, and with a heavy crash we rolled upon the floor together. It was a fine struggle that, for he was a tall, strong man fighting for his life, and I, a powerful madman, thirsting to destroy him. I knew no strength could equal mine, and I was right. Right again, though a madman. His struggles grew fainter. I knelt upon his chest and clasped his brawny throat firmly with both hands. His face grew purple. His eyes were starting from his head, and with protruded tongue he seemed to mock me. I squeezed the tighter. The door was suddenly burst open with a loud noise, and a crowd of people rushed forward, crying aloud to each other to secure the madman. My secret was out, and my only struggle now was for liberty and freedom. I gained my feet before a hand was on me, threw myself among my assailants, and cleared my way with my strong arm, as if I bore a hatchet in my hand, and hewed them down before me. I gained the door, dropped over the banisters, and in an instant was in the street. Straight and swift I ran, and no one dared to stop me. I heard the noise of the feet behind, and redoubled my speed. It grew fainter and fainter in the distance, and at length died away altogether. But on I bounded, through marsh and rivulet, over fence and wall, with a wild shout which was taken up by the strange beings that flocked around me on every side, and swelled the sound till it pierced the air. I was borne upon the arms of demons who swept along upon the wind, and bore down bank and hedge before them, and spun me round and round with a rustle and a speed that made my head swim, until at last they threw me from them with a violent shock, and I fell heavily upon the earth. When I woke I found myself here in this grey cell, where the sunlight seldom comes, and the moon steals in rays which only serve to show the dark shadows about me, and that silent figure in its old corner. When I lie awake I can sometimes hear strange shrieks and cries from distant parts of this large place. What they are I know not, but they neither come from that pale form, nor does it regard them. For from the first shades of dusk till the earliest light of morning it still stands motionless in the same place, listening to the music of my iron chain and watching my gambols on my straw bed. At the end of the manuscript was written, in another hand, this note: "The unhappy man whose ravings are recorded above was a melancholy instance of the baneful results of energies misdirected in early life, and excesses prolonged until their consequences could never be repaired. The thoughtless riot, dissipation, and debauchery of his younger days produced fever and delirium. The first effects of the latter was the strange delusion, founded upon a well-known medical theory strongly contended for by some, and as strongly contested by others, that an hereditary madness existed in his family. This produced a settled gloom, which in time developed a morbid insanity, and finally terminated in raving madness. There is every reason to believe that the events he detailed, though distorted in the description by his diseased imagination, really happened. It is only matter of wonder to those who were acquainted with the vices of his early career, that his passions, when no longer controlled by reason, did not lead him to the commission of still more frightful deeds." Mr. Pickwick's candle was just expiring in the socket as he concluded the perusal of the old clergyman's manuscript, and when the light went suddenly out, without any previous flicker by way of warning, it communicated a very considerable start to his excited frame. Hastily throwing off such articles of clothing as he had put on when he rose from his uneasy bed, and casting a fearful glance around, he once more scrambled hastily between the sheets, and soon fell fast asleep. The sun was shining brilliantly into his chamber when he awoke, and the morning was far advanced. The gloom which had oppressed him on the previous night had disappeared with the dark shadows which shrouded the landscape, and his thoughts and feelings were as light and gay as the morning itself. After a hearty breakfast, the four gentlemen sallied forth to walk to Gravesend, followed by a man bearing the stone in its steel box. They reached the town about 1 o'clock, their luggage they had directed to be forwarded to the city from Rochester, and being fortunate enough to secure places on the outside of a coach, arrived in London in sound health and spirits on that same afternoon. The next 3 or 4 days were occupied with the preparations which were necessary for their journey to the borough of Eatanswill. As any references to that most important undertaking demands a separate chapter, we may devote the few lines which remain at the close of this to narrate with great brevity the history of the antiquarian discovery. It appears from the transactions of the club, then, that Mr. Pickwick lectured upon the discovery at a general club meeting convened on the night succeeding their return, and entered into a variety of ingenious and erudite speculations on the meaning of the inscription. It also appears that a skilful artist executed a faithful delineation of the curiosity, which was engraven on stone and presented to the Royal Antiquarian Society and other learned bodies, that heart-burnings and jealousies without number were created by rival controversies which were penned upon the subject, and that Mr. Pickwick himself wrote a pamphlet containing 96 pages of very small print and 27 different readings of the inscription, that 3 old gentlemen cut off their eldest sons with a shilling apiece for presuming to doubt the antiquity of the fragment, and that one enthusiastic individual cut himself off prematurely in despair at being unable to fathom its meaning. That Mr. Pickwick was elected an honorary member of 17 native and foreign societies for making the discovery, that none of the 17 could make anything of it, but that all the 17 agreed it was very extraordinary. Mr. Blotton, indeed, and the name will be doomed to the undying contempt of those who cultivate the mysterious and the sublime, Mr. Blotton, we say, with the doubt and cavilling peculiar to vulgar minds, presumed to state a view of the case as degrading as ridiculous. Mr. Blotton, with a mean desire to tarnish the lustre of the immortal name of Pickwick, actually undertook a journey to Cobham in person, and on his return sarcastically observed, in an oration at the club, that he had seen the man from whom the stone was purchased, that the man presumed the stone to be ancient, but solemnly denied the antiquity of the inscription, inasmuch as he represented it to have been rudely carved by himself in an idle mood, and to display letters intended to bear neither more nor less than the simple construction of "Bill Stumps, his mark," and that Mr. Stumps, being little in the habit of original composition, and more accustomed to be guided by the sound of words than by the strict rules of orthography, had omitted the concluding L of his Christian name. The Pickwick Club, as might have been expected from so enlightened an institution, received this statement with the contempt it deserved, expelled the presumptuous and ill-conditioned Blotton from the society, and voted Mr. Pickwick a pair of gold spectacles in token of their confidence and approbation, in return for which Mr. Pickwick caused a portrait of himself to be painted and hung up in the club room. Mr. Blotton was ejected, but not conquered. He also wrote a pamphlet, addressed to the 17 learned societies, native and foreign, containing a repetition of the statement he had already made, and rather more than half intimating his opinion that the 17 learned societies were so many humbugs. Hereupon, the virtuous indignation of the 17 learned societies being roused, several fresh pamphlets appeared. The foreign learned societies corresponded with the native learned societies. The native learned societies translated the pamphlets of the foreign learned societies into English. The foreign learned societies translated the pamphlets of the native learned societies into all sorts of languages. And thus commenced that celebrated scientific discussion so well known to all men as the Pickwick controversy. But this base attempt to injure Mr. Pickwick recoiled upon the head of its calumnious author. The 17 learned societies unanimously voted the presumptuous Blotton an ignorant meddler, and forthwith set to work upon more treatises than ever, and to this day the stone remains, an illegible monument of Mr. Pickwick's greatness, and a lasting trophy to the littleness of his enemies. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12. Descriptive of a very important proceeding on the part of Mr. Pickwick, no less an epoch in his life than in this history. Mr. Pickwick's apartments in Goswell Street, although on a limited scale, were not only of a very neat and comfortable description, but peculiarly adapted for the residence of a man of his genius and observation. His sitting room was the first floor front, his bedroom the second floor front, and thus, whether he were sitting at his desk in his parlour, or standing before the dressing glass in his dormitory, he had an equal opportunity of contemplating human nature in all the numerous phases it exhibits in that not more populous than popular thoroughfare. His landlady, Mrs. Bardell, the relict and sole executrix of a deceased custom-house officer, was a comely woman of bustling manners and agreeable appearance, with a natural genius for cooking, improved by study and long practice into an exquisite talent. There were no children, no servants, no fowls. The only other inmates of the house were a large man and a small boy, the first a lodger, the second a production of Mrs. Bardell's. The large man was always home precisely at 10 o'clock at night, at which hour he regularly condensed himself into the limits of a dwarfish French bedstead in the back parlour, and the infantine sports and gymnastic exercises of Master Bardell were exclusively confined to the neighbouring pavements and gutters. Cleanliness and quiet reigned throughout the house, and in it Mr. Pickwick's will was law. To anyone acquainted with these points of the domestic economy of the establishment, and conversant with the admirable regulation of Mr. Pickwick's mind, his appearance and behaviour on the morning previous to that which had been fixed upon for the journey to Eatanswill would have been most mysterious and unaccountable. He paced the room to and fro with hurried steps, popped his head out of the window at intervals of about 3 minutes each, constantly referred to his watch, and exhibited many other manifestations of impatience very unusual with him.
It was evident that something of great importance was in contemplation, but what that something was, not even Mrs. Bardell had been enabled to discover. "Mrs. Bardell," said Mr. Pickwick at last, as that amiable female approached the termination of a prolonged dusting of the apartment. "Sir," said Mrs. Bardell. "Your little boy is a very long time gone." "Why, it's a good long way to the Boroughs, sir," remonstrated Mrs. Bardell. "Ah," said Mr. Pickwick, "very true, so it is." Mr. Pickwick relapsed into silence, and Mrs. Bardell resumed her dusting. "Mrs. Bardell," said Mr. Pickwick, at the expiration of a few minutes. "Sir," said Mrs. Bardell again. "Do you think it a much greater expense to keep two people than to keep one?" "La, Mr. Pickwick," said Mrs. Bardell, colouring up to the very border of her cap, as she fancied she observed a species of matrimonial twinkle in the eyes of her lodger. "La, Mr. Pickwick, what a question!" "Well, but do you?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "That depends," said Mrs. Bardell, approaching the duster very near to Mr. Pickwick's elbow, which was planted on the table. "That depends a good deal upon the person, you know, Mr. Pickwick, and whether it's a saving and careful person, sir." "That's very true," said Mr. Pickwick, "but the person I have in my eye," here he looked very hard at Mrs. Bardell, "I think possesses these qualities, and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world, and a great deal of sharpness, Mrs. Bardell, which may be of material use to me." "La, Mr. Pickwick," said Mrs. Bardell, the crimson rising to her cap border again. "I do," said Mr. Pickwick, growing energetic, as was his wont in speaking of a subject which interested him. "I do indeed, and to tell you the truth, Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind." "Dear me, sir!" exclaimed Mrs. Bardell. "You'll think it very strange now," said the amiable Mr. Pickwick, with a good-humoured glance at his companion, "that I never consulted you about this matter, and never even mentioned it, till I sent your little boy out this morning, eh?" Mrs. Bardell could only reply by a look. She had long worshipped Mr. Pickwick at a distance, but here she was all at once raised to a pinnacle to which her wildest and most extravagant hopes had never dared to aspire. Mr. Pickwick was going to propose. A deliberate plan, too. Sent her little boy to the Borough to get him out of the way. How thoughtful, how considerate. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, "what do you think?" "Oh, Mr. Pickwick," said Mrs. Bardell, trembling with agitation, "you're very kind, sir." "It'll save you a good deal of trouble, won't it?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, I never thought anything of the trouble, sir," replied Mrs. Bardell, "and of course I should take more trouble to please you then than ever. But it is so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness." "Ah, to be sure," said Mr. Pickwick, "I never thought of that. When I am in town you'll always have somebody to sit with you. To be sure, so you will." "I am sure I ought to be a very happy woman," said Mrs. Bardell. "And your little boy?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Bless his heart," interposed Mrs. Bardell with a maternal sob. "He too will have a companion," resumed Mr. Pickwick, "a lively one, who'll teach him, I'll be bound, more tricks in a week than he would ever learn in a year." And Mr. Pickwick smiled placidly. "Oh, you dear!" said Mrs. Bardell. Mr. Pickwick started. "Oh, you kind, good, playful dear!" said Mrs. Bardell, and without more ado she rose from her chair and flung her arms round Mr. Pickwick's neck, with a cataract of tears and a chorus of sobs. "Bless my soul!" cried the astonished Mr. Pickwick. "Mrs. Bardell, my good woman! Dear me, what a situation! Pray consider. Mrs. Bardell, don't! If anybody should come—" "Oh, let them come!" exclaimed Mrs. Bardell frantically. "I'll never leave you. Dear, kind, good soul!" And with these words Mrs. Bardell clung the tighter. "Mercy upon me!" said Mr. Pickwick, struggling violently. "I hear somebody coming up the stairs. Don't! There's a good creature, don't!" But entreaty and remonstrance were alike unavailing, for Mrs. Bardell had fainted in Mr. Pickwick's arms. And before he could gain time to deposit her on a chair, Master Bardell entered the room, ushering in Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass. Mr. Pickwick was struck motionless and speechless. He stood with his lovely burden in his arms, gazing vacantly on the countenances of his friends, without the slightest attempt at recognition or explanation. They in their turn stared at him, and Master Bardell in his turn stared at everybody. The astonishment of the Pickwickians was so absorbing, and the perplexity of Mr. Pickwick was so extreme, that they might have remained in exactly the same relative situations until the suspended animation of the lady was restored, had it not been for a most beautiful and touching expression of filial affection on the part of her youthful son. Clad in a tight suit of corduroy, spangled with brass buttons of a very considerable size, he at first stood at the door astounded and uncertain, but by degrees the impression that his mother must have suffered some personal damage pervaded his partially developed mind, and considering Mr. Pickwick as the aggressor, he set up an appalling and semi-earthly kind of howling, and butting forward with his head, commenced assailing that immortal gentleman about the back and legs, with such blows and pinches as the strength of his arm and the violence of his excitement allowed. "Take this little villain away," said the agonized Mr. Pickwick. "He's mad." "What is the matter?" said the three tongue-tied Pickwickians. "I don't know," replied Mr. Pickwick pettishly. "Take away the boy." Here Mr. Winkle carried the interesting boy, screaming and struggling, to the farther end of the apartment. "Now help me lead this woman downstairs." "Oh, I am better now," said Mrs. Bardell faintly. "Let me lead you downstairs," said the ever gallant Mr. Tupman. "Thank you, sir, thank you," exclaimed Mrs. Bardell hysterically, and downstairs she was led accordingly, accompanied by her affectionate son. "I cannot conceive," said Mr. Pickwick when his friend returned, "I cannot conceive what has been the matter with that woman. I had merely announced to her my intention of keeping a manservant, when she fell into the extraordinary paroxysm in which you found her. Very extraordinary thing." "Very," said his three friends. "Placed me in such an extremely awkward situation," continued Mr. Pickwick. "Very," was the reply of his followers, as they coughed slightly and looked dubiously at each other. This behaviour was not lost upon Mr. Pickwick. He remarked their incredulity. They evidently suspected him. "There is a man in the passage now," said Mr. Tupman. "It's the man I spoke to you about," said Mr. Pickwick. "I sent for him to the Borough this morning. Have the goodness to call him up, Snodgrass." Mr. Snodgrass did as he was desired, and Mr. Samuel Weller forthwith presented himself. "Oh, you remember me, I suppose," said Mr. Pickwick. "I should think so," replied Sam, with a patronizing wink. "Queer start that air, but he was one too many for you, warn't he? Up to snuff and a pinch or two over, eh?" "Never mind that matter now," said Mr. Pickwick hastily. "I want to speak to you about something else. Sit down." "Thank you, sir," said Sam. And down he sat without further bidding, having previously deposited his old white hat on the landing outside the door. "'Tain't a werry good un to look at," said Sam, "but it's an astonishin' un to wear, and afore the brim went it was a werry handsome tile. Howsoever it's lighter without it, that's one thing, and every hole lets in some air, that's another. Wentilation gossamer, I calls it." On the delivery of this sentiment Mr. Weller smiled agreeably upon the assembled Pickwickians. "Now with regard to the matter on which I, with the concurrence of these gentlemen, sent for you," said Mr. Pickwick. "That's the pint, sir," interposed Sam. "Out with it, as the father said to his child when he swallowed a farden." "We want to know, in the first place," said Mr. Pickwick, "whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation." "Before I answers that 'ere question, gentlemen," replied Mr. Weller, "I should like to know, in the first place, whether you're a-goin' to provide me with a better." The sunbeam of placid benevolence played on Mr. Pickwick's features as he said, "I have half made up my mind to engage you myself." "Have you, though?" said Sam. Mr. Pickwick nodded in the affirmative. "Wages?" inquired Sam. £12 a year," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Clothes?" "2 suits." "Work?" "To attend upon me, and travel about with me and these gentlemen here." "Take the bill down," said Sam emphatically. "I'm let to a single gentleman, and the terms is agreed upon." "You accept the situation?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Certainly," replied Sam. "If the clothes fits me half as well as the place, they'll do." "You can get a character, of course," said Mr. Pickwick. "Ask the landlady of the White Hart about that, sir," replied Sam. "Can you come this evening?" "I'll get into the clothes this minute if they're here," said Sam with great alacrity. "Call at 8 this evening," said Mr. Pickwick, "and if the inquiries are satisfactory they shall be provided." With the single exception of one amiable indiscretion, in which an assistant housemaid had equally participated, the history of Mr. Weller's conduct was so very blameless that Mr. Pickwick felt fully justified in closing the engagement that very evening. With the promptness and energy which characterized not only the public proceedings, but all the private actions of this extraordinary man, he at once led his new attendant to one of those convenient emporiums where gentlemen's new and second-hand clothes are provided, and the troublesome and inconvenient formality of measurement dispensed with, and before night had closed in, Mr. Weller was furnished with a grey coat with a P.C. button, a black hat with a cockade to it, a pink striped waistcoat, light breeches and gaiters, and a variety of other necessaries too numerous to recapitulate. "Well," said that suddenly transformed individual, as he took his seat on the outside of the Eatanswill coach next morning, "I wonder whether I'm meant to be a footman, or a groom, or a gamekeeper, or a seedsman. I looks like a sort of compo of every one on 'em. Never mind, there's a change of air, plenty to see and little to do, and all this suits my complaint uncommon. So long life to the Pickwicks, says I." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13. Some account of Eatanswill, of the state of parties therein, and of the election of a member to serve in Parliament for that ancient, loyal, and patriotic borough. We will frankly acknowledge that up to the period of our being first immersed in the voluminous papers of the Pickwick Club, we had never heard of Eatanswill. We will with equal candour admit that we have in vain searched for proof of the actual existence of such a place at the present day. Knowing the deep reliance to be placed on every note and statement of Mr. Pickwick's, and not presuming to set up our recollection against the recorded declarations of that great man, we have consulted every authority bearing upon the subject to which we could possibly refer. We have traced every name in Schedules A and B without meeting with that of Eatanswill. We have minutely examined every corner of the pocket county maps issued for the benefit of society by our distinguished publishers, and the same result has attended our investigation. We are therefore led to believe that Mr. Pickwick, with that anxious desire to abstain from giving offence to any, and with those delicate feelings for which all who knew him well know he was so eminently remarkable, purposely substituted a fictitious designation for the real name of the place in which his observations were made. We are confirmed in this belief by a little circumstance, apparently slight and trivial in itself, but when considered in this point of view not undeserving of notice. In Mr. Pickwick's note-book we can just trace an entry of the fact that the places of himself and followers were booked by the Norwich coach, but this entry was afterwards lined through, as if for the purpose of concealing even the direction in which the borough is situated. We will not therefore hazard a guess upon the subject, but will at once proceed with this history, content with the materials which its characters have provided for us. It appears, then, that the Eatanswill people, like the people of many other small towns, considered themselves of the utmost and most mighty importance, and that every man in Eatanswill, conscious of the weight that attached to his example, felt himself bound to unite, heart and soul, with one of the two great parties that divided the town, the Blues and the Buffs. Now the Blues lost no opportunity of opposing the Buffs, and the Buffs lost no opportunity of opposing the Blues, and the consequence was that whenever the Buffs and Blues met together, at public meeting, town hall, fair, or market, disputes and high words arose between them. With these dissensions, it is almost superfluous to say that everything in Eatanswill was made a party question. If the Buffs proposed to new skylight the market-place, the Blues got up public meetings and denounced the proceeding. If the Blues proposed the erection of an additional pump in the High Street, the Buffs rose as one man and stood aghast at the enormity. There were Blue shops and Buff shops, Blue inns and Buff inns. There was a Blue aisle and a Buff aisle in the very church itself. Of course it was essentially and indispensably necessary that each of these powerful parties should have its chosen organ and representative, and accordingly there were two newspapers in the town, the Eatanswill Gazette and the Eatanswill Independent. the former advocating blue principles, and the latter conducted on grounds decidedly buff. Fine newspapers they were, such leading articles and such spirited attacks. Our worthless contemporary, the Gazette, that disgraceful and dastardly journal, the Independent, that false and scurrilous print, the Independent, that vile and slanderous calumniator, the Gazette. These and other spirit-stirring denunciations were strewn plentifully over the columns of each in every number, and excited feelings of the most intense delight and indignation in the bosoms of the town people. Mr. Pickwick, with his usual foresight and sagacity, had chosen a peculiarly desirable moment for his visit to the borough. Never was such a contest known. The Honorable Samuel Slumkey of Slumkey Hall was the blue candidate, and Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge near Eatanswill, had been prevailed upon by his friends to stand forward on the buff interest. The Gazette warned the electors of Eatanswill that the eyes not only of England but of the whole civilized world were upon them, and the Independent imperatively demanded to know whether the constituency of Eatanswill were the grand fellows they had always taken them for, or base and servile tools, undeserving alike of the name of Englishmen and the blessings of freedom. Never had such a commotion agitated the town before. It was late in the evening when Mr. Pickwick and his companions, assisted by Sam, dismounted from the roof of the Eatanswill coach. Large blue silk flags were flying from the windows of the Town Arms Inn, and bills were posted in every sash, intimating in gigantic letters that the Honorable Samuel Slumkey's committee sat there daily. A crowd of idlers were assembled in the road, looking at a hoarse man in the balcony, who was apparently talking himself very red in the face in Mr. Slumkey's behalf, but the force and point of whose arguments were somewhat impaired by the perpetual beating of 4 large drums which Mr. Fizkin's committee had stationed at the street corner. There was a busy little man beside him, though, who took off his hat at intervals and motioned to the people to cheer, which they regularly did most enthusiastically. And as the red-faced gentleman went on talking till he was redder in the face than ever, it seemed to answer his purpose quite as well as if anybody had heard him. The Pickwickians had no sooner dismounted than they were surrounded by a branch mob of the honest and independent, who forthwith set up 3 deafening cheers, which being responded to by the main body, for it's not at all necessary for a crowd to know what they are cheering about, swelled into a tremendous roar of triumph, which stopped even the red-faced man in the balcony. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob in conclusion. "1 cheer more!" screamed the little fugleman in the balcony, and out shouted the mob again, as if lungs were cast iron with steel works. "Slumkey forever!" roared the honest and independent. "Slumkey forever!" echoed Mr. Pickwick, taking off his hat. "No Fizkin!" roared the crowd. "Certainly not!" shouted Mr. Pickwick. "Hurrah!" And then there was another roaring, like that of a whole menagerie when the elephant has rung the bell for the cold meat. "Who is Slumkey?" whispered Mr. Tupman. "I don't know," replied Mr. Pickwick in the same tone. "Hush! Don't ask any questions. It's always best on these occasions to do what the mob do." "But suppose there are 2 mobs?" suggested Mr. Snodgrass. "Shout with the largest," replied Mr. Pickwick. Volumes could not have said more. They entered the house, the crowd opening right and left to let them pass, and cheering vociferously. The first object of consideration was to secure quarters for the night. "Can we have beds here?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, summoning the waiter. "Don't know, sir," replied the man. "Afraid we're full, sir. I'll inquire, sir." Away he went for that purpose, and presently returned to ask whether the gentlemen were blue. As neither Mr. Pickwick nor his companions took any vital interest in the cause of either candidate, the question was rather a difficult one to answer. In this dilemma Mr. Pickwick bethought himself of his new friend, Mr. Perker. "Do you know a gentleman of the name of Perker?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Certainly, sir. Honorable Mr. Slumkey's agent." "He is blue, I think?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Then we are blue," said Mr. Pickwick. But observing that the man looked rather doubtful at this accommodating announcement, he gave him his card, and desired him to present it to Mr. Perker forthwith, if he should happen to be in the house. The waiter retired, and reappearing almost immediately with the request that Mr. Pickwick would follow him, led the way to a large room on the first floor, where, seated at a long table covered with books and papers, was Mr. Perker. Ah, ah, my dear sir, said the little man, advancing to meet him. Very happy to see you, my dear sir, very. Pray sit down. So you have carried your intention into effect. You have come down here to see an election, eh? Mr. Pickwick replied in the affirmative. Spirited contest, my dear sir, said the little man. I'm delighted to hear it, said Mr. Pickwick, rubbing his hands. I like to see sturdy patriotism, on whatever side it is called forth. And so it's a spirited contest? Oh, yes, said the little man, very much so indeed. We have opened all the public houses in the place, and left our adversary nothing but the beer shops. Masterly stroke of policy, that, my dear sir, eh? The little man smiled complacently, and took a large pinch of snuff. And what are the probabilities as to the result of the contest? Inquired Mr. Pickwick. Why, doubtful, my dear sir, rather doubtful as yet, replied the little man. Fizkin's people have got 33 voters in the lock-up coach-house at the White Hart. In the coach-house? Said Mr. Pickwick, considerably astonished by this second stroke of policy. They keep 'em locked up there till they want 'em, resumed the little man. The effect of that is, you see, to prevent our getting at them, and even if we could, it would be of no use, for they keep them very drunk on purpose. Smart fellow, Fizkin's agent, very smart fellow indeed. Mr. Pickwick stared, but said nothing. We are pretty confident, though, said Mr. Perker, sinking his voice almost to a whisper. We had a little tea-party here last night, 45 women, my dear sir, and gave every one of 'em a green parasol when she went away. A parasol? Said Mr. Pickwick. Fact, my dear sir, fact. 45 green parasols at 7 and 6 apiece. All women like finery. Extraordinary the effect of those parasols. Secured all their husbands and half their brothers. Beats stockings and flannel and all that sort of thing hollow. My idea, my dear sir, entirely. Hail, rain, or sunshine, you can't walk half a dozen yards up the street without encountering half a dozen green parasols. Here the little man indulged in a convulsion of mirth which was only checked by the entrance of a third party. This was a tall, thin man with a sandy-colored head inclined to baldness, and a face in which solemn importance was blended with a look of unfathomable profundity. He was dressed in a long brown surtout, with a black cloth waistcoat and drab trousers. A double eyeglass dangled at his waistcoat, and on his head he wore a very low-crowned hat with a broad brim. The newcomer was introduced to Mr. Pickwick as Mr. Pott, the editor of the Eatanswill Gazette. After a few preliminary remarks, Mr. Pott turned round to Mr. Pickwick and said with solemnity, "This contest excites great interest in the metropolis, sir?" "I believe it does," said Mr. Pickwick. "To which I have reason to know," said Pott, looking towards Mr. Perker for corroboration, "to which I have reason to know that my article of last Saturday in some degree contributed." "Not the least doubt of it," said the little man. "The press is a mighty engine, sir," said Pott. Mr. Pickwick yielded his fullest assent to the proposition. "But I trust, sir," said Pott, "that I have never abused the enormous power I wield. I trust, sir, that I have never pointed the noble instrument which is placed in my hands against the sacred bosom of private life or the tender breast of individual reputation. I trust, sir, that I have devoted my energies to endeavors, humble they may be, humble I know they are, to instill those principles of which are—" Here the editor of the Eatanswill Gazette, appearing to ramble, Mr. Pickwick came to his relief and said, "Certainly." "And what, sir," said Pott, "what, sir, let me ask you, as an impartial man, is the state of the public mind in London with reference to my contest with the Independent?" "Greatly excited, no doubt," interposed Mr. Perker with a look of slyness which was very likely accidental. "The contest," said Pott, "shall be prolonged so long as I have health and strength, and that portion of talent with which I am gifted. From that contest, sir, although it may unsettle men's minds and excite their feelings and render them incapable for the discharge of the everyday duties of ordinary life, from that contest, sir, I will never shrink till I have set my heel upon the Eatanswill Independent. I wish the people of London and the people of this country to know, sir, that they may rely upon me, that I will not desert them, that I am resolved to stand by them, sir, to the last." "Your conduct is most noble, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, and he grasped the hand of the magnanimous Pott. "You are, sir, I perceive, a man of sense and talent," said Mr. Pott, almost breathless with the vehemence of his patriotic declaration. "I am most happy, sir, to make the acquaintance of such a man." "And I," said Mr. Pickwick, "feel deeply honored by this expression of your opinion. Allow me, sir, to introduce you to my fellow travelers, the other corresponding members of the club I am proud to have founded." "I shall be delighted," said Mr. Pott. Mr. Pickwick withdrew, and returning with his friends, presented them in due form to the editor of the Eatanswill Gazette. "Now, my dear Pott," said little Mr. Perker, "the question is, what are we to do with our friends here?" "We can stop in this house, I suppose," said Mr. Pickwick. "Not a spare bed in the house, my dear sir, not a single bed." "Extremely awkward," said Mr. Pickwick. "Very," said his fellow voyagers. "I have an idea upon this subject," said Mr. Pott, "which I think may be very successfully adopted. They have 2 beds at the Peacock, and I can boldly say, on behalf of Mrs. Pott, that she will be delighted to accommodate Mr. Pickwick and any one of his friends, if the other 2 gentlemen and their servant do not object to shifting, as they best can, at the Peacock." After repeated pressings on the part of Mr. Pott, and repeated protestations on that of Mr. Pickwick that he could not think of incommoding or troubling his amiable wife, it was decided that it was the only feasible arrangement that could be made. So it was made, and after dinner together at the Town Arms, the friends separated, Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass repairing to the Peacock, and Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle proceeding to the mansion of Mr. Pott, it having been previously arranged that they should all reassemble at the Town Arms in the morning, and accompany the Honorable Samuel Slumkey's procession to the place of nomination. Mr. Pott's domestic circle was limited to himself and his wife. All men whom mighty genius has raised to a proud eminence in the world have usually some little weakness which appears the more conspicuous from the contrast it presents to their general character. If Mr. Pott had a weakness, it was, perhaps, that he was rather too submissive to the somewhat contemptuous control and sway of his wife. We do not feel justified in laying any particular stress upon the fact, because on the present occasion all Mrs. Pott's most winning ways were brought into requisition to receive the 2 gentlemen. "My dear," said Mr. Pott, "Mr. Pickwick of London." Mrs. Pott received Mr. Pickwick's paternal grasp of the hand with enchanting sweetness, and Mr. Winkle, who had not been announced at all, sidled and bowed unnoticed in an obscure corner. "P, my dear," said Mrs. Pott. "My life," said Mr. Pott. "Pray introduce the other gentleman." "I beg 1,000 pardons," said Mr. Pott. "Permit me, Mrs. Pott, Mr. "Winkle," said Mr. Pickwick. "Winkle," echoed Mr. Pott, and the ceremony of introduction was complete. "We owe you many apologies, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, "for disturbing your domestic arrangements at so short a notice." "I beg you won't mention it, sir," replied the feminine Pott, with vivacity. "It is a high treat to me, I assure you, to see any new faces, living as I do from day to day and week to week in this dull place, and seeing nobody." "Nobody, my dear?" exclaimed Mr. Pott archly. "Nobody but you," retorted Mrs. Pott with asperity. "You see, Mr. Pickwick," said the host, in explanation of his wife's lament, "that we are in some measure cut off from many enjoyments and pleasures of which we might otherwise partake. My public station as editor of the Eatanswill Gazette, the position which that paper holds in the country, my constant immersion in the vortex of politics—" "P, my dear," interposed Mrs. Pott. "My life," said the editor. "I wish, my dear, you would endeavour to find some topic of conversation in which these gentlemen might take some rational interest." "But, my love," said Mr. Pott with great humility, "Mr. Pickwick does take an interest in it." "It's well for him if he can," said Mrs. Pott emphatically. "I am wearied out of my life with your politics, and quarrels with the Independent, and nonsense. I am quite astonished, P, at your making such an exhibition of your absurdity." "But, my dear," said Mr. Pott. "Oh, nonsense, don't talk to me," said Mrs. Pott. "Do you play écarté, sir?" "I shall be very happy to learn under your tuition," replied Mr. Winkle. "Well, then, draw that little table into this window, and let me get out of hearing of those prosy politics." "Jane," said Mr. Pott to the servant who brought in candles, "go down into the office and bring me up the file of the Gazette for 1826. I'll read you," added the editor, turning to Mr. Pickwick, "I'll just read you a few of the leaders I wrote at that time upon the buff job of appointing a new tollman to the turnpike here. I rather think they'll amuse you." "I should like to hear them very much indeed," said Mr. Pickwick. Up came the file, and down sat the editor, with Mr. Pickwick at his side. We have in vain pored over the leaves of Mr. Pickwick's notebook in the hope of meeting with a general summary of these beautiful compositions. We have every reason to believe that he was perfectly enraptured with the vigor and freshness of the style. Indeed, Mr. Winkle has recorded the fact that his eyes were closed as if with excess of pleasure during the whole time of their perusal. The announcement of supper put a stop both to the game of écarté and the recapitulation of the beauties of the Eatanswill Gazette. Mrs. Pott was in the highest spirits and the most agreeable humour. Mr. Winkle had already made considerable progress in her good opinion, and she did not hesitate to inform him, confidentially, that Mr. Pickwick was a delightful old dear. These terms convey a familiarity of expression in which few of those who were intimately acquainted with that colossal-minded man would have presumed to indulge. We have preserved them, nevertheless, as affording at once a touching and a convincing proof of the estimation in which he was held by every class of society, and the ease with which he made his way to their hearts and feelings. It was a late hour of the night, long after Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass had fallen asleep in the inmost recesses of the Peacock, when the two friends retired to rest. Slumber soon fell upon the senses of Mr. Winkle, but his feelings had been excited and his admiration roused, and for many hours after sleep had rendered him insensible to earthly objects, the face and figure of the agreeable Mrs. Pott presented themselves again and again to his wandering imagination. The noise and bustle which ushered in the morning were sufficient to dispel from the mind of the most romantic visionary in existence any associations but those which were immediately connected with the rapidly approaching election. The beating of drums, the blowing of horns and trumpets, the shouting of men and tramping of horses echoed and re-echoed through the streets from the earliest dawn of day, and an occasional fight between the light skirmishers of either party at once enlivened the preparations and agreeably diversified their character. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, as his valet appeared at his bedroom door, just as he was concluding his toilet, "all alive to-day, I suppose?" "Reg'lar game, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Our people's a-collecting down at the Town Arms, and they're a-hollering themselves hoarse already." "Ah," said Mr. Pickwick, "do they seem devoted to their party, Sam?" "Never see such dewotion in my life, sir." "Energetic, eh?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Uncommon," replied Sam. "I never see men eat and drink so much afore. I wonder they ain't afeard of bustin'." "That's the mistaken kindness of the gentry here," said Mr. Pickwick. "Wery likely," replied Sam briefly. "Fine, fresh, hearty fellows they seem," said Mr. Pickwick, glancing from the window. "Wery fresh," replied Sam. "Me and the two waiters at the Peacock has been a-pumpin' over the independent woters as supped there last night." "Pumping over independent voters!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Yes," said his attendant. "Every man slept where he fell down. We dragged 'em out one by one this mornin' and put 'em under the pump, and they're in reg'lar fine order now. Shillin' a head the committee paid for that 'ere job." "Can such things be?" exclaimed the astonished Mr. Pickwick. "Lord bless your heart, sir," said Sam, "why, where was you half baptized? That's nothin', that ain't." "Nothing?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Nothin' at all, sir," replied his attendant. "The night afore the last day of the last election here, the opposite party bribed the barmaid at the Town Arms to hocus the brandy and water of 14 unpolled electors as was a-stoppin' in the house." "What do you mean by hocusing brandy and water?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Puttin' laudanum in it," replied Sam. "Blest if she didn't send 'em all to sleep till 12 hours arter the election was over. They took one man up to the booth in a truck fast asleep by way of experiment, but it was no go. They wouldn't poll him, so they brought him back and put him to bed again." "Strange practices these," said Mr. Pickwick, half speaking to himself and half addressing Sam. "Not half so strange as a miraculous circumstance as happened to my own father at an election time in this wery place, sir," replied Sam. "What was that?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Why, he drove a coach down here once," said Sam. "'Lection time came on, and he was engaged by one party to bring down woters from London. Night afore he was going to drive up, committee on t'other side sends for him quietly, and away he goes with the messenger, who shows him in. Large room, lots of gentlemen, heaps of papers, pens and ink, and all that 'ere. 'Ah, Mr. Weller,' says the gentleman in the chair, 'glad to see you, sir. How are you?' 'Wery well, thank ye, sir,' says my father. 'I hope you're pretty middlin',' says he. "Pretty well, thank you, sir," says the gentleman. "Sit down, Mr. Weller, pray sit down, sir." So my father sits down, and he and the gentleman looks wery hard at each other. "You don't remember me?" said the gentleman. "Can't say I do," says my father. "Oh, I know you," says the gentleman. "Knowed you when you was a boy," says he. "Well, I don't remember you," says my father. "That's wery odd," says the gentleman. "Wery," says my father. "You must have a bad memory, Mr. Weller," says the gentleman. "Well, it is a wery bad un," says my father. "I thought so," says the gentleman. So then they pours him out a glass of wine, and gammons him about his driving, and gets him into a reg'lar good humour, and at last shoves a 20-pound note into his hand. "It's a wery bad road between this and London," says the gentleman. "Here and there it is a heavy road," says my father. "'Specially near the canal, I think," says the gentleman. "Nasty bit that air," says my father. "Well, Mr. Weller," says the gentleman, "you're a wery good whip, and can do what you like with your horses, we know. We're all wery fond of you, Mr. Weller. So in case you should have an accident when you're bringing these here woters down, and should tip 'em over into the canal without hurting of 'em, this is for yourself," says he. "Gentlemen, you're wery kind," says my father, "and I'll drink your health in another glass of wine," says he. Which he did, and then buttons up the money and bows himself out. "You wouldn't believe, sir," continued Sam, with a look of inexpressible impudence at his master, "that on the wery day as he came down with them woters, his coach was upset on that ere wery spot, and every man on 'em was turned into the canal." "And got out again?" inquired Mr. Pickwick hastily. "Why," replied Sam very slowly, "I rather think one old gentleman was missing. I know his hat was found, but I ain't quite certain whether his head was in it or not. But what I look at is the hextraordinary and wonderful coincidence that arter what that gentleman said, my father's coach should be upset in that wery place and on that wery day." "It is, no doubt, a very extraordinary circumstance indeed," said Mr. Pickwick. "But brush my hat, Sam, for I hear Mr. Winkle calling me to breakfast." With these words Mr. Pickwick descended to the parlour, where he found breakfast laid and the family already assembled. The meal was hastily dispatched. Each of the gentlemen's hats was decorated with an enormous blue favour made up by the fair hands of Mrs. Pott herself, and as Mr. Winkle had undertaken to escort that lady to a house-top in the immediate vicinity of the hustings, Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Pott repaired alone to the Town Arms, from the back windows of which one of Mr. Slumkey's committee was addressing 6 small boys and 1 girl, whom he dignified at every second sentence with the imposing title of "Men of Eatanswill," whereas the 6 small boys aforesaid cheered prodigiously. The stable yard exhibited unequivocal symptoms of the glory and strength of the Eatanswill blues. There was a regular army of blue flags, some with 1 handle and some with 2, exhibiting appropriate devices in golden characters 4 feet high and stout in proportion. There was a grand band of trumpets, bassoons, and drums, marshalled 4 abreast, and earning their money, if ever men did, especially the drum beaters, who were very muscular. There were bodies of constables with blue staves, 20 committeemen with blue scarfs, and a mob of voters with blue cockades. There were electors on horseback and electors afoot. There was an open carriage and 4 for the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, and there were 4 carriage and pair for his friends and supporters. And the flags were rustling, and the band was playing, and the constables were swearing, and the 20 committeemen were squabbling, and the mob were shouting, and the horses were backing, and the post boys perspiring, and everybody and everything, then and there assembled, was for the special use, behoof, honour, and renown of the Honourable Samuel Slumkey of Slumkey Hall, one of the candidates for the representation of the borough of Eatanswill in the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom. Loud and long were the cheers, and mighty was the rustling of one of the blue flags, with "Liberty of the Press" inscribed thereon, when the sandy head of Mr. Pott was discerned in one of the windows by the mob beneath, and tremendous was the enthusiasm when the Honourable Samuel Slumkey himself, in top boots and a blue neckerchief, advanced and seized the hand of the said Pott, and melodramatically testified by gestures to the crowd his ineffaceable obligations to the Eatanswill Gazette. "Is everything ready?" said the Honourable Samuel Slumkey to Mr. Perker. "Everything, my dear sir," was the little man's reply. "Nothing has been omitted, I hope," said the Honourable Samuel Slumkey. "Nothing has been left undone, my dear sir, nothing whatever." There are 20 washed men at the street door for you to shake hands with, and 6 children in arms that you're to pat on the head and inquire the age of. Be particular about the children, my dear sir. It has always a great effect, that sort of thing." "I'll take care," said the Honorable Samuel Slumkey. "And perhaps, my dear sir," said the cautious little man, "perhaps if you could, I don't mean to say it's indispensable, but if you could manage to kiss one of 'em, it would produce a very great impression on the crowd." "Wouldn't it have as good an effect if the proposer or seconder did that?" said the Honorable Samuel Slumkey. "Why, I'm afraid it wouldn't," replied the agent. "If it were done by yourself, my dear sir, I think it would make you very popular." "Very well," said the Honorable Samuel Slumkey with a resigned air. "Then it must be done, that's all." "Arrange the procession," cried the 20 committee men. Amidst the cheers of the assembled throng, the band and the constables, and the committeemen and the voters, and the horsemen and the carriages took their places, each of the 2-horse vehicles being closely packed with as many gentlemen as could manage to stand upright in it, and that assigned to Mr. Perker, containing Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Tupman, Mr. Snodgrass, and about half a dozen of the committee besides. There was a moment of awful suspense as the procession waited for the Honorable Samuel Slumkey to step into his carriage. Suddenly the crowd set up a great cheering. "He has come out," said little Mr. Perker, greatly excited, the more so as their position did not enable them to see what was going forward. Another cheer, much louder. "He has shaken hands with the men," cried the little agent. Another cheer, far more vehement. "He has patted the babies on the head," said Mr. Perker, trembling with anxiety. A roar of applause that rent the air. "He has kissed one of 'em," exclaimed the delighted little man. A second roar. "He has kissed another," gasped the excited manager. A third roar. "He's kissing 'em all," screamed the enthusiastic little gentleman, and hailed by the deafening shouts of the multitude, the procession moved on. How or by what means it became mixed up with the other procession, and how it was ever extricated from the confusion consequent thereupon, is more than we can undertake to describe, inasmuch as Mr. Pickwick's hat was knocked over his eyes, nose, and mouth by one poke of a buff flagstaff very early in the proceedings. He describes himself as being surrounded on every side, when he could catch a glimpse of the scene, by angry and ferocious countenances, by a vast cloud of dust, and by a dense crowd of combatants. He represents himself as being forced from the carriage by some unseen power, and being personally engaged in a pugilistic encounter, but with whom, or how, or why, he is wholly unable to state. He then felt himself forced up some wooden steps by the persons from behind, and on removing his hat, found himself surrounded by his friends, in the very front of the left-hand side of the hustings. The right was reserved for the buff party, and the center for the mayor and his officers, one of whom, the fat crier of Eatanswill, was ringing an enormous bell by way of commanding silence, while Mr. Horatio Fizkin and the Honorable Samuel Slumkey, with their hands upon their hearts, were bowing with the utmost affability to the troubled sea of heads that inundated the open space in front, and from whence arose a storm of groans and shouts and yells and hootings that would have done honor to an earthquake. "There's Winkle," said Mr. Tupman, pulling his friend by the sleeve. "Where?" said Mr. Pickwick, putting on his spectacles, which he had fortunately kept in his pocket hitherto. "There," said Mr. Tupman, "on the top of that house." And there, sure enough, in the leaden gutter of a tiled roof, were Mr. Winkle and Mrs. Pott, comfortably seated in a couple of chairs, waving their handkerchiefs in token of recognition, a compliment which Mr. Pickwick returned by kissing his hand to the lady. The proceedings had not yet commenced, and as an inactive crowd is generally disposed to be jocose, this very innocent action was sufficient to awaken their facetiousness. "Oh, you wicked old rascal!" cried one voice. "Looking arter the girls, are you?" "Oh, you wenerable sinner!" cried another. "Putting on his spectacles to look at a married 'oman," said a third. "I see him a winking at her with his wicked old eyes," shouted a fourth. "Look arter your wife, Pot!" bellowed a fifth, and then there was a roar of laughter. As these taunts were accompanied with invidious comparisons between Mr. Pickwick and an aged ram, and several witticisms of the like nature, and as they moreover rather tended to convey reflections upon the honor of an innocent lady, Mr. Pickwick's indignation was excessive. But as silence was proclaimed at the moment, he contented himself by scorching the mob with a look of pity for their misguided minds, at which they laughed more boisterously than ever. "Silence!" roared the mayor's attendants. "Whiffin, proclaim silence!" said the mayor, with an air of pomp befitting his lofty station. In obedience to this command, the crier performed another concerto on the bell, whereupon a gentleman in the crowd called out, "Muffins!" which occasioned another laugh. "Gentlemen," said the mayor, at as loud a pitch as he could possibly force his voice to, "gentlemen, brother electors of the borough of Eatanswill, we are met here today for the purpose of choosing a representative in the room of our late—" Here the mayor was interrupted by a voice in the crowd. "Success to the mayor!" cried the voice, "and may he never desert the nail and sarspan business as he got his money by." This allusion to the professional pursuits of the orator was received with a storm of delight, which, with a bell accompaniment, rendered the remainder of his speech inaudible, with the exception of the concluding sentence, in which he thanked the meeting for the patient attention with which they heard him throughout, an expression of gratitude which elicited another burst of mirth of about a quarter of an hour's duration. Next, a tall, thin gentleman in a very stiff white neckerchief, after being repeatedly desired by the crowd to send a boy home to ask whether he hadn't left his voice under the pillow, begged to nominate a fit and proper person to represent them in Parliament. And when he said it was Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, near Eatanswill, the Fizkinites applauded and the Slumkeyites groaned, so long and so loudly that both he and the seconder might have sung comic songs in lieu of speaking, without anybody's being a bit the wiser. The friends of Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, having had their innings, a little choleric, pink-faced man stood forward to propose another fit and proper person to represent the electors of Eatanswill in Parliament, and very swimmingly the pink-faced gentleman would have got on, if he had not been rather too choleric to entertain a sufficient perception of the fun of the crowd. But after a very few sentences of figurative eloquence, the pink-faced gentleman got from denouncing those who interrupted him in the mob to exchanging defiances with the gentleman on the hustings, whereupon arose an uproar which reduced him to the necessity of expressing his feelings by serious pantomime, which he did, and then left the stage to his seconder, who delivered a written speech of half an hour's length, and wouldn't be stopped because he had sent it all to the Eatanswill Gazette, and the Eatanswill Gazette had already printed it, every word. Then Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, near Eatanswill, presented himself for the purpose of addressing the electors, which he no sooner did than the band employed by the Honourable Samuel Slumkey commenced performing with a power to which their strength in the morning was a trifle, in return for which the buff crowd belaboured the heads and shoulders of the blue crowd, on which the blue crowd endeavoured to dispossess themselves of the very unpleasant neighbours the buff crowd, and a scene of struggling and pushing and fighting succeeded, to which we can no more do justice than the mayor could, although he issued imperative orders to 12 constables to seize the ringleaders, who might amount in number to 250 or thereabouts. At all these encounters, Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, and his friends waxed fierce and furious, until at last Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, begged to ask his opponent, the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, of Slumkey Hall, whether that band played by his consent, which question the Honourable Samuel Slumkey declining to answer, Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, shook his fist in the countenance of the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, of Slumkey Hall, upon which the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, his blood being up, defied Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, to mortal combat. At this violation of all known rules and precedents of order, the mayor commanded another fantasia on the bell, and declared that he would bring before himself both Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, and the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, of Slumkey Hall, and bind them over to keep the peace. Upon this terrific denunciation, the supporters of the two candidates interfered, and after the friends of each party had quarrelled in pairs for 3/4 of an hour, Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, touched his hat to the Honourable Samuel Slumkey, the Honourable Samuel Slumkey touched his to Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, the band was stopped, the crowd were partially quieted, and Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, was permitted to proceed. The speeches of the two candidates, though differing in every other respect, afforded a beautiful tribute to the merit and high worth of the electors of Eatanswill. Both expressed their opinion that a more independent, a more enlightened, a more public-spirited, a more noble-minded, a more disinterested set of men than those who had promised to vote for him never existed on earth. Each darkly hinted his suspicions that the electors in the opposite interest had certain swinish and besotted infirmities which rendered them unfit for the exercise of the important duties they were called upon to discharge. Fizkin expressed his readiness to do anything he was wanted. Slumkey his determination to do nothing that was asked of him. Both said that the trade, the manufactures, the commerce, the prosperity of Eatanswill would ever be dearer to their hearts than any earthly object, and each had it in his power to state with the utmost confidence that he was the man who would eventually be returned. There was a show of hands. The mayor decided in favor of the Honorable Samuel Slumkey of Slumkey Hall. Horatio Fizkin, Esquire, of Fizkin Lodge, demanded a poll, and a poll was fixed accordingly. Then a vote of thanks was moved to the mayor for his able conduct in the chair, and the mayor, devoutly wishing that he had had a chair to display his able conduct in, for he had been standing during the whole proceedings, returned thanks. The processions reformed, the carriages rolled slowly through the crowd, and its members screeched and shouted after them as their feelings or caprice dictated. During the whole time of the polling, the town was in a perpetual fever of excitement. Everything was conducted on the most liberal and delightful scale. Excisable articles were remarkably cheap at all the public houses, and spring vans paraded the streets for the accommodation of voters who were seized with any temporary dizziness in the head, an epidemic which prevailed among the electors during the contest to a most alarming extent, and under the influence of which they might frequently be seen lying on the pavements in a state of utter insensibility. A small body of electors remained unpolled on the very last day. They were calculating and reflecting persons who had not yet been convinced by the arguments of either party, although they had frequent conferences with each. 1 hour before the close of the poll, Mr. Perker solicited the honor of a private interview with these intelligent, these noble, these patriotic men. It was granted. His arguments were brief but satisfactory. They went in a body to the poll, and when they returned, the Honorable Samuel Slumkey of Slumkey Hall was returned also. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. Comprising a brief description of the company at the Peacock assembled, and a tale told by a bagman. It is pleasant to turn from contemplating the strife and turmoil of political existence to the peaceful repose of private life. Although in reality no great partisan of either side, Mr. Pickwick was sufficiently fired with Mr. Pott's enthusiasm to apply his whole time and attention to the proceedings, of which the last chapter affords a description compiled from his own memoranda. Nor while he was thus occupied was Mr. Winkle idle, his whole time being devoted to pleasant walks and short country excursions with Mrs. Pott, who never failed, when such an opportunity presented itself, to seek some relief from the tedious monotony she so constantly complained of. The two gentlemen being thus completely domesticated in the editor's house, Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass were in a great measure cast upon their own resources. Taking but little interest in public affairs, they beguiled their time chiefly with such amusements as the Peacock afforded, which were limited to a bagatelle board in the first floor and a sequestered skittle ground in the back yard. In the science and nicety of both these recreations, which are far more abstruse than ordinary men suppose, they were gradually initiated by Mr. Weller, who possessed a perfect knowledge of such pastimes. Thus, notwithstanding that they were in a great measure deprived of the comfort and advantage of Mr. Pickwick's society, they were still enabled to beguile the time and to prevent its hanging heavily on their hands. It was in the evening, however, that the Peacock presented attractions which enabled the two friends to resist even the invitations of the gifted though prosy Pott. It was in the evening that the commercial room, was filled with a social circle whose characters and manners it was the delight of Mr. Tupman to observe, whose sayings and doings it was the habit of Mr. Snodgrass to note down. Most people know what sort of places commercial rooms usually are. That one of the Peacock differed in no material respect from the generality of such apartments. That is to say, it was a large, bare-looking room, the furniture of which had no doubt been better when it was newer, with a spacious table in the centre and a variety of smaller dittos in the corners. An extensive assortment of variously shaped chairs, and an old Turkey carpet bearing about the same relative proportion to the size of the room as a lady's pocket-handkerchief might to the floor of a watch-box. The walls were garnished with one or two large maps, and several weather-beaten rough greatcoats, with complicated capes, dangled from a long row of pegs in one corner. The mantel-shelf was ornamented with a wooden inkstand, containing one stump of a pen and half a wafer, a road book and directory, a county history minus the cover, and the mortal remains of a trout in a glass coffin. The atmosphere was redolent of tobacco smoke, the fumes of which had communicated a rather dingy hue to the whole room, and more especially to the dusty red curtains which shaded the windows. On the sideboard a variety of miscellaneous articles were huddled together, the most conspicuous of which were some very cloudy fish-sauce cruets, a couple of driving-boxes, 2 or 3 whips, and as many travelling shawls, a tray of knives and forks, and the mustard. Here it was that Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass were seated on the evening after the conclusion of the election, with several other temporary inmates of the house, smoking and drinking. "Well, gents," said a stout, hale personage of about 40, with only one eye, a very bright black eye, which twinkled with a roguish expression of fun and good humour. "Our noble selves, gents. I always propose that toast to the company and drink Mary to myself, eh, Mary?" "Get along with you, you wretch," said the handmaiden, obviously not ill-pleased with the compliment, however. "Don't go away, Mary," said the black-eyed man. "Let me alone, imperence," said the young lady. "Never mind," said the one-eyed man, calling after the girl as she left the room. "I'll step out by and by, Mary. Keep your spirits up, dear." Here he went through the not very difficult process of winking upon the company with his solitary eye, to the enthusiastic delight of an elderly personage with a dirty face and a clay pipe. "Rum creeters is women," said the dirty-faced man, after a pause. "Ah, no mistake about that," said a very red-faced man behind a cigar. After this little bit of philosophy there was another pause. "There's rummer things than women in this world, though, mind you," said the man with the black eye, slowly filling a large Dutch pipe with a most capacious bowl. "Are you married?" inquired the dirty-faced man. "Can't say I am." "I thought not." Here the dirty-faced man fell into ecstasies of mirth at his own retort, in which he was joined by a man of bland voice and placid countenance, who always made it a point to agree with everybody. "Women, after all, gentlemen," said the enthusiastic Mr. Snodgrass, "are the great props and comforts of our existence." "So they are," said the placid gentleman. "When they're in a good humour," interposed the dirty-faced man. "And that's very true," said the placid one. "I repudiate that qualification," said Mr. Snodgrass, whose thoughts were fast reverting to Emily Wardle. "I repudiate it with disdain, with indignation. Show me the man who says anything against women as women, and I boldly declare he is not a man." And Mr. Snodgrass took his cigar from his mouth and struck the table violently with his clenched fist. "That's a good sound argument," said the placid man. "Containing a position which I deny," interrupted he of the dirty countenance. "And there's certainly a very great deal of truth in what you observe too, sir," said the placid gentleman. "Your health, sir," said the bagman with the lonely eye, bestowing an approving nod on Mr. Snodgrass. Mr. Snodgrass acknowledged the compliment. "I always like to hear a good argument," continued the bagman, "a sharp one like this. It's very improving. But this little argument about women brought to my mind a story I have heard an old uncle of mine tell, the recollection of which just now made me say there were rummer things than women to be met with sometimes." "I should like to hear that same story," said the red-faced man with the cigar. "Should you?" was the only reply of the bagman, who continued to smoke with great vehemence. "So should I," said Mr. Tupman, speaking for the first time. He was always anxious to increase his stock of experience. "Should you? Well, then, I'll tell it. No, I won't. I know you won't believe it," said the man with the roguish eye, making that organ look more roguish than ever. "If you say it's true, of course I shall," said Mr. Tupman. "Well, upon that understanding I'll tell you," replied the traveller. "Did you ever hear of the great commercial house of Billson and Slum? But it doesn't matter, though, whether you did or not, because they retired from business long since. It's 80 years ago since the circumstance happened to a traveller for that house, but he was a particular friend of my uncle's, and my uncle told the story to me. It's a queer name, but he used to call it the Bagman's Story. And he used to tell it something in this way. One winter's evening, about 5 o'clock, just as it began to grow dusk, a man in a gig might have been seen urging his tired horse along the road which leads across Marlborough Downs in the direction of Bristol. I say he might have been seen, and I have no doubt he would have been, if anybody but a blind man had happened to pass that way. But the weather was so bad, and the night so cold and wet, that nothing was out but the water, and so the traveller jogged along in the middle of the road, lonesome and dreary enough. If any bagman of that day could have caught sight of the little neck-or-nothing sort of gig with a clay-coloured body and red wheels, and the vixenish, ill-tempered, fast-going bay mare that looked like a cross between a butcher's horse and a twopenny post-office pony, he would have known at once that this traveller could have been no other than Tom Smart, of the great house of Billson and Slum, Cateaton Street, City. However, as there was no bagman to look on, nobody knew anything at all about the matter, and so Tom Smart, in his clay-coloured gig with the red wheels, and the vixenish mare with the fast pace, went on together, keeping the secret among them, and nobody was a bit the wiser. There are many pleasanter places, even in this dreary world, than Marlborough Downs when it blows hard. And if you throw in beside a gloomy winter's evening, a miry and sloppy road, and a pelting fall of heavy rain, and try the effect by way of experiment in your own proper person, you will experience the full force of this observation. The wind blew, not up the road or down it, though that's bad enough, but sheer across it, sending the rain slanting down like the lines they used to rule in the copybooks at school to make the boys slope well. For a moment it would die away, and the traveller would begin to delude himself into the belief that, exhausted with its previous fury, it had quietly laid itself down to rest, when, whoo, he could hear it growling and whistling in the distance, and on it would come, rushing over the hilltops and sweeping along the plain, gathering sound and strength as it drew nearer, until it dashed with a heavy gust against horse and man, driving the sharp rain into their ears, and its cold, damp breath into their very bones, and past them it would scour, far, far away, with a stunning roar, as if in ridicule of their weakness, and triumphant in the consciousness of its own strength and power. The bay mare splashed away through the mud and water with drooping ears, now and then tossing her head as if to express her disgust at this very ungentlemanly behaviour of the elements, but keeping a good pace notwithstanding, until a gust of wind, more furious than any that had yet assailed them, caused her to stop suddenly and plant her 4 feet firmly against the ground to prevent her being blown over. It's a special mercy that she did this, for if she had been blown over, the vixenish mare was so light, and the gig was so light, and Tom Smart such a light weight into the bargain, that they must infallibly have all gone rolling over and over together until they reached the confines of earth, or until the wind fell, and in either case the probability is that neither the vixenish mare, nor the clay-coloured gig with the red wheels, nor Tom Smart would ever have been fit for service again. "Well, damn my straps and whiskers," says Tom Smart. Tom sometimes had an unpleasant knack of swearing. "Damn my straps and whiskers," says Tom. "If this ain't pleasant, blow me." You'll very likely ask me why, as Tom Smart had been pretty well blown already, he expressed this wish to be submitted to the same process again. I can't say. All I know is that Tom Smart said so, or at least he always told my uncle he said so, and it's just the same thing. "Blow me," says Tom Smart, and the mare neighed as if she were precisely of the same opinion. "Cheer up, old girl," said Tom, patting the bay mare on the neck with the end of his whip. "It won't do pushing on such a night as this. The first house we come to we'll put up at, so the faster you go the sooner it's over. So, old girl, gently, gently." Whether the vixenish mare was sufficiently well acquainted with the tones of Tom's voice to comprehend his meaning, or whether she found it colder standing still than moving on, of course I can't say. But I can say that Tom had no sooner finished speaking than she pricked up her ears and started forward at a speed which made the clay-colored gig rattle until you would have supposed every one of the red spokes were going to fly out on the turf of Marlborough Downs. And even Tom, whip as he was, couldn't stop or check her pace until she drew up of her own accord before a roadside inn on the right-hand side of the way, about half a quarter of a mile from the end of the Downs. Tom cast a hasty glance at the upper part of the house as he threw the reins to the hostler and stuck the whip in the box. It was a strange old place, built of a kind of shingle, inlaid as it were with cross beams, with gable-topped windows projecting completely over the pathway, and a low door with a dark porch, and a couple of steep steps leading down into the house, instead of the modern fashion of half a dozen shallow ones leading up to it. It was a comfortable-looking place, though, for there was a strong, cheerful light in the bar window, which shed a bright ray across the road, and even lighted up the hedge on the other side. And there was a red flickering light in the opposite window, one moment but faintly discernible, and the next gleaming strongly through the drawn curtains, which intimated that a rousing fire was blazing within. Marking these little evidences with the eye of an experienced traveller, Tom dismounted with as much agility as his half-frozen limbs would permit, and entered the house. In less than 5 minutes' time Tom was ensconced in the room opposite the bar, the very room where he had imagined the fire blazing, before a substantial, matter-of-fact, roaring fire composed of something short of a bushel of coals, and wood enough to make half a dozen decent gooseberry bushes, piled half-way up the chimney, and roaring and crackling with a sound that of itself would have warmed the heart of any reasonable man. This was comfortable, but this was not all, for a smartly dressed girl with a bright eye and a neat ankle was laying a very clean white cloth on the table, and as Tom sat with his slippered feet on the fender and his back to the open door, he saw a charming prospect of the bar reflected in the glass over the chimney-piece, with delightful rows of green bottles and gold labels, together with jars of pickles and preserves and cheeses and boiled hams and rounds of beef, arranged on shelves in the most tempting and delicious array. Well, this was comfortable, too, but even this was not all, for in the bar, seated at tea, at the nicest possible little table, drawn close up before the brightest possible little fire, was a buxom widow of somewhere about 48 or thereabouts, with a face as comfortable as the bar, who was evidently the landlady of the house and the supreme ruler over all these agreeable possessions. There was only one drawback to the beauty of the whole picture, and that was a tall man, a very tall man, in a brown coat and bright basket buttons and black whiskers and wavy black hair, who was seated at tea with the widow, and who it required no great penetration to discover was in a fair way of persuading her to be a widow no longer, but to confer upon him the privilege of sitting down in that bar for and during the whole remainder of the term of his natural life. Tom Smart was by no means of an irritable or envious disposition, but somehow or other the tall man with the brown coat and the bright basket buttons did rouse what little gall he had in his composition, and did make him feel extremely indignant, the more especially as he could now and then observe, from his seat before the glass, certain little affectionate familiarities passing between the tall man and the widow, which sufficiently denoted that the tall man was as high in favour as he was in size. Tom was fond of hot punch. I may venture to say he was very fond of hot punch. And after he had seen the vixenish mare well fed and well littered down, and had eaten every bit of the nice little hot dinner which the widow tossed up for him with her own hands, he just ordered a tumbler of it by way of experiment. Now, if there was one thing in the whole range of domestic art which the widow could manufacture better than another, it was this identical article, and the first tumbler was adapted to Tom Smart's taste with such peculiar nicety that he ordered a second with the least possible delay. Hot punch is a pleasant thing, gentlemen, an extremely pleasant thing under any circumstances, but in that snug old parlour before the roaring fire, with the wind blowing outside till every timber in the old house creaked again, Tom Smart found it perfectly delightful. He ordered another tumbler, and then another. I am not quite certain whether he didn't order another after that, but the more he drank of the hot punch, the more he thought of the tall man. "Confound his impudence," said Tom to himself. "What business has he in that snug bar? Such an ugly villain, too," said Tom. "If the widow had any taste, she might surely pick up some better fellow than that." Here Tom's eye wandered from the glass on the chimney-piece to the glass on the table, and as he felt himself becoming gradually sentimental, he emptied the fourth tumbler of punch and ordered a fifth. Tom Smart, gentlemen, had always been very much attached to the public line. It had been long his ambition to stand in a bar of his own in a green coat, knee cords, and tops. He had a great notion of taking the chair at convivial dinners, and he had often thought how well he could preside in a room of his own in the talking way, and what a capital example he could set to his customers in the drinking department. All these things passed rapidly through Tom's mind as he sat drinking the hot punch by the roaring fire, and he felt very justly and properly indignant that the tall man should be in a fair way of keeping such an excellent house, while he, Tom Smart, was as far off from it as ever. So, after deliberating over the two last tumblers, whether he hadn't a perfect right to pick a quarrel with the tall man for having contrived to get into the good graces of the buxom widow, Tom Smart at last arrived at the satisfactory conclusion that he was a very ill-used and persecuted individual, and had better go to bed. Up a wide and ancient staircase the smart girl preceded Tom, shading the chamber candle with her hand to protect it from the currents of air which in such a rambling old place might have found plenty of room to disport themselves in without blowing the candle out, but which did blow it out nevertheless, thus affording Tom's enemies an opportunity of asserting that it was he, and not the wind, who extinguished the candle, and that while he pretended to be blowing it alight again, he was in fact kissing the girl. Be this as it may, another light was obtained, and Tom was conducted through a maze of rooms and a labyrinth of passages to the apartment which had been prepared for his reception, where the girl bade him good night and left him alone. It was a good large room with big closets, and a bed which might have served for a whole boarding school, to say nothing of a couple of oaken presses that would have held the baggage of a small army. But what struck Tom's fancy most was a strange, grim-looking, high-backed chair, carved in the most fantastic manner, with a flowered damask cushion, and the round knobs at the bottom of the legs carefully tied up in red cloth, as if it had got the gout in its toes. Of any other queer chair, Tom would only have thought it was a queer chair, and there would have been an end of the matter. But there was something about this particular chair, and yet he couldn't tell what it was, so odd and so unlike any other piece of furniture he had ever seen, that it seemed to fascinate him. He sat down before the fire and stared at the old chair for half an hour. Damn the chair! It was such a strange old thing he couldn't take his eyes off it. "Well," said Tom, slowly undressing himself and staring at the old chair all the while, which stood with a mysterious aspect by the bedside, "I never saw such a rum concern as that in my days." "Very odd," said Tom, who had got rather sage with the hot punch. "Very odd." Tom shook his head with an air of profound wisdom, and looked at the chair again. He couldn't make anything of it, though, so he got into bed, covered himself up warm, and fell asleep. In about half an hour Tom woke up with a start from a confused dream of tall men and tumblers of punch, and the first object that presented itself to his waking imagination was the queer chair. "I won't look at it any more," said Tom to himself, and he squeezed his eyelids together and tried to persuade himself he was going to sleep again. No use. Nothing but queer chairs danced before his eyes, kicking up their legs, jumping over each other's backs, and playing all kinds of antics. "I may as well see one real chair as two or three complete sets of false ones," said Tom, bringing out his head from under the bedclothes. There it was, plainly discernible by the light of the fire, looking as provoking as ever. Tom gazed at the chair, and suddenly, as he looked at it, a most extraordinary change seemed to come over it. The carving of the back gradually assumed the lineaments and expression of an old shriveled human face. The damask cushion became an antique flapped waistcoat, the round knobs grew into a couple of feet encased in red cloth slippers, and the whole chair looked like a very ugly old man of the previous century with his arms akimbo. Tom sat up in bed and rubbed his eyes to dispel the illusion. No, the chair was an ugly old gentleman, and what was more, he was winking at Tom Smart. Tom was naturally a headlong, careless sort of dog, and he had had 5 tumblers of hot punch into the bargain. So, although he was a little startled at first, He began to grow rather indignant when he saw the old gentleman winking and leering at him with such an impudent air. At length he resolved that he wouldn't stand it, and as the old face still kept winking away as fast as ever, Tom said in a very angry tone, "What the devil are you winking at me for?" "Because I like it, Tom Smart," said the chair, or the old gentleman, whichever you like to call him. He stopped winking, though, when Tom spoke, and began grinning like a superannuated monkey. "How do you know my name, old nutcracker face?" inquired Tom Smart, rather staggered, though he pretended to carry it off so well. "Come, come, Tom," said the old gentleman, "that's not the way to address solid Spanish mahogany. Damme, you couldn't treat me with less respect if I was veneered." When the old gentleman said this, he looked so fierce that Tom began to grow frightened. "I didn't mean to treat you with any disrespect, sir," said Tom in a much humbler tone than he had spoken in at first. "Well, well," said the old fellow, "perhaps not, perhaps not. Tom, sir, I know everything about you, Tom, everything. You're very poor, Tom." "I certainly am," said Tom Smart, "but how came you to know that?" "Never mind that," said the old gentleman. "You're much too fond of punch, Tom." Tom Smart was just on the point of protesting that he hadn't tasted a drop since his last birthday, but when his eye encountered that of the old gentleman he looked so knowing that Tom blushed and was silent. "Tom," said the old gentleman, "the widow's a fine woman, remarkably fine woman, eh, Tom?" Here the old fellow screwed up his eyes, cocked up one of his wasted little legs, and looked altogether so unpleasantly amorous that Tom was quite disgusted with the levity of his behaviour. At his time of life, too. "I am her guardian, Tom," said the old gentleman. "Are you?" inquired Tom Smart. "I knew her mother, Tom," said the old fellow, "and her grandmother. She was very fond of me, made me this waistcoat, Tom." "Did she?" said Tom Smart. "And these shoes," said the old fellow, lifting up one of the red cloth mufflers. "But don't mention it, Tom. I shouldn't like to have it known that she was so much attached to me. It might occasion some unpleasantness in the family." When the old rascal said this, he looked so extremely impertinent that, as Tom Smart afterwards declared, he could have sat upon him without remorse. "I have been a great favourite among the women in my time, Tom," said the profligate old debauchee. "Hundreds of fine women have sat in my lap for hours together. What do you think of that, you dog, eh?" The old gentleman was proceeding to recount some other exploits of his youth, when he was seized with such a violent fit of creaking that he was unable to proceed. "Just serves you right, old boy," thought Tom Smart, but he didn't say anything. "Ah," said the old fellow, "I am a good deal troubled with this now. I am getting old, Tom, and have lost nearly all my rails. I have had an operation performed, too, a small piece let into my back, and I found it a severe trial, Tom." "I dare say you did, sir," said Tom Smart. "However," said the old gentleman, "that's not the point. Tom, I want you to marry the widow." "Me, sir?" said Tom. "You," said the old gentleman. "Bless your reverend locks," said Tom. He had a few scattered horse-hairs left. "Bless your reverend locks, she wouldn't have me," and Tom sighed involuntarily as he thought of the bar. "Wouldn't she?" said the old gentleman firmly. "No, no," said Tom, "there's somebody else in the wind, a tall man, a confoundedly tall man, with black whiskers." "Tom," said the old gentleman, "she will never have him." "Won't she?" said Tom. "If you stood in the bar, old gentleman, you'd tell another story." "Pooh, pooh," said the old gentleman, "I know all about that." "About what?" said Tom. "The kissing behind the door, and all that sort of thing, Tom," said the old gentleman, and here he gave another impudent look, which made Tom very wroth, because, as you all know, gentlemen, to hear an old fellow who ought to know better talking about these things is very unpleasant, nothing more so. "I know all about that, Tom," said the old gentleman. "I have seen it done very often in my time, Tom, between more people than I should like to mention to you, but it never came to anything after all." "You must have seen some queer things," said Tom, with an inquisitive look. "You may say that, Tom," replied the old fellow, with a very complicated wink. "I am the last of my family, Tom," said the old gentleman, with a melancholy sigh. "Was it a large one?" inquired Tom Smart. "There were 12 of us, Tom," said the old gentleman. "Fine, straight-backed, handsome fellows as you'd wish to see. None of your modern abortions, all with arms and with a degree of polish, though I say it that should not, which it would have done your heart good to behold. "And what's become of the others, sir?" asked Tom Smart. The old gentleman applied his elbow to his eye as he replied, "Gone, Tom, gone. We had hard service, Tom, and they hadn't all my constitution. They got rheumatic about the legs and arms, and went into kitchens and other hospitals, and one of them, with long service and hard usage, positively lost his senses. He got so crazy that he was obliged to be burnt. Shocking thing, that, Tom." "Dreadful," said Tom Smart. The old fellow paused for a few minutes, apparently struggling with his feelings of emotion, and then said, "However, Tom, I am wandering from the point. This tall man, Tom, is a rascally adventurer. The moment he married the widow he would sell off all the furniture and run away. What would be the consequence? She would be deserted and reduced to ruin, and I should catch my death of cold in some broker's shop." "Yes, but—" "Don't interrupt me," said the old gentleman. "Of you, Tom, I entertain a very different opinion, for I well know that if you once settled yourself in a public house you would never leave it as long as there was anything to drink within its walls." "I am very much obliged to you for your good opinion, sir," said Tom Smart. "Therefore," resumed the old gentleman in a dictatorial tone, "you shall have her and he shall not." "What is to prevent it?" said Tom Smart eagerly. "This disclosure," replied the old gentleman. "He is already married." "How can I prove it?" said Tom, starting half out of bed. The old gentleman untucked his arm from his side, and having pointed to one of the oaken presses, immediately replaced it in its old position. "He little thinks," said the old gentleman, "that in the right-hand pocket of a pair of trousers in that press he has left a letter entreating him to return to his disconsolate wife, with six, mark me, Tom, 6 babes, and all of them small ones." As the old gentleman solemnly uttered these words, his features grew less and less distinct, and his figure more shadowy. A film came over Tom Smart's eyes. The old man seemed gradually blending into the chair, the damask waistcoat to resolve into a cushion, the red slippers to shrink into little red cloth bags. The light faded gently away, and Tom Smart fell back on his pillow and dropped asleep. Morning aroused Tom from the lethargic slumber into which he had fallen on the disappearance of the old man. He sat up in bed, and for some minutes vainly endeavored to recall the events of the preceding night. Suddenly they rushed upon him. He looked at the chair. It was a fantastic and grim-looking piece of furniture, certainly, but it must have been a remarkably ingenious and lively imagination that could have discovered any resemblance between it and an old man. "How are you, old boy?" said Tom. He was bolder in the daylight. Most men are. The chair remained motionless and spoke not a word. "Miserable morning," said Tom. No, the chair would not be drawn into conversation. "Which press did you point to? You can tell me that," said Tom. "Devil a word, gentlemen," the chair would say. "It's not much trouble to open it, anyhow," said Tom, getting out of the bed very deliberately. He walked up to one of the presses. The key was in the lock. He turned it and opened the door. There was a pair of trousers there. He put his hand into the pocket and drew forth the identical letter the old gentleman had described. "Queer sort of thing, this," said Tom Smart, looking first at the chair, and then at the press, and then at the letter, and then at the chair again. "Very queer," said Tom. But as there was nothing in either to lessen the queerness, he thought he might as well dress himself and settle the tall man's business at once, just to put him out of his misery. Tom surveyed the rooms he passed through on his way downstairs with the scrutinizing eye of a landlord, thinking it not impossible that before long they and their contents would be his property. The tall man was standing in the snug little bar, with his hands behind him, quite at home. He grinned vacantly at Tom. A casual observer might have supposed he did it only to show his white teeth, but Tom Smart thought that a consciousness of triumph was passing through the place where the tall man's mind would have been if he had had any. Tom laughed in his face and summoned the landlady. "Good morning, ma'am," said Tom Smart, closing the door of the little parlour as the widow entered. "Good morning, sir," said the widow. "What will you take for breakfast, sir?" Tom was thinking how he should open the case, so he made no answer. "There's a very nice ham," said the widow, "and a beautiful cold larded fowl. Shall I send 'em in, sir?" These words roused Tom from his reflections. His admiration of the widow increased as she spoke. Thoughtful creature, comfortable provider. "Who is that gentleman in the bar, ma'am?" inquired Tom. "His name is Jenkins, sir," said the widow, slightly blushing. "He's a tall man," said Tom. "He is a very fine man, sir," replied the widow, "and a very nice gentleman." "Ah," said Tom. "Is there anything more you want, sir?" inquired the widow, rather puzzled by Tom's manner. "Why, yes," said Tom. "My dear ma'am, will you have the kindness to sit down for one moment?" The widow looked much amazed, but she sat down, and Tom sat down too, close beside her. "I don't know how it happened, gentlemen. Indeed, my uncle used to tell me that Tom Smart said he didn't know how it happened either. But somehow or other the palm of Tom's hand fell upon the back of the widow's hand, and remained there while he spoke. "My dear ma'am," said Tom Smart, he had always a great notion of committing the amiable, "my dear ma'am, you deserve a very excellent husband, you do indeed." "Lor, sir!" said the widow, as well she might, Tom's mode of commencing the conversation being rather unusual, not to say startling, the fact of his never having set eyes upon her before the previous night being taken into consideration. "Lor, sir!" "I scorn to flatter, my dear ma'am," said Tom Smart. "You deserve a very admirable husband, and whoever he is, he'll be a very lucky man." As Tom said this, his eye involuntarily wandered from the widow's face to the comfort around him. The widow looked more puzzled than ever, and made an effort to rise. Tom gently pressed her hand as if to detain her, and she kept her seat. Widows, gentlemen, are not usually timorous, as my uncle used to say. "I am sure I am very much obliged to you, sir, for your good opinion," said the buxom landlady, half laughing, "and if ever I marry again—" "If?" said Tom Smart, looking very shrewdly out of the right-hand corner of his left eye. "If? Well," said the widow, laughing outright this time, "when I do, I hope I shall have as good a husband as you describe." "Jinkins, to wit?" said Tom. "Lor, sir!" exclaimed the widow. "Oh, don't tell me," said Tom. "I know him." "I am sure nobody who knows him knows anything bad of him," said the widow, bridling up at the mysterious air with which Tom had spoken. "Humph!" said Tom Smart. The widow began to think it was high time to cry, so she took out her handkerchief, and inquired whether Tom wished to insult her, whether he thought it like a gentleman to take away the character of another gentleman behind his back, why, if he had got anything to say, he didn't say it to the man like a man, instead of terrifying a poor weak woman in that way, and so forth. "I'll say it to him fast enough," said Tom, "only I want you to hear it first." "What is it?" inquired the widow, looking intently in Tom's countenance. "I'll astonish you," said Tom, putting his hand in his pocket. "If it is that he wants money," said the widow, "I know that already, and you needn't trouble yourself." "Pooh, nonsense, that's nothing," said Tom Smart. "I want money, 'tain't that." "Oh dear, what can it be?" exclaimed the poor widow. "Don't be frightened," said Tom Smart. He slowly drew forth the letter and unfolded it. "You won't scream?" said Tom doubtfully. "No, no," replied the widow. "Let me see it." "You won't go fainting away, or any of that nonsense?" said Tom. "No, no," returned the widow hastily. "And don't run out and blow him up," said Tom, "because I'll do all that for you. You had better not exert yourself." "Well, well," said the widow, "let me see it." "I will," replied Tom Smart, and with these words he placed the letter in the widow's hand. Gentlemen, I have heard my uncle say that Tom Smart said the widow's lamentations when she heard the disclosure would have pierced a heart of stone. Tom was certainly very tender-hearted, but they pierced his to the very core. The widow rocked herself to and fro and wrung her hands. "Oh, the deception and villainy of the man!" said the widow. "Frightful, my dear ma'am, but compose yourself," said Tom Smart. "Oh, I can't compose myself," shrieked the widow. "I shall never find anyone else I can love so much." "Oh, yes, you will, my dear soul," said Tom Smart, letting fall a shower of the largest sized tears in pity for the widow's misfortunes. Tom Smart, in the energy of his compassion, had put his arm round the widow's waist, and the widow, in a passion of grief, had clasped Tom's hand. She looked up in Tom's face and smiled through her tears. Tom looked down in hers and smiled through his. I never could find out, gentlemen, whether Tom did or did not kiss the widow at that particular moment. He used to tell my uncle he didn't, but I have my doubts about it. Between ourselves, gentlemen, I rather think he did. At all events, Tom kicked the very tall man out at the front door half an hour later, and married the widow a month after. And he used to drive about the country with the clay-coloured gig with the red wheels, and the vixenish mare with the fast pace, till he gave up business many years afterwards, and went to France with his wife, and then the old house was pulled down. "Will you allow me to ask you," said the inquisitive old gentleman, "what became of the chair?" "Why," replied the one-eyed bagman, "it was observed to creak very much on the day of the wedding, but Tom Smart couldn't say for certain whether it was with pleasure or bodily infirmity. He rather thought it was the latter, though, for it never spoke afterwards." "Everybody believed the story, didn't they?" said the dirty-faced man, refilling his pipe. "Except Tom's enemies," replied the bagman. "Some of 'em said Tom invented it altogether, and others said he was drunk and fancied it, and got hold of the wrong trousers by mistake before he went to bed. But nobody ever minded what they said." "Tom Smart said it was all true?" "Every word." "And your uncle?" "Every letter." "They must have been very nice men, both of 'em," said the dirty-faced man. "Yes, they were," replied the bagman. "Very nice men indeed." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15, in which is given a faithful portraiture of two distinguished persons, and an accurate description of a public breakfast in their house and grounds, which public breakfast leads to the recognition of an old acquaintance and the commencement of another chapter. Mr. Pickwick's conscience had been somewhat reproaching him for his recent neglect of his friends at the Peacock, and he was just on the point of walking forth in quest of them, on the third morning after the election had terminated, when his faithful valet put into his hand a card on which was engraved the following inscription: "Mrs. Leo Hunter, The Den, Eatanswill." "Person's a-waitin'," said Sam, epigrammatically. "Does the person want me, Sam?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "He wants you partickler, and no one else'll do, as the devil's private secretary said ven he fetched away Dr. Faustus," replied Mr. Weller. "He? Is it a gentleman?" said Mr. Pickwick. "A wery good imitation, and one if it ain't," replied Mr. Weller. "But this is a lady's card," said Mr. Pickwick. "Given me by a gentleman, howsoever," replied Sam, "and he's a-waitin' in the drawing room, said he'd rather wait all day than not see you." Mr. Pickwick, on hearing this determination, descended to the drawing room, where sat a grave man, who started up on his entrance, and said, with an air of profound respect: "Mr. Pickwick, I presume?" "The same." "Allow me, sir, the honor of grasping your hand. Permit me, sir, to shake it," said the grave man. "Certainly," said Mr. Pickwick. The stranger shook the extended hand, and then continued: "We have heard of your fame, sir. The noise of your antiquarian discussion has reached the ears of Mrs. Leo Hunter, my wife, sir. I am Mr. Leo Hunter." The stranger paused, as if he expected that Mr. Pickwick would be overcome by the disclosure, but seeing that he remained perfectly calm, proceeded: "My wife, sir, Mrs. Leo Hunter, is proud to number among her acquaintance all those who have rendered themselves celebrated by their works and talents. Permit me, sir, to place in a conspicuous part of the list the name of Mr. Pickwick, and his brother members of the club that derives its name from him." "I shall be extremely happy to make the acquaintance of such a lady, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "You shall make it, sir," said the grave man. "To morrow morning, sir, we give a public breakfast, a fete champêtre, to a great number of those who have rendered themselves celebrated by their works and talents. Permit Mrs. Leo Hunter, sir, to have the gratification of seeing you at the Den." "With great pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Mrs. Leo Hunter has many of these breakfasts, sir," resumed the new acquaintance. "Feasts of reason, sir, and flows of soul," as somebody who wrote a sonnet to Mrs. Leo Hunter on her breakfasts feelingly and originally observed. "Was he celebrated for his works and talents?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "He was, sir," replied the grave man. "All Mrs. Leo Hunter's acquaintances are. It is her ambition, sir, to have no other acquaintance." "It is a very noble ambition," said Mr. Pickwick. "When I inform Mrs. Leo Hunter that that remark fell from your lips, sir, she will indeed be proud," said the grave man. "You have a gentleman in your train who has produced some beautiful little poems, I think, sir?" "My friend Mr. Snodgrass has a great taste for poetry," replied Mr. Pickwick. "So has Mrs. Leo Hunter, sir. She dotes on poetry, sir. She adores it. I may say that her whole soul and mind are wound up and entwined with it." She has produced some delightful pieces herself, sir. You may have met with her Ode to an Expiring Frog, sir?" "I don't think I have," said Mr. Pickwick. "You astonish me, sir," said Mr. Leo Hunter. "It created an immense sensation. It was signed with an L and 8 stars, and appeared originally in a ladies' magazine. It commenced, 'Can I view thee panting, lying On thy stomach without sighing? Can I unmoved see thee dying On a log, expiring frog?'" "Beautiful," said Mr. Pickwick. "Fine," said Mr. Leo Hunter. "So simple." "Very," said Mr. Pickwick. "The next verse is still more touching. Shall I repeat it?" "If you please," said Mr. Pickwick. "It runs thus," said the grave man, still more gravely. "Say, have fiends in shape of boys, With wild halloo and brutal noise, Hunted thee from marshy joys With the dog, expiring frog?" "Finely expressed," said Mr. Pickwick. "All point, sir," said Mr. Leo Hunter. "But you shall hear Mrs. Leo Hunter repeat it. She can do justice to it, sir. She will repeat it in character, sir, to-morrow morning." "In character?" "As Minerva. But I forgot. It's a fancy dress déjeuner." "Dear me," said Mr. Pickwick, glancing at his own figure. "I can't possibly—" "Can't, sir, can't?" exclaimed Mr. Leo Hunter. "Solomon Lucas, the Jew in the High Street, has thousands of fancy dresses. Consider, sir, how many appropriate characters are open for your selection. Plato, Zeno, Epicurus, Pythagoras, all founders of clubs." "I know that," said Mr. Pickwick, "but as I cannot put myself in competition with those great men, I cannot presume to wear their dresses." The grave man considered deeply for a few seconds, and then said: "On reflection, sir, I don't know whether it would not afford Mrs. Leo Hunter greater pleasure if her guests saw a gentleman of your celebrity in his own costume rather than in an assumed one. I may venture to promise an exception in your case, sir. Yes, I am quite certain that on behalf of Mrs. Leo Hunter I may venture to do so." "In that case," said Mr. Pickwick, "I shall have great pleasure in coming." "But I waste your time, sir," said the grave man, as if suddenly recollecting himself. "I know its value, sir. I will not detain you. I may tell Mrs. Leo Hunter, then, that she may confidently expect you and your distinguished friends? Good morning, sir. I am proud to have beheld so eminent a personage. Not a step, sir, not a word." And without giving Mr. Pickwick time to offer remonstrance or denial, Mr. Leo Hunter stalked gravely away. Mr. Pickwick took up his hat and repaired to the Peacock, but Mr. Winkle had conveyed the intelligence of the fancy ball there before him. "Mrs. Pott's going," were the first words with which he saluted his leader. "Is she?" said Mr. Pickwick. "As Apollo," replied Winkle, "only Pott objects to the tunic." "He is right, he is quite right," said Mr. Pickwick emphatically. "Yes, so she's going to wear a white satin gown with gold spangles." "They'll hardly know what she's meant for, will they?" inquired Mr. Snodgrass. "Of course they will," replied Mr. Winkle indignantly. "They'll see her lyre, won't they?" "True, I forgot that," said Mr. Snodgrass. "I shall go as a bandit," interposed Mr. Tupman. "What!" said Mr. Pickwick with a sudden start. "As a bandit," repeated Mr. Tupman mildly. "You don't mean to say," said Mr. Pickwick, gazing with solemn sternness at his friend, "you don't mean to say, Mr. Tupman, that it is your intention to put yourself into a green velvet jacket with a 2-inch tail?" "Such is my intention, sir," replied Mr. Tupman warmly. "And why not, sir?" "Because, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, considerably excited, "because you are too old, sir." "Too old!" exclaimed Mr. Tupman. "And if any further ground of objection be wanting," continued Mr. Pickwick, "you are too fat, sir." "Sir," said Mr. Tupman, his face suffused with a crimson glow, "this is an insult." "Sir," replied Mr. Pickwick in the same tone, "it is not half the insult to you that your appearance in my presence in a green velvet jacket with a 2-inch tail would be to me." "Sir," said Mr. Tupman, "you're a fellow." "Sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "you're another." Mr. Tupman advanced a step or two and glared at Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick returned the glare, concentrated into a focus by means of his spectacles, and breathed a bold defiance. Mr. Snodgrass and Mr. Winkle looked on, petrified at beholding such a scene between two such men. "Sir," said Mr. Tupman, after a short pause, speaking in a low, deep voice, "you have called me old." "I have," said Mr. Pickwick. "And fat." I reiterate the charge. And a fellow. So you are. There was a fearful pause. My attachment to your person, sir, said Mr. Tupman, speaking in a voice tremulous with emotion, and tucking up his wristbands meanwhile, is great, very great, but upon that person I must take summary vengeance. Come on, sir, replied Mr. Pickwick. Stimulated by the exciting nature of the dialogue, the heroic man actually threw himself into a paralytic attitude, confidently supposed by the two bystanders to have been intended as a posture of defense. What? Exclaimed Mr. Snodgrass, suddenly recovering the power of speech, of which intense astonishment had previously bereft him, and rushing between the two at the imminent hazard of receiving an application on the temple from each. What? Mr. Pickwick, with the eyes of the world upon you? Mr. Tupman, who in common with us all derives a lustre from his undying name? For shame, gentlemen, for shame! The unwonted lines which momentary passion had ruled in Mr. Pickwick's clear and open brow gradually melted away as his young friend spoke, like the marks of a black lead pencil beneath the softening influence of India rubber. His countenance had resumed its usual benign expression ere he concluded. I have been hasty, said Mr. Pickwick, very hasty, Tupman. Your hand. The dark shadow passed from Mr. Tupman's face as he warmly grasped the hand of his friend. I have been hasty, too, said he. No, no, interrupted Mr. Pickwick, the fault was mine. You will wear the green velvet jacket? No, no, replied Mr. Tupman. To oblige me, you will, resumed Mr. Pickwick. Well, well, I will, said Mr. Tupman. It was accordingly settled that Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass should all wear fancy dresses. Thus Mr. Pickwick was led, by the very warmth of his own good feelings, to give his consent to a proceeding from which his better judgment would have recoiled. A more striking illustration of his amiable character could hardly have been conceived, even if the events recorded in these pages had been wholly imaginary. Mr. Leo Hunter had not exaggerated the resources of Mr. Solomon Lucas. His wardrobe was extensive, very extensive. Not strictly classical, perhaps, not quite new, nor did it contain any one garment made precisely after the fashion of any age or time, but everything was more or less spangled, and what can be prettier than spangles? It may be objected that they are not adapted to the daylight, but everybody knows that they would glitter if there were lamps. And nothing can be clearer than that if people give fancy balls in the daytime, and the dresses do not show quite as well as they would by night, the fault lies solely with the people who give the fancy balls, and is in no wise chargeable on the spangles. Such was the convincing reasoning of Mr. Solomon Lucas, and influenced by such arguments did Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass engage to array themselves in costumes which his taste and experience induced him to recommend as admirably suited to the occasion. A carriage was hired from the Town Arms for the accommodation of the Pickwickians, and a chariot was ordered from the same repository for the purpose of conveying Mr. and Mrs. Pott to Mrs. Leo Hunter's grounds, which Mr. Pott, as a delicate acknowledgment of having received an invitation, had already confidently predicted in the Eatanswill Gazette, would present a scene of varied and delicious enchantment, a bewildering coruscation of beauty and talent, a lavish and prodigal display of hospitality, above all, a degree of splendor softened by the most exquisite taste, and adornment refined with perfect harmony and the chastest good keeping, compared with which the fabled gorgeousness of Eastern fairyland itself would appear to be clothed in as many dark and murky colors as must be the mind of the splenetic and unmanly being who could presume to taint with the venom of his envy the preparations made by the virtuous and highly distinguished lady at whose shrine this humble tribute of admiration was offered. This last was a piece of biting sarcasm against the Independent, who, in consequence of not having been invited at all, had been, through 4 numbers, affecting to sneer at the whole affair, in his very largest type, with all the adjectives in capital letters. The morning came. It was a pleasant sight to behold Mr. Tupman in full brigand's costume, with a very tight jacket sitting like a pincushion over his back and shoulders, the upper portion of his legs encased in the velvet shorts, and the lower part thereof swathed in the complicated bandages to which all brigands are peculiarly attached. It was pleasing to see his open and ingenuous countenance, well mustachioed and corked, looking out from an open shirt collar, and to contemplate the sugar-loaf hat, decorated with ribbons of all colors, which he was compelled to carry on his knee, inasmuch as no known conveyance with a top to it would admit of any man's carrying it between his head and the roof. Equally humorous and agreeable was the appearance of Mr. Snodgrass, in blue satin trunks and cloak, white silk tights and shoes, and Grecian helmet, which everybody knows, and if they do not, Mr. Solomon Lucas did, to have been the regular, authentic, everyday costume of a troubadour, from the earliest ages down to the time of their final disappearance from the face of the earth. All this was pleasant, but this was as nothing compared with the shouting of the populace when the carriage drew up behind Mr. Pot's chariot, which chariot itself drew up at Mr. Pot's door, which door itself opened, and displayed the great Pot, accoutred as a Russian officer of justice, with a tremendous knout in his hand, tastefully typical of the stern and mighty power of the Eatanswill Gazette and the fearful lashings it bestowed on public offenders. "Bravo!" shouted Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass from the passage, when they beheld the walking allegory. "Bravo!" Mr. Pickwick was heard to exclaim from the passage. "Hurroar, Pot!" shouted the populace. Amid these salutations, Mr. Pot, smiling with that kind of bland dignity which sufficiently testified that he felt his power and knew how to exert it, got into the chariot. Then there emerged from the house Mrs. Pot, who would have looked very like Apollo if she hadn't had a gown on, conducted by Mr. Winkle, who, in his light red coat, could not possibly have been mistaken for anything but a sportsman, if he had not borne an equal resemblance to a general postman. Last of all came Mr. Pickwick, whom the boys applauded as loud as anybody, probably under the impression that his tights and gaiters were some remnants of the dark ages. And then the two vehicles proceeded towards Mrs. Leo Hunter's, Mr. Weller, who was to assist in waiting, being stationed on the box of that in which his master was seated. Every one of the men, women, boys, girls, and babies who were assembled to see the visitors in their fancy dresses screamed with delight and ecstasy when Mr. Pickwick, with the brigand on one arm and the troubadour on the other, walked solemnly up the entrance. Never were such shouts heard as those which greeted Mr. Tupman's efforts to fix the sugar-loaf hat on his head by way of entering the garden in style. The preparations were on the most delightful scale, fully realizing the prophetic Pot's anticipations about the gorgeousness of Eastern fairyland, and at once affording a sufficient contradiction to the malignant statements of the reptile independent. The grounds were more than an acre and a quarter in extent, and they were filled with people. Never was such a blaze of beauty and fashion and literature. There was the young lady who "did" the poetry in the Eatanswill Gazette, in the garb of a sultana, leaning upon the arm of the young gentleman who "did" the review department, and who was appropriately habited in a field marshal's uniform, the boots excepted. There were hosts of these geniuses, and any reasonable person would have thought it honor enough to meet them. But more than these, there were half a dozen lions from London, authors, real authors who had written whole books and printed them afterwards, and here you might see 'em walking about like ordinary men, smiling and talking, aye, and talking pretty considerable nonsense too, no doubt with the benign intention of rendering themselves intelligible to the common people about them. Moreover, there was a band of music in pasteboard caps, 4 something Ian singers in the costume of their country, and a dozen hired waiters in the costume of their country, and very dirty costume too, and above all there was Mrs. Leo Hunter in the character of Minerva, receiving the company, and overflowing with pride and gratification at the notion of having called such distinguished individuals together. "Mr. Pickwick, ma'am," said a servant, as that gentleman approached the presiding goddess, with his hat in his hand and the brigand and troubadour on either arm. "What? Where?" exclaimed Mrs. Leo Hunter, starting up, in an affected rapture of surprise. "Here," said Mr. Pickwick. "Is it possible that I have really the gratification of beholding Mr. Pickwick himself?" ejaculated Mrs. Leo Hunter. "No other, ma'am," replied Mr. Pickwick, bowing very low. "Permit me to introduce my friends, Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, Mr. Snodgrass, to the authoress of The Expiring Frog." Very few people, but those who have tried it, know what a difficult process it is to bow in green velvet smalls and a tight jacket and high crowned hat, or in blue satin trunks and white silks, or knee cords and top boots that were never made for the wearer and have been fixed upon him without the remotest reference to the comparative dimensions of himself and the suit. Never were such distortions as Mr. Tupman's frame underwent in his efforts to appear easy and graceful. Never was such ingenious posturing as his fancy-dressed friends exhibited. "Mr. Pickwick," said Mrs. Leo Hunter, "I must make you promise not to stir from my side the whole day. There are hundreds of people here that I must positively introduce you to." "You are very kind, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick. "In the first place, here are my little girls. I had almost forgotten them," said Minerva, carelessly pointing towards a couple of full-grown young ladies, of whom one might be about 20 and the other a year or two older, and who were dressed in very juvenile costumes. Whether to make them look young or their mamma younger, Mr. Pickwick does not distinctly inform us. "They are very beautiful," said Mr. Pickwick, as the juveniles turned away after being presented. "They are very like their mamma, sir," said Mr. Pott, majestically. "Oh, you naughty man!" exclaimed Mrs. Leo Hunter, playfully tapping the editor's arm with her fan. "Minerva with a fan?" "Why, now, my dear Mrs. Hunter," said Mr. Pott, who was trumpeter in ordinary at the Den, "you know that when your picture was in the exhibition of the Royal Academy last year, everybody inquired whether it was intended for you or your youngest daughter, for you were so much alike that there was no telling the difference between you." "Well, and if they did, why need you repeat it before strangers?" said Mrs. Leo Hunter, bestowing another tap on the slumbering lion of the Eatanswill Gazette. "Count! Count!" screamed Mrs. Leo Hunter to a well-whiskered individual in a foreign uniform who was passing by. "Ah, you want me?" said the Count, turning back. "I want to introduce two very clever people to each other," said Mrs. Leo Hunter. "Mr. Pickwick, I have great pleasure in introducing you to Count Smorltork." She added in a hurried whisper to Mr. Pickwick, "The famous foreigner, gathering materials for his great work on England. Hum! Count Smorltork, Mr. Pickwick." Mr. Pickwick saluted the Count with all the reverence due to so great a man, and the Count drew forth a set of tablets. "What you say, Mrs. Hunt?" inquired the Count, smiling graciously on the gratified Mrs. Leo Hunter. "Pig Vig? Or Big Vig? What you call lawyer, eh? I see, that is it, Big Vig." And the Count was proceeding to enter Mr. Pickwick in his tablets as a gentleman of the long robe, who derived his name from the profession to which he belonged, when Mrs. Leo Hunter interposed. "No, no, Count," said the lady, "Pickwick." "Ah, ah, I see," replied the Count. "Peak, Christian name, Weeks, surname. Good, ver good. Peak Weeks. How you do, Weeks?" "Quite well, I thank you," replied Mr. Pickwick, with all his usual affability. "Have you been long in England?" "Long, ver long time. Fortnight, more." "Do you stay here long?" "1 week." "You will have enough to do," said Mr. Pickwick, smiling, "to gather all the materials you want in that time." They are gathered," said the Count. "Indeed!" said Mr. Pickwick. "They are here," added the Count, tapping his forehead significantly. "Large book at home, full of notes, music, picture, science, potry, politic, all tings." "The word politics, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "comprises in itself a difficult study of no inconsiderable magnitude." "Ah," said the Count, drawing out the tablets again, "ver good. Fine words to begin a chapter. Chapter 47, Politics. The word politics surprises by himself." And down went Mr. Pickwick's remark in Count Smorltork's tablets, with such variations and additions as the Count's exuberant fancy suggested, or his imperfect knowledge of the language occasioned. "Count," said Mrs. Leo Hunter. "Mrs. Hunt," replied the Count. "This is Mr. Snodgrass, a friend of Mr. Pickwick's, and a poet." "Stop!" exclaimed the Count, bringing out the tablets once more. "Head, potry, chapter, literary friends, name Snodgrass. Very good. Introduced to Snodgrass, great poet, friend of Peak Weeks, by Mrs. Hunt, which wrote other sweet poem. What is that name? Fogg? Perspiring Fogg? Ver good indeed." And the Count put up his tablets, and with sundry bows and acknowledgments walked away, thoroughly satisfied that he had made the most important and valuable additions to his stock of information. "Wonderful man, Count Smorltork," said Mrs. Leo Hunter. "Sound philosopher," said Mr. Pott. "Clear-headed, strong-minded person," added Mr. Snodgrass. A chorus of bystanders took up the shout of Count Smorltork's praise, shook their heads sagely, and unanimously cried, Very. As the enthusiasm in Count Smorltork's favor ran very high, his praises might have been sung until the end of the festivities if the four somethingian singers had not ranged themselves in front of a small apple tree to look picturesque, and commenced singing their national songs, which appeared by no means difficult of execution, inasmuch as the grand secret seemed to be that three of the somethingian singers should grunt while the fourth howled. This interesting performance having concluded amidst the loud plaudits of the whole company, a boy forthwith proceeded to entangle himself with the rails of a chair, and to jump over it, and crawl under it, and fall down with it, and do everything but sit upon it, and then to make a cravat of his legs, and tie them round his neck, and then to illustrate the ease with which a human being can be made to look like a magnified toad, all which feats yielded high delight and satisfaction to the assembled spectators. After which, the voice of Mrs. Pott was heard to chirp faintly forth something which courtesy interpreted into a song, which was all very classical and strictly in character, because Apollo was himself a composer, and composers can very seldom sing their own music, or anybody else's either. This was succeeded by Mrs. Leo Hunter's recitation of her far-famed Ode to an Expiring Frog, which was encored once, and would have been encored twice, if the major part of the guests, who thought it was high time to get something to eat, had not said that it was perfectly shameful to take advantage of Mrs. Hunter's good nature. So, although Mrs. Leo Hunter professed her perfect willingness to recite the ode again, her kind and considerate friends wouldn't hear of it on any account, and the refreshment room being thrown open, all the people who had ever been there before scrambled in with all possible dispatch, Mrs. Leo Hunter's usual course of proceedings being to issue cards for 100 and breakfast for 50, or in other words, to feed only the very particular lions and let the smaller animals take care of themselves. "Where is Mr. Pott?" said Mrs. Leo Hunter, as she placed the aforesaid lions around her. "Here I am," said the editor from the remotest end of the room, far beyond all hope of food unless something was done for him by the hostess. "Won't you come up here?" "Oh, pray don't mind him," said Mrs. Pott, in the most obliging voice. "You give yourself a great deal of unnecessary trouble, Mrs. Hunter. You'll do very well there, won't you, dear?" "Certainly, love," replied the unhappy Pott, with a grim smile. Alas for the knout! The nervous arm that wielded it with such a gigantic force on public characters was paralyzed beneath the glance of the imperious Mrs. Pott. Mrs. Leo Hunter looked round her in triumph. Count Smorltork was busily engaged in taking notes of the contents of the dishes. Mr. Tupman was doing the honors of the lobster salad to several lionesses with a degree of grace which no brigand ever exhibited before. Mr. Snodgrass, having cut out the young gentleman who cut up the books for the Eatanswill Gazette, was engaged in an impassioned argument with the young lady who did the poetry, and Mr. Pickwick was making himself universally agreeable. Nothing seemed wanting to render the select circle complete, when Mr. Leo Hunter, whose department on these occasions was to stand about in doorways and talk to the less important people, suddenly called out, "My dear, here's Mr. Charles Fitzmarshall." "Oh, dear," said Mrs. Leo Hunter, "how anxiously I have been expecting him. Pray make room to let Mr. Fitzmarshall pass. Tell Mr. Fitzmarshall, my dear, to come up to me directly, to be scolded for coming so late." "Coming, my dear ma'am," cried a voice, "as quick as I can. Crowds of people, full room, hard work, very." Mr. Pickwick's knife and fork fell from his hand. He stared across the table at Mr. Tupman, who had dropped his knife and fork, and was looking as if he were about to sink into the ground without further notice. "Ah!" cried the voice, as its owner pushed his way among the last 25 Turks, officers, cavaliers, and Charles the Seconds that remained between him and the table. "Regular mangle! Baker's patent! Not a crease in my coat, after all this squeezing! Might have got up my linen as I came along. Ha, ha! Not a bad idea, that. Queer thing to have it mangled when it's upon one, though. Trying process, very." With these broken words, a young man, dressed as a naval officer, made his way up to the table, and presented to the astonished Pickwickians the identical form and features of Mr. Alfred Jingo. The offender had barely time to take Mrs. Leo Hunter's proffered hand when his eyes encountered the indignant orbs of Mr. Pickwick. "Hullo!" said Jingle. "Quite forgot. No directions to postilion. Give 'em at once. Back in a minute." "The servant or Mr. Hunter will do it in a moment, Mr. Fitzmarshall," said Mrs. Leo Hunter. "No, no, I'll do it. Shan't be long. Back in no time," replied Jingle. With these words he disappeared among the crowd. "Will you allow me to ask you, ma'am," said the excited Mr. Pickwick, rising from his seat, "who that young man is and where he resides?" "He is a gentleman of fortune, Mr. Pickwick," said Mrs. Leo Hunter, "to whom I very much want to introduce you. The Count will be delighted with him." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Pickwick hastily, "his residence is at present at the Angel at Bury." "At Bury?" "At Bury St. Edmunds, not many miles from here. But, dear me, Mr. Pickwick, you are not going to leave us? Surely, Mr. Pickwick, you cannot think of going so soon." But long before Mrs. Leo Hunter had finished speaking, Mr. Pickwick had plunged through the throng and reached the garden, whither he was shortly afterwards joined by Mr. Tupman, who had followed his friend closely. "It's of no use," said Mr. Tupman, "he is gone." "I know it," said Mr. Pickwick, "and I will follow him." "Follow him? Where?" inquired Mr. Tupman. "To the Angel at Bury," replied Mr. Pickwick, speaking very quickly. "How do we know whom he is deceiving there? He deceived a worthy man once, and we were the innocent cause. He shall not do it again, if I can help it. I'll expose him. Sam! Where's my servant?" "Here you are, sir," said Mr. Weller, emerging from a sequestered spot, where he had been engaged in discussing a bottle of Madeira which he had abstracted from the breakfast table an hour or two before. "Here's your servant, sir. Proud of the title, as the living skeletons said when they showed him." "Follow me instantly," said Mr. Pickwick. "Tupman, if I stay at Bury you can join me there when I write. Till then, good bye." Remonstrances were useless. Mr. Pickwick was roused, and his mind was made up. Mr. Tupman returned to his companions, and in another hour had drowned all present recollections of Mr. Alfred Jingle or Mr. Charles Fitzmarshall in an exhilarating quadrille and a bottle of champagne. By that time Mr. Pickwick and Sam Weller, perched on the outside of a stage-coach, were every succeeding minute placing a less and less distance between themselves and the good old town of Bury St. Edmunds. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. Too full of adventure to be briefly described. There is no month in the whole year in which nature wears a more beautiful appearance than in the month of August. Spring has many beauties, and May is a fresh and blooming month, but the charms of this time of year are enhanced by their contrast with the winter season. August has no such advantage. It comes when we remember nothing but clear skies, green fields, and sweet-smelling flowers, when the recollection of snow and ice and bleak winds has faded from our minds as completely as they have disappeared from the earth. And yet what a pleasant time it is! Orchards and cornfields ring with the hum of labor, trees bend beneath the thick clusters of rich fruit which bow their branches to the ground, and the corn, piled in graceful sheaves, or waving in every light breath that sweeps above it, as if it wooed the sickle, tinges the landscape with a golden hue. A mellow softness appears to hang over the whole earth. The influence of the season seems to extend itself to the very wagon, whose slow motion across the well-reaped field is perceptible only to the eye, but strikes with no harsh sound upon the ear. As the coach rolls swiftly past the fields and orchards which skirt the road, groups of women and children, piling the fruit in sieves or gathering the scattered ears of corn, pause for an instant from their labor, and shading the sunburned face with a still browner hand, gaze upon the passengers with curious eyes, while some stout urchin, too small to work but too mischievous to be left at home, scrambles over the side of the basket in which he has been deposited for security, and kicks and screams with delight. The reaper stops in his work and stands with folded arms, looking at the vehicle as it whirls past, and the rough cart horses bestow a sleepy glance upon the smart coach team, which says as plainly as a horse's glance can, "It's all very fine to look at, but slow going over a heavy field is better than warm work like that upon a dusty road, after all." You cast a look behind you as you turn a corner of the road. The women and children have resumed their labor. The reaper once more stoops to his work. The cart horses have moved on, and all are again in motion. The influence of a scene like this was not lost upon the well-regulated mind of Mr. Pickwick. Intent upon the resolution he had formed of exposing the real character of the nefarious Jingle in any quarter in which he might be pursuing his fraudulent designs, he sat at first taciturn and contemplative, brooding over the means by which his purpose could be best attained. By degrees his attention grew more and more attracted by the objects around him, and at last he derived as much enjoyment from the ride as if it had been undertaken for the pleasantest reason in the world. "Delightful prospect, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Beats the chimbley pots, sir," replied Mr. Weller, touching his hat. "I suppose you have hardly seen anything but chimney pots and bricks and mortar all your life, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, smiling. "I warn't always a boots, sir," said Mr. Weller, with a shake of the head. "I was a wagoner's boy once." "When was that?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "When I was first pitched neck and crop into the world to play at leap-frog with its troubles," replied Sam. "I was a carrier's boy at a startin', then a wagoner's, then a helper, then a boots. Now I'm a gentleman's servant. I shall be a gentleman myself one of these days, perhaps, with a pipe in my mouth and a summer house in the back garden. Who knows? I shouldn't be surprised, for one." "You are quite a philosopher, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "It runs in the family, I believe, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "My father's very much in that line now. If my mother-in-law blows him up, he whistles. She flies in a passion and breaks his pipe, he steps out and gets another. Then she screams werry loud and falls into 'sterics, and he smokes werry comfortably till she comes to again. That's philosophy, sir, ain't it?" "A very good substitute for it, at all events," replied Mr. Pickwick, laughing. "It must have been of great service to you in the course of your rambling life, Sam." "Service, sir!" exclaimed Sam. "You may say that. Arter I run away from the carrier, and afore I took up with the wagoner, I had unfurnished lodgings for a fortnight." "Unfurnished lodgings?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes. The dry arches of Waterloo Bridge. Fine sleeping place, within 10 minutes' walk of all the public offices, only, if there's any objection to it, it is that the sitivation's rayther too airy. I see some queer sights there." "Ah, I suppose you did," said Mr. Pickwick, with an air of considerable interest. "Sights, sir," resumed Mr. Weller, "as 'ud penetrate your benevolent heart and come out on the other side. You don't see the reg'lar wagrants there. Trust 'em, they knows better than that. Young beggars, male and female, as hasn't made a rise in their profession, takes up their quarters there sometimes, but it's generally the worn-out, starving, houseless creeturs as roll themselves in the dark corners of them lonesome places, poor creeturs as ain't up to the twopenny rope." "And pray, Sam, what is the twopenny rope?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "The twopenny rope, sir," replied Mr. Weller, "is just a cheap lodgin' house where the beds is twopence a night." "What do they call a bed a rope for?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Bless your innocence, sir, that ain't it," replied Sam. "Ven the lady and gentleman as keeps the hotel first begun business, they used to make the beds on the floor, but this wouldn't do at no price, 'cause instead of takin' a moderate twopen'orth o' sleep, the lodgers used to lie there half the day. So now they has two ropes, 'bout 6 foot apart, and 3 from the floor, which goes right down the room, and the beds are made of slips of coarse sacking stretched across 'em." "Well?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Well," said Mr. Weller, "the adwantage of the plan's hobvious. At 6 o'clock every mornin' they lets go the ropes at one end, and down falls the lodgers. Consequence is, that being thoroughly waked, they get up werry quietly and walk away. Beg your pardon, sir," said Sam, suddenly breaking off in his loquacious discourse. "Is this Bury St. Edmunds?" "It is," replied Mr. Pickwick. The coach rattled through the well-paved streets of a handsome little town of thriving and cleanly appearance, and stopped before a large inn situated in a wide open street nearly facing the old abbey. "And this," said Mr. Pickwick, looking up, "is the Angel. We alight here, Sam, but some caution is necessary. Order a private room, and do not mention my name, you understand?" "Right as a trivet, sir," replied Mr. Weller, with a wink of intelligence, and having dragged Mr. Pickwick's portmanteau from the hind boot into which it had been hastily thrown when they joined the coach at Eatanswill, Mr. Weller disappeared on his errand. A private room was speedily engaged, and into it Mr. Pickwick was ushered without delay. "Now, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "the first thing to be done is to—" "Order dinner, sir," interposed Mr. Weller. "It's wery late, sir." "Ah, so it is," said Mr. Pickwick, looking at his watch. "You are right, Sam." "And if I might adwise, sir," added Mr. Weller, "I'd just have a good night's rest arterwards, and not begin inquirin' arter this here deep 'un till the mornin'. There's nothin' so refreshin' as sleep, sir, as the servant girl said afore she drank the egg cup full of laudanum." "I think you are right, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "but I must first ascertain that he is in the house and not likely to go away." "Leave that to me, sir," said Sam. "Let me order you a snug little dinner, and make my inquiries below while it's a getting ready. I could worm every secret out of the boots's heart in 5 minutes, sir." "Do so," said Mr. Pickwick, and Mr. Weller at once retired. In half an hour Mr. Pickwick was seated at a very satisfactory dinner, and in 3/4 Mr. Weller returned with the intelligence that Mr. Charles Fitzmarshall had ordered his private room to be retained for him until further notice. He was going to spend the evening at some private house in the neighborhood, had ordered the boots to sit up until his return, and had taken his servant with him. "Now, sir," argued Mr. Weller, when he had concluded his report, "if I can get a talk with this here servant in the mornin', he'll tell me all his master's concerns." "How do you know that?" interposed Mr. Pickwick. "Bless your heart, sir, servants always do," replied Mr. Weller. "Oh, I forgot that," said Mr. Pickwick. "Well?" "Then you can arrange what's best to be done, sir, and we can act accordingly." As it appeared that this was the best arrangement that could be made, it was finally agreed upon. Mr. Weller, by his master's permission, retired to spend the evening in his own way, and was shortly afterwards elected, by the unanimous voice of the assembled company, into the tap-room chair, in which honorable post he acquitted himself so much to the satisfaction of the gentlemen frequenters, that their roars of laughter and approbation penetrated to Mr. Pickwick's bedroom, and shortened the term of his natural rest by at least 3 hours. Early on the ensuing morning Mr. Weller was dispelling all the feverish remains of the previous evening's conviviality through the instrumentality of a halfpenny shower bath, having induced a young gentleman attached to the stable department by the offer of that coin to pump over his head and face until he was perfectly restored, when he was attracted by the appearance of a young fellow in mulberry-colored livery, who was sitting on a bench in the yard, reading what appeared to be a hymn-book with an air of deep abstraction, but who occasionally stole a glance at the individual under the pump, as if he took some interest in his proceedings nevertheless. "You're a rum un to look at, you are," thought Mr. Weller, the first time his eyes encountered the glance of the stranger in the mulberry suit, who had a large, sallow, ugly face, very sunken eyes, and a gigantic head from which depended a quantity of lank black hair. "You're a rum un," thought Mr. Weller, and thinking this he went on washing himself and thought no more about him. Still the man kept glancing from his hymn-book to Sam, and from Sam to his hymn-book, as if he wanted to open a conversation. So at last Sam, by way of giving him an opportunity, said with a familiar nod, "How are you, governor?" "I am happy to say I am pretty well, sir," said the man, speaking with great deliberation and closing the book. "I hope you are the same, sir." "Why, if I felt less like a walking brandy bottle I shouldn't be quite so staggery this mornin'," replied Sam. "Are you stoppin' in this house, old un?" The mulberry man replied in the affirmative. "How was it you warn't one of us last night?" inquired Sam, scrubbing his face with a towel. "You seem one of the jolly sort. Looks as conwivial as a live trout in a lime basket," added Mr. Weller in an undertone. "I was out last night with my master," replied the stranger. "What's his name?" inquired Mr. Weller, coloring up very red with sudden excitement and the friction of the towel combined. "Fitzmarshall," said the mulberry man. "Give us your hand," said Mr. Weller, advancing. "I should like to know you. I like your appearance, old fellow." "Well, that is very strange," said the mulberry man with great simplicity of manner. "I like yours so much that I wanted to speak to you from the very first moment I saw you under the pump." "Did you, though?" "Upon my word. Now isn't that curious?" "Werry sing'lar," said Sam, inwardly congratulating himself upon the softness of the stranger. "What's your name, my patriarch?" "Job." "And a werry good name it is. Only one I know that ain't got a nickname to it. What's the other name?" "Trotter," said the stranger. "What is yours?" Sam bore in mind his master's caution and replied, My name's Walker. My master's name's Wilkins. Will you take a drop of something this morning, Mr. Trotter?" Mr. Trotter acquiesced in this agreeable proposal, and having deposited his book in his coat pocket, accompanied Mr. Weller to the tap, where they were soon occupied in discussing an exhilarating compound formed by mixing together in a pewter vessel certain quantities of British Hollands and the fragrant essence of the clove. "And what sort of a place have you got?" inquired Sam, as he filled his companion's glass for the second time. "Bad," said Job, smacking his lips. "Very bad." "You don't mean that," said Sam. "I do, indeed. Worse than that, my master's going to be married." "No." "Yes, and worse than that, too. He's going to run away with an immense rich heiress from boarding school." "What a dragon!" said Sam, refilling his companion's glass. "It's some boarding school in this town, I suppose, ain't it?" Now, although this question was put in the most careless tone imaginable, Mr. Job Trotter plainly showed by gestures that he perceived his new friend's anxiety to draw forth an answer to it. He emptied his glass, looked mysteriously at his companion, winked both of his small eyes, one after the other, and finally made a motion with his arm as if he were working an imaginary pump handle, thereby intimating that he, Mr. Trotter, considered himself as undergoing the process of being pumped by Mr. Samuel Weller. "No, no," said Mr. Trotter in conclusion, "that's not to be told to everybody. That is a secret, a great secret, Mr. Walker." As the mulberry man said this, he turned his glass upside down, by way of reminding his companion that he had nothing left wherewith to slake his thirst. Sam observed the hint, and feeling the delicate manner in which it was conveyed, ordered the pewter vessel to be refilled, whereat the small eyes of the mulberry man glistened. "And so it's a secret," said Sam. "I should rather suspect it was," said the mulberry man, sipping his liquor with a complacent face. "I suppose your master's wery rich?" said Sam. Mr. Trotter smiled, and holding his glass in his left hand, gave 4 distinct slaps on the pockets of his mulberry indescribables with his right, as if to intimate that his master might have done the same without alarming anybody much by the chinking of coin. "Ah," said Sam, "that's the game, is it?" The mulberry man nodded significantly. "Well, and don't you think, old feller," remonstrated Mr. Weller, "that if you let your master take in this here young lady, you're a precious rascal?" "I know that," said Job Trotter, turning upon his companion a countenance of deep contrition, and groaning slightly. "I know that, and that's what it is that preys upon my mind. But what am I to do?" "Do?" said Sam. "Dewulge to the missus and give up your master." "Who'd believe me?" replied Job Trotter. "The young lady's considered the very picture of innocence and discretion. She'd deny it, and so would my master. Who'd believe me? I should lose my place, and get indicted for a conspiracy or some such thing. That's all I should take by my motion." "There's something in that," said Sam, ruminating. "There's something in that." "If I knew any respectable gentleman who would take the matter up," continued Mr. Trotter, "I might have some hope of preventing the elopement. But there's the same difficulty, Mr. Walker, just the same. I know no gentleman in this strange place, and 10 to 1 if I did, whether he would believe my story." "Come this way," said Sam, suddenly jumping up and grasping the mulberry man by the arm. "My master's the man you want, I see." And after a slight resistance on the part of Job Trotter, Sam led his newly found friend to the apartment of Mr. Pickwick, to whom he presented him, together with a brief summary of the dialogue we have just repeated. "I am very sorry to betray my master, sir," said Job Trotter, applying to his eyes a pink checked pocket handkerchief about 6 inches square. "The feeling does you a great deal of honor," replied Mr. Pickwick, "but it is your duty, nevertheless." "I know it is my duty, sir," replied Job, with great emotion. "We should all try to discharge our duty, sir, and I humbly endeavor to discharge mine, sir. But it is a hard trial to betray a master, sir, whose clothes you wear, and whose bread you eat, even though he is a scoundrel, sir." "You are a very good fellow," said Mr. Pickwick, much affected, "an honest fellow." "Come, come," interposed Sam, who had witnessed Mr. Trotter's tears with considerable impatience, "blow this 'ere water cart business. It won't do no good, this won't." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, reproachfully, "I am sorry to find that you have so little respect for this young man's feelings." "His feelin's is all wery well, sir," replied Mr. Weller, And as they're so wery fine, and it's a pity he should lose 'em, I think he'd better keep 'em in his own bosom than let 'em ewaporate in hot water, specially as they do no good. Tears never yet wound up a clock or worked a steam engine. The next time you go out to a smoking party, young fellow, fill your pipe with that air reflection, and for the present just put that bit of pink gingham into your pocket. 'Tain't so handsome that you need keep waving it about as if you was a tight-rope dancer." "My man is in the right," said Mr. Pickwick, accosting Job, although his mode of expressing his opinion is somewhat homely and occasionally incomprehensible. "He is, sir, very right," said Mr. Trotter, "and I will give way no longer." "Very well," said Mr. Pickwick. "Now, where is this boarding school?" "It is a large old red brick house just outside the town, sir," replied Job Trotter. "And when," said Mr. Pickwick, "when is this villainous design to be carried into execution? When is this elopement to take place?" "To-night, sir," replied Job. "To-night!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "This very night, sir," replied Job Trotter. "That is what alarms me so much." "Instant measures must be taken," said Mr. Pickwick. "I will see the lady who keeps the establishment immediately." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Job, "but that course of proceeding will never do." "Why not?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "My master, sir, is a very artful man." "I know he is," said Mr. Pickwick. "And he has so wound himself round the old lady's heart, sir," resumed Job, "that she would believe nothing to his prejudice, if you went down on your bare knees and swore it, especially as you have no proof but the word of a servant, who, for anything she knows, and my master would be sure to say so, was discharged for some fault, and does this in revenge." "What had better be done, then?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Nothing but taking him in the very act of eloping will convince the old lady, sir," replied Job. "All them old cats will run their heads agin milestones," observed Mr. Weller in a parenthesis. "But this taking him in the very act of elopement would be a very difficult thing to accomplish, I fear," said Mr. Pickwick. "I don't know, sir," said Mr. Trotter, after a few moments' reflection. "I think it might be very easily done." "How?" was Mr. Pickwick's inquiry. "Why," replied Mr. Trotter, "my master and I, being in the confidence of the two servants, will be secreted in the kitchen at 10 o'clock. When the family have retired to rest, we shall come out of the kitchen, and the young lady out of her bedroom. A post chaise will be waiting, and away we go." "Well?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Well, sir, I have been thinking that if you were in waiting in the garden behind, alone—" "Alone?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Why alone?" "I thought it very natural," replied Job, "that the old lady wouldn't like such an unpleasant discovery to be made before more persons than can possibly be helped. The young lady, too, sir. Consider her feelings." "You are very right," said Mr. Pickwick. "The consideration evinces your delicacy of feeling. Go on. You are very right." "Well, sir, I have been thinking that if you were waiting in the back garden alone, and I was to let you in at the door which opens into it from the end of the passage at exactly half past 11 o'clock, you would be just in the very moment of time to assist me in frustrating the designs of this bad man, by whom I have been unfortunately ensnared." Here Mr. Trotter sighed deeply. "Don't distress yourself on that account," said Mr. Pickwick. "If he had one grain of the delicacy of feeling which distinguishes you, humble as your station is, I should have some hopes of him." Job Trotter bowed low, and in spite of Mr. Weller's previous remonstrances, the tears again rose to his eyes. "I never see such a feller," said Sam. "Blest if I don't think he's got a mane in his head as is always turned on." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, with great severity, "hold your tongue." "Wery well, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "I don't like this plan," said Mr. Pickwick, after deep meditation. "Why cannot I communicate with the young lady's friends?" "Because they live 100 miles from here, sir," responded Job Trotter. "That's a clincher," said Mr. Weller, aside. "Then this garden," resumed Mr. Pickwick, "how am I to get into it?" "The wall is very low, sir, and your servant will give you a leg up." "My servant will give me a leg up," repeated Mr. Pickwick mechanically. "You will be sure to be near this door that you speak of." "You cannot mistake it, sir. It's the only one that opens into the garden. Tap at it when you hear the clock strike, and I will open it instantly." "I don't like the plan," said Mr. Pickwick, "but as I see no other, and as the happiness of this young lady's whole life is at stake, I adopt it. I shall be sure to be there." Thus, for the second time, did Mr. Pickwick's innate good feeling involve him in an enterprise from which he would most willingly have stood aloof. "What is the name of the house?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Westgate House, sir. You turn a little to the right when you get to the end of the town. It stands by itself some little distance off the high road, with the name on a brass plate on the gate." "I know it," said Mr. Pickwick. "I observed it once before when I was in this town. You may depend upon me." Mr. Trotter made another bow and turned to depart, when Mr. Pickwick thrust a guinea into his hand. "You're a fine fellow," said Mr. Pickwick, "and I admire your goodness of heart. No thanks. Remember, 11 o'clock." "There is no fear of my forgetting it, sir," replied Job Trotter. With these words he left the room, followed by Sam. "I say," said the latter, "not a bad notion, that 'ere crying. I'd cry like a rain water spout in a shower on such good terms. How do you do it?" "It comes from the heart, Mr. Walker," replied Job solemnly. "Good morning, sir." "You're a soft customer, you are. We've got it all out of you, anyhow," thought Mr. Weller, as Job walked away. We cannot state the precise nature of the thoughts which passed through Mr. Trotter's mind, because we don't know what they were. The day wore on, evening came, and at a little before 10 o'clock Sam Weller reported that Mr. Jingle and Job had gone out together, that their luggage was packed up, and that they had ordered a chaise. The plot was evidently in execution as Mr. Trotter had foretold. Half past 10 o'clock arrived, and it was time for Mr. Pickwick to issue forth on his delicate errand. Resisting Sam's tender of his greatcoat, in order that he might have no encumbrance in scaling the wall, he set forth, followed by his attendant. There was a bright moon, but it was behind the clouds. It was a fine, dry night, but it was most uncommonly dark. Paths, hedges, fields, houses, and trees were enveloped in one deep shade. The atmosphere was hot and sultry, the summer lightning quivered faintly on the verge of the horizon, and was the only sight that varied the dull gloom in which everything was wrapped. Sound there was none, except the distant barking of some restless house dog. They found the house, read the brass plate, walked round the wall, and stopped at that portion of it which divided them from the bottom of the garden. "You will return to the inn, Sam, when you have assisted me over," said Mr. Pickwick. "Very well, sir." "And you will sit up till I return." "Certainly, sir." "Take hold of my leg, and when I say 'over,' raise me gently." "All right, sir." Having settled these preliminaries, Mr. Pickwick grasped the top of the wall and gave the word "over," which was literally obeyed. Whether his body partook in some degree of the elasticity of his mind, or whether Mr. Weller's notions of a gentle push were of a somewhat rougher description than Mr. Pickwick's, the immediate effect of his assistance was to jerk that immortal gentleman completely over the wall onto the bed beneath, where, after crushing 3 gooseberry bushes and a rose tree, he finally alighted at full length. "You ha'n't hurt yourself, I hope, sir?" said Sam in a loud whisper, as soon as he had recovered from the surprise consequent upon the mysterious disappearance of his master. "I have not hurt myself, Sam, certainly," replied Mr. Pickwick from the other side of the wall, "but I rather think that you have hurt me." "I hope not, sir," said Sam. "Never mind," said Mr. Pickwick, rising. "It's nothing but a few scratches. Go away, or we shall be overheard." "Good bye, sir." "Good bye." With stealthy steps Sam Weller departed, leaving Mr. Pickwick alone in the garden. Lights occasionally appeared in the different windows of the house, or glanced from the staircases, as if the inmates were retiring to rest. Not caring to go too near the door until the appointed time, Mr. Pickwick crouched into an angle of the wall and awaited its arrival. It was a situation which might well have depressed the spirits of many a man. Mr. Pickwick, however, felt neither depression nor misgiving. He knew that his purpose was in the main a good one, and he placed implicit reliance on the high-minded Job. It was dull, certainly, not to say dreary, but a contemplative man can always employ himself in meditation. Mr. Pickwick had meditated himself into a doze when he was roused by the chimes of the neighboring church ringing out the hour, 11:30. "That's the time," thought Mr. Pickwick, getting cautiously on his feet. He looked up at the house. The lights had disappeared, and the shutters were closed. All in bed, no doubt. He walked on tiptoe to the door and gave a gentle tap. 2 or 3 minutes passing without any reply, he gave another tap, rather louder, and then another rather louder than that. At length the sound of feet was audible upon the stairs, and then the light of a candle shone through the keyhole of the door. There was a good deal of unchaining and unbolting, and the door was slowly opened. Now the door opened outwards, and as the door opened wider and wider, Mr. Pickwick receded behind it more and more. What was his astonishment when he just peeped out, by way of caution, to see that the person who had opened it was not Job Trotter, but a servant girl with a candle in her hand. Mr. Pickwick drew in his head again, with the swiftness displayed by that admirable melodramatic performer Punch, when he lies in wait for the flat-headed comedian with a tin box of music. "It must have been the cat, Sarah," said the girl, addressing herself to someone in the house. "Puss, puss, puss, tit, tit, tit." But no animal being decoyed by these blandishments, the girl slowly closed the door and refastened it, leaving Mr. Pickwick drawn up straight against the wall. "This is very curious," thought Mr. Pickwick. "They are sitting up beyond their usual hour, I suppose. Extremely unfortunate that they should have chosen this night of all others for such a purpose. Exceedingly." And with these thoughts Mr. Pickwick cautiously retired to the angle of the wall in which he had been before ensconced, waiting until such time as he might deem it safe to repeat the signal. He had not been here 5 minutes when a vivid flash of lightning was followed by a loud peal of thunder that crashed and rolled away in the distance with a terrific noise. Then came another flash of lightning, brighter than the other, and a second peal of thunder, louder than the first, and then down came the rain, with a force and fury that swept everything before it. Mr. Pickwick was perfectly aware that a tree is a very dangerous neighbor in a thunderstorm. He had a tree on his right, a tree on his left, a third before him, and a fourth behind. If he remained where he was, he might fall the victim of an accident. If he showed himself in the center of the garden, he might be consigned to a constable. Once or twice he tried to scale the wall, but having no other legs this time than those with which nature had furnished him, the only effect of his struggles was to inflict a variety of very unpleasant gratings on his knees and shins, and to throw him into a state of the most profuse perspiration. "What a dreadful situation!" said Mr. Pickwick, pausing to wipe his brow after this exercise. He looked up at the house. All was dark. They must be gone to bed now. He would try the signal again. He walked on tiptoe across the moist gravel and tapped at the door. He held his breath and listened at the keyhole. No reply. Very odd. Another knock. He listened again. There was a low whispering inside, and then a voice cried, "Who's there?" "That's not Job," thought Mr. Pickwick, hastily drawing himself straight up against the wall again. "It's a woman." He had scarcely had time to form this conclusion when a window above stairs was thrown up, and 3 or 4 female voices repeated the query, "Who's there?" Mr. Pickwick dared not move hand or foot. It was clear that the whole establishment was roused. He made up his mind to remain where he was until the alarm had subsided, and then by a supernatural effort to get over the wall or perish in the attempt. Like all Mr. Pickwick's determinations, this was the best that could be made under the circumstances, but unfortunately it was founded upon the assumption that they would not venture to open the door again. What was his discomfiture when he heard the chain and bolts withdrawn and saw the door slowly opening, wider and wider. He retreated into the corner, step by step, but do what he would, the interposition of his own person prevented its being opened to its utmost width. "Who's there?" screamed a numerous chorus of treble voices from the staircase inside, consisting of the spinster lady of the establishment, 3 teachers, 5 female servants, and 30 boarders, all half dressed and in a forest of curl papers. Of course Mr. Pickwick didn't say who was there, and then the burden of the chorus changed into, "Lor, I am so frightened!" "Cook," said the lady abbess, who took care to be on the top stair, the very last of the group. "Cook, why don't you go a little way into the garden?" "Please, ma'am, I don't like," responded the cook. "Lor, what a stupid thing that cook is," said the 30 boarders. "Cook," said the lady abbess with great dignity, "don't answer me, if you please. I insist upon your looking into the garden immediately." Here the cook began to cry, and the housemaid said it was a shame, for which partisanship she received a month's warning on the spot. "Do you hear, cook?" said the lady abbess, stamping her foot impatiently. "Don't you hear your missus, cook?" said the 3 teachers. "What an impudent thing that cook is," said the 30 boarders. The unfortunate cook, thus strongly urged, advanced a step or two, and holding her candle just where it prevented her from seeing at all, declared there was nothing there and it must have been the wind. The door was just going to be closed in consequence when an inquisitive boarder, who had been peeping between the hinges, set up a fearful screaming which called back the cook and housemaid and all the more adventurous in no time. "What is the matter with Miss Smithers?" said the Lady Abbess, as the aforesaid Miss Smithers proceeded to go into hysterics of 4 young lady power. "Lor, Miss Smithers, dear," said the other 29 boarders. "Oh, the man behind the door!" screamed Miss Smithers. The Lady Abbess no sooner heard this appalling cry than she retreated to her own bedroom, double locked the door, and fainted away comfortably. The boarders and the teachers and the servants fell back upon the stairs and upon each other, and never was such a screaming and fainting and struggling beheld. In the midst of the tumult Mr. Pickwick emerged from his concealment and presented himself amongst them. "Ladies, dear ladies," said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, he says we're dear!" cried the oldest and ugliest teacher. "Oh, the wretch!" "Ladies," roared Mr. Pickwick, rendered desperate by the danger of his situation, "hear me! I am no robber. I want the lady of the house." "Oh, what a ferocious monster!" screamed another teacher. "He wants Miss Tompkins." Here there was a general scream. "Ring the alarm bell, somebody!" cried a dozen voices. "Don't! Don't!" shouted Mr. Pickwick. "Look at me! Do I look like a robber? My dear ladies, you may bind me hand and leg, or lock me up in a closet if you like. Only hear what I have got to say. Only hear me." "How did you come in our garden?" faltered the housemaid. "Call the lady of the house, and I'll tell her everything," said Mr. Pickwick, exerting his lungs to the utmost pitch. "Call her! Only be quiet, and call her, and you shall hear everything." It might have been Mr. Pickwick's appearance, or it might have been his manner, or it might have been the temptation, irresistible to a female mind, of hearing something at present enveloped in mystery, that reduced the more reasonable portion of the establishment, some 4 individuals, to a state of comparative quiet. By them it was proposed, as a test of Mr. Pickwick's sincerity, that he should immediately submit to personal restraint, and that gentleman having consented to hold a conference with Miss Tompkins from the interior of a closet in which the day boarders hung their bonnets and sandwich bags, he at once stepped into it of his own accord and was securely locked in. This revived the others, and Miss Tompkins having been brought to and brought down, the conference began. "What did you do in my garden, man?" said Miss Tompkins in a faint voice. "I came to warn you that one of your young ladies was going to elope to night," replied Mr. Pickwick from the interior of the closet. "Elope!" exclaimed Miss Tompkins, the 3 teachers, the 30 boarders, and the 5 servants. "Who with?" "Your friend, Mr. Charles Fitzmarshall." "My friend? I don't know any such person." "Well, Mr. Jingle, then." "I never heard the name in my life." "Then I have been deceived and deluded," said Mr. Pickwick. "I have been the victim of a conspiracy, a foul and base conspiracy. Send to the Angel, my dear ma'am, if you don't believe me. Send to the Angel for Mr. Pickwick's manservant. I implore you, ma'am." "He must be respectable. He keeps a manservant," said Miss Tompkins to the writing and ciphering governess. "It's my opinion, Miss Tompkins," said the writing and ciphering governess, "that his manservant keeps him. I think he's a madman, Miss Tompkins, and the other's his keeper." "I think you are very right, Miss Gwynn," responded Miss Tompkins. "Let 2 of the servants repair to the Angel, and let the others remain here to protect us." So 2 of the servants were dispatched to the Angel in search of Mr. Samuel Weller, and the remaining 3 stopped behind to protect Miss Tompkins and the 3 teachers and the 30 boarders. And Mr. Pickwick sat down in the closet, beneath a grove of sandwich bags, and awaited the return of the messengers with all the philosophy and fortitude he could summon to his aid. An hour and a half elapsed before they came back, and when they did come, Mr. Pickwick recognized, in addition to the voice of Mr. Samuel Weller, 2 other voices, the tones of which struck familiarly on his ear, but whose they were he could not for the life of him call to mind. A very brief conversation ensued. The door was unlocked. Mr. Pickwick stepped out of the closet and found himself in the presence of the whole establishment of Westgate House, Mr. Samuel Weller, and old Wardle and his destined son-in-law, Mr. Trundle. "My dear friend," said Mr. Pickwick, running forward and grasping Wardle's hand, "my dear friend, pray, for heaven's sake, explain to this lady the unfortunate and dreadful situation in which I am placed. You must have heard it from my servant. Say, at all events, my dear fellow, that I am neither a robber nor a madman." "I have said so, my dear friend, I have said so already," replied Mr. Wardle, shaking the right hand of his friend, while Mr. Trundle shook the left. "And whoever says, or has said he is," interposed Mr. Weller, stepping forward, "says that which is not the truth, but so far from it, on the contrary, quite the rewerse. And if there's any number o' men on these here premises as has said so, I shall be wery happy to give 'em all a wery convincing proof of their being mistaken in this here wery room, if these wery respectable ladies 'll have the goodness to retire and order 'em up one at a time." Having delivered this defiance with great volubility, Mr. Weller struck his open palm emphatically with his clenched fist, and winked pleasantly on Miss Tomkins, the intensity of whose horror at his supposing it within the bounds of possibility that there could be any men on the premises of Westgate House Establishment for Young Ladies, it is impossible to describe. Mr. Pickwick's explanation having already been partially made, was soon concluded, but neither in the course of his walk home with his friends, nor afterwards, when seated before a blazing fire at the supper he so much needed, could a single observation be drawn from him. He seemed bewildered and amazed. Once, and only once, he turned round to Mr. Wardle and said, "How did you come here?" "Trundle and I came down here for some good shooting on the first," replied Wardle. "We arrived to night, and were astonished to hear from your servant that you were here too." "But I am glad you are," said the old fellow, slapping him on the back. "I am glad you are. We shall have a jovial party on the first, and we'll give Winkle another chance, eh, old boy?" Mr. Pickwick made no reply. He did not even ask after his friends at Dingley Dell, and shortly afterwards retired for the night, desiring Sam to fetch his candle when he rung. The bell did ring in due course, and Mr. Weller presented himself. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, looking out from under the bedclothes. "Sir," said Mr. Weller. Mr. Pickwick paused, and Mr. Weller snuffed the candle. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick again, as if with a desperate effort. "Sir," said Mr. Weller once more. "Where is that trotter?" "Job, sir?" "Yes." "Gone, sir." "With his master, I suppose?" "Friend or master or whatever he is, he's gone with him," replied Mr. Weller. "There's a pair on 'em, sir. Jingle suspected my design and set that fellow on you with this story, I suppose," said Mr. Pickwick, half choking. "Just that, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "It was all false, of course?" "All, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Reg'lar do, sir, artful dodge." "I don't think he'll escape us quite so easily the next time, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I don't think he will, sir. Whenever I meet that Jingle again, wherever it is," said Mr. Pickwick, raising himself in bed and indenting his pillow with a tremendous blow, "I'll inflict personal chastisement on him, in addition to the exposure he so richly merits. I will, or my name is not Pickwick." "And whenever I catches hold of that there melancholy chap with the black hair," said Sam, "if I don't bring some real water into his eyes for once in a way, my name ain't Weller. Good night, sir." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Showing that an attack of rheumatism in some cases acts as a quickener to inventive genius.
The constitution of Mr. Pickwick, though able to sustain a very considerable amount of exertion and fatigue, was not proof against such a combination of attacks as he had undergone on the memorable night recorded in the last chapter. The process of being washed in the night air and rough dried in a closet is as dangerous as it is peculiar. Mr. Pickwick was laid up with an attack of rheumatism. But although the bodily powers of the great man were thus impaired, his mental energies retained their pristine vigor. His spirits were elastic, his good humor was restored. Even the vexation consequent upon his recent adventure had vanished from his mind, and he could join in the hearty laughter which any allusion to it excited in Mr. Wardle, without anger and without embarrassment. Nay, more. During the 2 days Mr. Pickwick was confined to bed, Sam was his constant attendant. On the first, he endeavoured to amuse his master by anecdote and conversation. On the second, Mr. Pickwick demanded his writing desk and pen and ink, and was deeply engaged during the whole day. On the third, being able to sit up in his bedchamber, he despatched his valet with a message to Mr. Wardle and Mr. Trundle, intimating that if they would take their wine there that evening, they would greatly oblige him. The invitation was most willingly accepted, and when they were seated over their wine, Mr. Pickwick, with sundry blushes, produced the following little tale, as having been edited by himself during his recent indisposition, from his notes of Mr. Weller's unsophisticated recital. The Parish Clerk. A Tale of True Love. Once upon a time, in a very small country town, at a considerable distance from London, there lived a little man named Nathaniel Pipkin, who was the parish clerk of the little town, and lived in a little house in the little High Street, within 10 minutes' walk from the little church, and who was to be found every day from 9 till 4, teaching a little learning to the little boys. Nathaniel Pipkin was a harmless, inoffensive, good-natured being, with a turned-up nose and rather turned-in legs, a cast in his eye and a halt in his gait, and he divided his time between the church and his school, verily believing that there existed not on the face of the earth so clever a man as the curate, so imposing an apartment as the vestry room, or so well ordered a seminary as his own. Once, and only once in his life, Nathaniel Pipkin had seen a bishop, a real bishop, with his arms in lawn sleeves and his head in a wig. He had seen him walk and heard him talk at a confirmation, on which momentous occasion Nathaniel Pipkin was so overcome with reverence and awe, when the aforesaid bishop laid his hand on his head, that he fainted right clean away, and was borne out of the church in the arms of the beadle. This was a great event, a tremendous era in Nathaniel Pipkin's life, and it was the only one that had ever occurred to ruffle the smooth current of his quiet existence. When happening one fine afternoon, in a fit of mental abstraction, to raise his eyes from the slate on which he was devising some tremendous problem in compound addition for an offending urchin to solve, they suddenly rested on the blooming countenance of Maria Lobbs, the only daughter of old Lobbs, the great saddler over the way. Now the eyes of Mr. Pipkin had rested on the pretty face of Maria Lobbs many a time and oft before, at church and elsewhere. But the eyes of Maria Lobbs had never looked so bright, the cheeks of Maria Lobbs had never looked so ruddy, as upon this particular occasion. No wonder then that Nathaniel Pipkin was unable to take his eyes from the countenance of Miss Lobbs. No wonder that Miss Lobbs, finding herself stared at by a young man, withdrew her head from the window out of which she had been peeping, and shut the casement and pulled down the blind. No wonder that Nathaniel Pipkin, immediately thereafter, fell upon the young urchin who had previously offended, and cuffed and knocked him about to his heart's content. All this was very natural, and there's nothing at all to wonder at about it. It is matter of wonder, though, that any one of Mr. Nathaniel Pipkin's retiring disposition, nervous temperament, and most particularly diminutive income, should from this day forth have dared to aspire to the hand and heart of the only daughter of the fiery old Lobbs. Of old Lobbs, the great saddler, who could have bought up the whole village at one stroke of his pen, and never felt the outlay. Old Lobbs, who was well known to have heaps of money invested in the bank at the nearest market town, who was reported to have countless and inexhaustible treasures hoarded up in the little iron safe with the big keyhole over the chimney piece in the back parlour, and who, it was well known, on festive occasions garnished his board with a real silver teapot, cream ewer, and sugar basin, which he was wont, in the pride of his heart, to boast should be his daughter's property when she found a man to her mind. I repeat it, to be matter of profound astonishment and intense wonder that Nathaniel Pipkin should have had the temerity to cast his eyes in this direction. But love is blind, and Nathaniel had a cast in his eye, and perhaps these two circumstances taken together prevented his seeing the matter in its proper light. Now, if old Lobbs had entertained the most remote or distant idea of the state of the affections of Nathaniel Pipkin, he would just have razed the schoolroom to the ground, or exterminated its master from the surface of the earth, or committed some other outrage and atrocity of an equally ferocious and violent description. For he was a terrible old fellow, was Lobbs, when his pride was injured or his blood was up. Swear! Such trains of oaths would come rolling and pealing over the way sometimes, when he was denouncing the idleness of the bony apprentice with the thin legs, that Nathaniel Pipkin would shake in his shoes with horror, and the hair of the pupils' heads would stand on end with fright. Well, day after day, when school was over and the pupils gone, did Nathaniel Pipkin sit himself down at the front window, and while he feigned to be reading a book, throw sidelong glances over the way in search of the bright eyes of Maria Lobbs. And he hadn't sat there many days before the bright eyes appeared at an upper window, apparently deeply engaged in reading too. This was delightful and gladdening to the heart of Nathaniel Pipkin. It was something to sit there for hours together and look upon that pretty face when the eyes were cast down. But when Maria Lobbs began to raise her eyes from her book and dart their rays in the direction of Nathaniel Pipkin, his delight and admiration were perfectly boundless. At last, one day, when he knew old Lobbs was out, Nathaniel Pipkin had the temerity to kiss his hand to Maria Lobbs, and Maria Lobbs, instead of shutting the window and pulling down the blind, kissed hers to him and smiled. Upon which Nathaniel Pipkin determined that, come what might, he would develop the state of his feelings without further delay. A prettier foot, a gayer heart, a more dimpled face, or a smarter form never bounded so lightly over the earth they graced as did those of Maria Lobbs, the old saddler's daughter. There was a roguish twinkle in her sparkling eyes that would have made its way to far less susceptible bosoms than that of Nathaniel Pipkin, and there was such a joyous sound in her merry laugh that the sternest misanthrope must have smiled to hear it. Even old Lobbs himself, in the very height of his ferocity, couldn't resist the coaxing of his pretty daughter. And when she and her cousin Kate, an arch, impudent-looking, bewitching little person, made a dead set upon the old man together, as, to say the truth, they very often did, he could have refused them nothing, even had they asked for a portion of the countless and inexhaustible treasures which were hidden from the light in the iron safe. Nathaniel Pipkin's heart beat high within him when he saw this enticing little couple some 100 yards before him one summer's evening, in the very field in which he had many a time strolled about till night-time and pondered on the beauty of Maria Lobbs. But though he had often thought then how briskly he would walk up to Maria Lobbs and tell her of his passion if he could only meet her, he felt, now that she was unexpectedly before him, all the blood in his body mounting to his face, manifestly to the great detriment of his legs, which, deprived of their usual portion, trembled beneath him. When they stopped to gather a hedge flower or listen to a bird, Nathaniel Pipkin stopped too, and pretended to be absorbed in meditation, as indeed he really was, for he was thinking what on earth he should ever do when they turned back, as they inevitably must in time, and meet him face to face. But though he was afraid to make up to them, he couldn't bear to lose sight of them. So when they walked faster, he walked faster. When they lingered, he lingered, and when they stopped, he stopped. And so they might have gone on until the darkness prevented them, if Kate had not looked slyly back and encouragingly beckoned Nathaniel to advance. There was something in Kate's manner that was not to be resisted, and so Nathaniel Pipkin complied with the invitation. And after a great deal of blushing on his part, and immoderate laughter on that of the wicked little cousin, Nathaniel Pipkin went down on his knees on the dewy grass, and declared his resolution to remain there for ever, unless he were permitted to rise the accepted lover of Maria Lobbs. Upon this the merry laughter of Miss Lobbs rang through the calm evening air, without seeming to disturb it, though it had such a pleasant sound, and the wicked little cousin laughed more immoderately than before, and Nathaniel Pipkin blushed deeper than ever. At length Maria Lobbs, being more strenuously urged by the love-worn little man, turned away her head, and whispered her cousin to say, or at all events Kate did say, that she felt much honoured by Mr. Pipkin's addresses, that her hand and heart were at her father's disposal, but that nobody could be insensible to Mr. Pipkin's merits. As all this was said with much gravity, and as Nathaniel Pipkin walked home with Maria Lobbs and struggled for a kiss at parting, he went to bed a happy man, and dreamed all night long of softening old Lobbs, opening the strong box, and marrying Maria. The next day Nathaniel Pipkin saw old Lobbs go out upon his old grey pony, and after a great many signs at the window from the wicked little cousin, the object and meaning of which he could by no means understand, the bony apprentice with the thin legs came over to say that his master wasn't coming home all night, and that the ladies expected Mr. Pipkin to tea at 6 o'clock precisely. How the lessons were got through that day, neither Nathaniel Pipkin nor his pupils knew any more than you do, but they were got through somehow, and after the boys had gone, Nathaniel Pipkin took till full 6 o'clock to dress himself to his satisfaction. Not that it took long to select the garments he should wear, inasmuch as he had no choice about the matter, but the putting of them on to the best advantage, and the touching of them up previously, was a task of no inconsiderable difficulty or importance. There was a very snug little party, consisting of Maria Lobbs and her cousin Kate, and 3 or 4 romping, good-humoured, rosy-cheeked girls. Nathaniel Pipkin had ocular demonstration of the fact that the rumours of old Lobbs's treasures were not exaggerated. There were the real solid silver teapot, cream ewer, and sugar basin on the table, and real silver spoons to stir the tea with, and real china cups to drink it out of, and plates of the same to hold the cakes and toast in. The only eyesore in the whole place was another cousin of Maria Lobbs's, and a brother of Kate whom Maria Lobbs called Henry, and who seemed to keep Maria Lobbs all to himself up in one corner of the table. It's a delightful thing to see affection in families, but it may be carried rather too far, and Nathaniel Pipkin could not help thinking that Maria Lobbs must be very particularly fond of her relations, if she paid as much attention to all of them as to this individual cousin. After tea, too, when the wicked little cousin proposed a game at blind man's buff, it somehow or other happened that Nathaniel Pipkin was nearly always blind, and whenever he laid his hand upon the male cousin, he was sure to find that Maria Lobbs was not far off. And though the wicked little cousin and the other girls pinched him and pulled his hair and pushed chairs in his way and all sorts of things, Maria Lobbs never seemed to come near him at all. And once, Nathaniel Pipkin could have sworn he heard the sound of a kiss, followed by a faint remonstrance from Maria Lobbs, and a half-suppressed laugh from her female friends. All this was odd, very odd, and there is no saying what Nathaniel Pipkin might or might not have done in consequence, if his thoughts had not been suddenly directed into a new channel. The circumstance which directed his thoughts into a new channel was a loud knocking at the street door, and the person who made this loud knocking at the street door was no other than old Lobbs himself, who had unexpectedly returned, and was hammering away like a coffin-maker, for he wanted his supper. The alarming intelligence was no sooner communicated by the bony apprentice with the thin legs, than the girls tripped upstairs to Maria Lobbs's bedroom, and the male cousin and Nathaniel Pipkin were thrust into a couple of closets in the sitting-room, for want of any better places of concealment. And when Maria Lobbs and the wicked little cousin had stowed them away and put the room to rights, they opened the street door to old Lobbs, who had never left off knocking since he first began. Now, it did unfortunately happen that old Lobbs, being very hungry, was monstrous cross. Nathaniel Pipkin could hear him growling away like an old mastiff with a sore throat, and whenever the unfortunate apprentice with the thin legs came into the room, so surely did old Lobbs commence swearing at him in a most Saracenic and ferocious manner, though apparently with no other end or object than that of easing his bosom by the discharge of a few superfluous oaths. At length some supper, which had been warming up, was placed on the table, and then old Lobbs fell to in regular style, and having made clear work of it in no time, kissed his daughter and demanded his pipe. Nature had placed Nathaniel Pipkin's knees in very close juxtaposition, but when he heard old Lobbs demand his pipe, they knocked together as if they were going to reduce each other to powder. for, depending from a couple of hooks in the very closet in which he stood, was a large brown-stemmed, silver-bowled pipe, which pipe he himself had seen in the mouth of old Lobbs regularly every afternoon and evening for the last 5 years. The two girls went downstairs for the pipe, and upstairs for the pipe, and everywhere but where they knew the pipe was, and old Lobbs stormed away meanwhile in the most wonderful manner. At last he thought of the closet and walked up to it. It was of no use a little man like Nathaniel Pipkin pulling the door inwards when a great strong fellow like old Lobbs was pulling it outwards. Old Lobbs gave it one tug, and open it flew, disclosing Nathaniel Pipkin standing bolt upright inside and shaking with apprehension from head to foot. Bless us! What an appalling look old Lobbs gave him as he dragged him out by the collar and held him at arm's length. "Why, what the devil do you want here?" said old Lobbs in a fearful voice. Nathaniel Pipkin could make no reply, so old Lobbs shook him backwards and forwards for 2 or 3 minutes by way of arranging his ideas for him. "What do you want here?" roared Lobbs. "I suppose you have come after my daughter now." Old Lobbs merely said this as a sneer, for he did not believe that mortal presumption could have carried Nathaniel Pipkin so far. What was his indignation when that poor man replied, "Yes, I did, Mr. Lobbs. I did come after your daughter. I love her, Mr. Lobbs." "Why, you snivelling, wry-faced, puny villain," gasped old Lobbs, paralyzed by the atrocious confession. "What do you mean by that? Say this to my face. Damn, I'll throttle you." It is by no means improbable that old Lobbs would have carried his threat into execution, in the excess of his rage, if his arm had not been stayed by a very unexpected apparition. To wit, the male cousin, who, stepping out of his closet and walking up to old Lobbs, said, "I cannot allow this harmless person, sir, who has been asked here in some girlish frolic, to take upon himself in a very noble manner the fault, if fault it is, which I am guilty of, and am ready to avow. I love your daughter, sir, and I came here for the purpose of meeting her." Old Lobbs opened his eyes very wide at this, but not wider than Nathaniel Pipkin. "You did?" said Lobbs, at last finding breath to speak. "I did." "And I forbade you this house long ago." "You did, or I should not have been here clandestinely tonight." I am sorry to record it of old Lobbs, but I think he would have struck the cousin if his pretty daughter, with her bright eyes swimming in tears, had not clung to his arm. "Don't stop him, Maria," said the young man. "If he has the will to strike me, let him. I would not hurt a hair of his grey head for the riches of the world." The old man cast down his eyes at this reproof, and they met those of his daughter. I have hinted once or twice before that they were very bright eyes, and though they were tearful now, their influence was by no means lessened. Old Lobbs turned his head away as if to avoid being persuaded by them, when, as fortune would have it, he encountered the face of the wicked little cousin, who, half afraid for her brother, and half laughing at Nathaniel Pipkin, presented as bewitching an expression of countenance, with a touch of slyness in it too, as any man, old or young, need look upon. She drew her arm coaxingly through the old man's, and whispered something in his ear, and do what he would, old Lobbs couldn't help breaking out into a smile, while a tear stole down his cheek at the same time. 5 minutes after this the girls were brought down from the bedroom with a great deal of giggling and modesty, and while the young people were making themselves perfectly happy, old Lobbs got down the pipe and smoked it, and it was a remarkable circumstance about that particular pipe of tobacco, that it was the most soothing and delightful one he ever smoked. Nathaniel Pipkin thought it best to keep his own counsel, and by so doing gradually rose into high favour with old Lobbs, who taught him to smoke in time, and they used to sit out in the garden on the fine evenings, for many years afterwards, smoking and drinking in great state. He soon recovered the effects of his attachment, for we find his name in the parish register as a witness to the marriage of Maria Lobbs to her cousin, and it also appears by reference to other documents that on the night of the wedding he was incarcerated in the village cage for having, in a state of extreme intoxication, committed sundry excesses in the streets, in all of which he was aided and abetted by the bony apprentice with the thin legs. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. Briefly illustrative of 2 points. First, the power of hysterics, and secondly, the force of circumstances.
For 2 days after the déjeuner at Mrs. Hunter's, the Pickwickians remained at Eatanswill, anxiously awaiting the arrival of some intelligence from their revered leader. Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass were once again left to their own means of amusement, for Mr. Winkle, in compliance with the most pressing invitation, continued to reside at Mr. Pott's house, and to devote his time to the companionship of his amiable lady. Nor was the occasional society of Mr. Pott himself wanting to complete their felicity. Deeply immersed in the intensity of his speculations for the public weal and the destruction of the independent, it was not the habit of that great man to descend from his mental pinnacle to the humble level of ordinary minds. On this occasion, however, and as if expressly in compliment to any follower of Mr. Pickwick's, he unbent, relaxed, stepped down from his pedestal, and walked upon the ground, benignly adapting his remarks to the comprehension of the herd, and seeming in outward form, if not in spirit, to be one of them. Such having been the demeanour of this celebrated public character towards Mr. Winkle, it will be readily imagined that considerable surprise was depicted on the countenance of the latter gentleman, when, as he was sitting alone in the breakfast-room, the door was hastily thrown open, and as hastily closed, on the entrance of Mr. Pott, who, stalking majestically towards him, and thrusting aside his proffered hand, ground his teeth as if to put a sharper edge on what he was about to utter, and exclaimed in a saw-like voice, "Serpent!" "Sir!" exclaimed Mr. Winkle, starting from his chair. "Serpent, sir!" repeated Mr. Pott, raising his voice and then suddenly depressing it. "I said serpent, sir. Make the most of it. When you have parted with a man at 2 o'clock in the morning on terms of the utmost good fellowship, and he meets you again at 9:30 and greets you as a serpent, it is not unreasonable to conclude that something of an unpleasant nature has occurred meanwhile. So Mr. Winkle thought. He returned Mr. Pott's gaze of stone, and in compliance with that gentleman's request, proceeded to make the most he could of the serpent. The most, however, was nothing at all, so after a profound silence of some minutes' duration, he said, "Serpent, sir! Serpent, Mr. Pott! What can you mean, sir? This is pleasantry." "Pleasantry, sir!" exclaimed Pott, with a motion of the hand indicative of a strong desire to hurl the Britannia metal teapot at the head of the visitor. "Pleasantry, sir! But no, I will be calm. I will be calm, sir." In proof of his calmness, Mr. Pott flung himself into a chair and foamed at the mouth. "My dear sir!" interposed Mr. Winkle. "Dear sir!" replied Pott. "How dare you address me as dear sir, sir? How dare you look me in the face and do it, sir?" "Well, sir, if you come to that," responded Mr. Winkle, "how dare you look me in the face and call me a serpent, sir?" "Because you are one," replied Mr. Pott. "Prove it, sir," said Mr. Winkle warmly. "Prove it." A malignant scowl passed over the profound face of the editor as he drew from his pocket the Independent of that morning, and laying his finger on a particular paragraph, threw the journal across the table to Mr. Winkle. That gentleman took it up and read as follows: "Our obscure and filthy contemporary, in some disgusting observations on the recent election for this borough, has presumed to violate the hallowed sanctity of private life, and to refer, in a manner not to be misunderstood, to the personal affairs of our late candidate. Aye, and notwithstanding his base defeat, we will add, our future member, Mr. Fizkin. What does our dastardly contemporary mean? What would the ruffian say if we, setting at naught like him the decencies of social intercourse, were to raise the curtain which happily conceals his private life from general ridicule, not to say from general execration? What if we were even to point out and comment on facts and circumstances which are publicly notorious and beheld by every one but our mole-eyed contemporary? What if we were to print the following effusion, which we received while we were writing the commencement of this article, from a talented fellow townsman and correspondent? Lines to a Brass Pot. O pot, if you'd known how false she'd have grown when you heard the marriage bells tinkle, you'd have done then, I vow, what you cannot help now, and handed her over to W. What? Said Mr. Pot solemnly. What rhymes to tinkle? Villain. What rhymes to tinkle? Said Mrs. Pot, whose entrance at the moment forestalled the reply. What rhymes to tinkle? Why, Winkle, I should conceive. Saying this, Mrs. Pot smiled sweetly on the disturbed Pickwickian, and extended her hand towards him. The agitated young man would have accepted it in his confusion, had not Pot indignantly interposed. Back, ma'am, back, said the editor. Take his hand before my very face. Mr. P., said his astonished lady. Wretched woman, look here, exclaimed the husband. Look here, ma'am, lines to a brass pot. Brass pot, that's me, ma'am. False she'd have grown, that's you, ma'am, you. With this ebullition of rage, which was not unaccompanied with something like a tremble at the expression of his wife's face, Mr. Pot dashed the current number of the Eatanswill Independent at her feet. Upon my word, sir, said the astonished Mrs. Pot, stooping to pick up the paper. Upon my word, sir. Mr. Pot winced beneath the contemptuous gaze of his wife. He had made a desperate struggle to screw up his courage, but it was fast coming unscrewed again. There appears nothing very tremendous in this little sentence, upon my word, sir, when it comes to be read, but the tone of voice in which it was delivered, and the look that accompanied it, both seeming to bear reference to some revenge to be thereafter visited upon the head of Pot, produced their effect upon him. The most unskilful observer could have detected in his troubled countenance a readiness to resign his Wellington boots to any efficient substitute who would have consented to stand in them at that moment. Mrs. Pot read the paragraph, uttered a loud shriek, and threw herself at full length on the hearthrug, screaming and tapping it with the heels of her shoes in a manner which could leave no doubt of the propriety of her feelings on the occasion. My dear, said the terrified Pot, I didn't say I believed it, But the unfortunate man's voice was drowned in the screaming of his partner. Mrs. Pot, let me entreat you, my dear ma'am, to compose yourself, said Mr. Winkle, but the shrieks and tappings were louder and more frequent than ever. My dear, said Mr. Pot, I'm very sorry. If you won't consider your own health, consider me, my dear. We shall have a crowd round the house. But the more strenuously Mr. Pot entreated, the more vehemently the screams poured forth. Very fortunately, however, attached to Mrs. Pot's person was a bodyguard of one, a young lady whose ostensible employment was to preside over her toilet, but who rendered herself useful in a variety of ways, and in none more so than in the particular department of constantly aiding and abetting her mistress in every wish and inclination opposed to the desires of the unhappy Pot. The screams reached this young lady's ears in due course, and brought her into the room with a speed which threatened to derange materially the very exquisite arrangement of her cap and ringlets. "Oh, my dear, dear mistress!" exclaimed the bodyguard, kneeling frantically by the side of the prostrate Mrs. Pot. "Oh, my dear mistress, what is the matter?" "Your master, your brutal master," murmured the patient. Pot was evidently giving way. "It's a shame," said the bodyguard reproachfully. "I know he'll be the death in you, ma'am, poor dear thing." He gave way more. The opposite party followed up the attack. "Oh, don't leave me, Goodwin," murmured Mrs. Pot, clutching at the wrist of the said Goodwin with an hysteric jerk. "You're the only person that's kind to me, Goodwin." At this affecting appeal, Goodwin got up a little domestic tragedy of her own, and shed tears copiously. "Never, ma'am, never," said Goodwin. "Oh, sir, you should be careful. You should indeed. You don't know what harm you may do, missus. You'll be sorry for it one day, I know. I've always said so." The unlucky Pot looked timidly on, but said nothing. "Goodwin," said Mrs. Pot in a soft voice. "Ma'am," said Goodwin, "if you only knew how I have loved that man." "Don't distress yourself by recollecting it, ma'am," said the bodyguard. Pot looked very frightened. It was time to finish him. "And now," sobbed Mrs. Pot, "now, after all, to be treated in this way, to be reproached and insulted in the presence of a third party, and that party almost a stranger. But I will not submit to it, Goodwin," continued Mrs. Pott, raising herself in the arms of her attendant. "My brother, the lieutenant, shall interfere. I'll be separated, Goodwin." "It would certainly serve him right, ma'am," said Goodwin. Whatever thoughts the threat of a separation might have awakened in Mr. Pott's mind, he forbore to give utterance to them, and contented himself by saying, with great humility, "My dear, will you hear me?" A fresh train of sobs was the only reply, as Mrs. Pott grew more hysterical, requested to be informed why she was ever born, and required sundry other pieces of information of a similar description. "My dear," remonstrated Mr. Pott, "do not give way to these sensitive feelings. I never believed that the paragraph had any foundation, my dear. Impossible. I was only angry, my dear, I may say outrageous, with the independent people for daring to insert it, that's all." Mr. Pott cast an imploring look at the innocent cause of the mischief, as if to entreat him to say nothing about the serpent. "And what steps, sir, do you mean to take to obtain redress?" inquired Mr. Winkle, gaining courage as he saw Pott losing it. "Oh, Goodwin," observed Mrs. Pott, "does he mean to horsewhip the editor of the Independent? Does he, Goodwin?" "Hush, hush, ma'am, pray keep yourself quiet," replied the bodyguard. "I dare say he will, if you wish it, ma'am." "Certainly," said Pott, as his wife evinced decided symptoms of going off again. "Of course I shall." "When, Goodwin, when?" said Mrs. Pott, still undecided about the going off. "Immediately, of course," said Mr. Pott, "before the day is out." "Oh, Goodwin," resumed Mrs. Pott, "it's the only way of meeting the slander and setting me right with the world." "Certainly, ma'am," replied Goodwin. "No man as is a man, ma'am, could refuse to do it."
So, as the hysterics were still hovering about, Mr. Pott said once more that he would do it. But Mrs. Pott was so overcome at the bare idea of having ever been suspected, that she was half a dozen times on the very verge of a relapse, and most unquestionably would have gone off, had it not been for the indefatigable efforts of the assiduous Goodwin, and repeated entreaties for pardon from the conquered Pott. And finally, when that unhappy individual had been frightened and snubbed down to his proper level, Mrs. Pott recovered, and they went to breakfast.
"You will not allow this base newspaper slander to shorten your stay here, Mr. Winkle," said Mrs. Pott, smiling through the traces of her tears. "I hope not," said Mr. Pott, actuated as he spoke by a wish that his visitor would choke himself with the morsel of dried toast which he was raising to his lips at the moment, and so terminate his stay effectually. "I hope not." "You are very good," said Mr. Winkle. "But a letter has been received from Mr. Pickwick, so I learned by a note from Mr. Tupman, which was brought up to my bedroom door this morning, in which he requests us to join him at Bury to-day, and we are to leave by the coach at noon." "But you will come back?" said Mrs. Pott. "Oh, certainly," replied Mr. Winkle. "You are quite sure?" said Mrs. Pott, stealing a tender look at her visitor. "Quite," responded Mr. Winkle. The breakfast passed off in silence, for each of the party was brooding over his or her own personal grievances. Mrs. Pott was regretting the loss of a beau, Mr. Pott his rash pledge to horsewhip the Independent, Mr. Winkle his having innocently placed himself in so awkward a situation. Noon approached, and after many adieus and promises to return, he tore himself away. "If he ever comes back, I'll poison him," thought Mr. Pott, as he turned into the little back office where he prepared his thunderbolts. "If I ever do come back and mix myself up with these people again," thought Mr. Winkle, as he wended his way to the Peacock, "I shall deserve to be horsewhipped myself, that's all." His friends were ready, the coach was nearly so, and in half an hour they were proceeding on their journey along the road over which Mr. Pickwick and Sam had so recently travelled, and of which, as we have already said something, we do not feel called upon to extract Mr. Snodgrass's poetical and beautiful description. Mr. Weller was standing at the door of the Angel, ready to receive them, and by that gentleman they were ushered to the apartment of Mr. Pickwick, where, to the no small surprise of Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass, and the no small embarrassment of Mr. Tupman, they found old Wardle and Trundle. "How are you?" said the old man, grasping Mr. Tupman's hand. "Don't hang back or look sentimental about it. It can't be helped, old fellow. For her sake I wish you'd had her. For your own, I'm very glad you have not. A young fellow like you will do better one of these days, eh? With this conclusion Wardle slapped Mr. Tupman on the back and laughed heartily. "Well, and how are you, my fine fellows?" said the old gentleman, shaking hands with Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass at the same time. "I have just been telling Pickwick that we must have you all down at Christmas. We're going to have a wedding, a real wedding this time." "A wedding!" exclaimed Mr. Snodgrass, turning very pale. "Yes, a wedding, but don't be frightened," said the good-humoured old man. "It's only Trundle there, and Bella." "Oh, is that all?" said Mr. Snodgrass, relieved from a painful doubt which had fallen heavily on his breast. "Give you joy, sir. How is Joe?" "Very well," replied the old gentleman, "sleepy as ever." "And your mother and the clergyman and all of 'em?" "Quite well." "Where," said Mr. Tupman with an effort, "where is she, sir?" And he turned away his head and covered his eyes with his hand. "She," said the old gentleman with a knowing shake of the head. "Do you mean my single relative, eh?" Mr. Tupman by a nod intimated that his question applied to the disappointed Rachel. "Oh, she's gone away," said the old gentleman. "She's living at a relation's far enough off. She couldn't bear to see the girls, so I let her go. But come, here's the dinner. You must be hungry after your ride. I am, without any ride at all, so let us fall to." Ample justice was done to the meal, and when they were seated round the table, after it had been disposed of, Mr. Pickwick, to the intense horror and indignation of his followers, related the adventure he had undergone, and the success which had attended the base artifices of the diabolical Jingle. "And the attack of rheumatism which I caught in that garden," said Mr. Pickwick in conclusion, "renders me lame at this moment." "I, too, have had something of an adventure," said Mr. Winkle with a smile, and at the request of Mr. Pickwick he detailed the malicious libel of the Eatanswill Independent, and the consequent excitement of their friend the editor. Mr. Pickwick's brow darkened during the recital. His friends observed it, and when Mr. Winkle had concluded, maintained a profound silence. Mr. Pickwick struck the table emphatically with his clenched fist, and spoke as follows. "Is it not a wonderful circumstance," said Mr. Pickwick, "that we seem destined to enter no man's house without involving him in some degree of trouble? Does it not, I ask, bespeak the indiscretion, or worse than that, the blackness of heart, that I should say so, of my followers, that beneath whatever roof they locate, they disturb the peace of mind and happiness of some confiding female? Is it not, I say?" Mr. Pickwick would in all probability have gone on for some time, had not the entrance of Sam with a letter caused him to break off in his eloquent discourse. He passed his handkerchief across his forehead, took off his spectacles, wiped them, and put them on again, and his voice had recovered its wonted softness of tone when he said, "What have you there, Sam?" "Called at the post office just now, and found this here letter, as has laid there for 2 days," replied Mr. Weller. "It's sealed with a vafer and directed in round hand." "I don't know this hand," said Mr. Pickwick, opening the letter. "Mercy on us, what's this? It must be a jest. It can't be true." "What's the matter?" was the general inquiry. "Nobody dead, is there?" said Wardle, alarmed at the horror in Mr. Pickwick's countenance. Mr. Pickwick made no reply, but pushing the letter across the table, and desiring Mr. Tupman to read it aloud, fell back in his chair with a look of vacant astonishment quite alarming to behold. Mr. Tupman, with a trembling voice, read the letter, of which the following is a copy. Freeman's Court, Cornhill, August 28th, 1827. Bardell against Pickwick. Sir, having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell to commence an action against you for a breach of promise of marriage, for which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500, we beg to inform you that a writ has been issued against you in this suit in the Court of Common Pleas, and request to know by return of post the name of your attorney in London who will accept service thereof. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Fogg. Mr. Samuel Pickwick. There was something so impressive in the mute astonishment with which each man regarded his neighbour, and every man regarded Mr. Pickwick, that all seemed afraid to speak. The silence was at length broken by Mr. Tupman. "Dodson and Fogg," he repeated mechanically. "Bardell and Pickwick," said Mr. Snodgrass, musing. "Peace of mind and happiness of confiding females. murmured Mr. Winkle with an air of abstraction. "It's a conspiracy," said Mr. Pickwick, at length recovering the power of speech. "A base conspiracy between these two grasping attorneys, Dodson and Fogg. Mrs. Bardell would never do it. She hasn't the heart to do it. She hasn't the case to do it. Ridiculous! Ridiculous!" "Of her heart," said Wardle with a smile, "you should certainly be the best judge. I don't wish to discourage you, but I should certainly say that of her case Dodson and Fogg are far better judges than any of us can be." "It's a vile attempt to extort money," said Mr. Pickwick. "I hope it is," said Wardle with a short dry cough. "Who ever heard me address her in any way but that in which a lodger would address his landlady?" continued Mr. Pickwick with great vehemence. "Who ever saw me with her? Not even my friends here." "Except on one occasion," said Mr. Tupman. Mr. Pickwick changed colour. "Ah," said Mr. Wardle. "Well, that's important. There was nothing suspicious then, I suppose?" Mr. Tupman glanced timidly at his leader. "Why," said he, "there was nothing suspicious, but I don't know how it happened, mind. She certainly was reclining in his arms." "Gracious powers!" ejaculated Mr. Pickwick, as the recollection of the scene in question struck forcibly upon him. "What a dreadful instance of the force of circumstances! So she was, so she was." "And our friend was soothing her anguish," said Mr. Winkle, rather maliciously. "So I was," said Mr. Pickwick. "I don't deny it. So I was." "Hullo," said Wardle. "For a case in which there's nothing suspicious, this looks rather queer, eh, Pickwick? Ah, sly dog, sly dog!" And he laughed till the glasses on the sideboard rang again. "What a dreadful conjunction of appearances!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, resting his chin upon his hands. "Winkle, Tupman, I beg your pardon for the observations I made just now. We are all the victims of circumstances, and I the greatest." With this apology Mr. Pickwick buried his head in his hands and ruminated, while Wardle measured out a regular circle of nods and winks addressed to the other members of the company. "I'll have it explained, though," said Mr. Pickwick, raising his head and hammering the table. "I'll see this Dodson and Fogg. I'll go to London to-morrow." "Not to-morrow," said Wardle. "You're too lame." "Well, then, next day. Next day is the 1st of September, and you're pledged to ride out with us, as far as Sir Geoffrey Manning's grounds, at all events, and to meet us at lunch, if you don't take the field." "Well, then, the day after," said Mr. Pickwick. "Thursday. Sam?" "Sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Take 2 places outside to London on Thursday morning for yourself and me." "Very well, sir." Mr. Weller left the room and departed slowly on his errand, with his hands in his pocket and his eyes fixed on the ground. "Rum feller, the Hemperor," said Mr. Weller, as he walked slowly up the street. "Think o' his making up to that 'ere Mrs. Bardell, vith a little boy too. Always the vay with these here old uns, howsoever, as is such steady goers to look at. I didn't think he'd ha' done it, though. I didn't think he'd ha' done it." Moralizing in this strain, Mr. Samuel Weller bent his steps towards the booking office. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. A Pleasant Day with an Unpleasant Termination. The birds, who, happily for their own peace of mind and personal comfort, were in blissful ignorance of the preparations which had been making to astonish them on the 1st of September, hailed it, no doubt, as one of the pleasantest mornings they had seen that season. Many a young partridge, who strutted complacently among the stubble with all the finicking coxcombry of youth, and many an older one who watched his levity out of his little round eye with the contemptuous air of a bird of wisdom and experience, alike unconscious of their approaching doom, basked in the fresh morning air with lively and blithesome feelings, and a few hours afterwards were laid low upon the earth. But we grow affecting. Let us proceed. In plain, commonplace matter of fact, then, it was a fine morning, so fine that you would scarcely have believed that the few months of an English summer had yet flown by. Hedges, fields, and trees, hill, and moorland, presented to the eye their ever-varying shades of deep, rich green. Scarce a leaf had fallen, scarce a sprinkle of yellow, mingled with the hues of summer, warned you that autumn had begun. The sky was cloudless, the sun shone out bright and warm, the songs of birds, the hum of myriads of summer insects filled the air, and the cottage gardens, crowded with flowers of every rich and beautiful tint, sparkled in the heavy dew like beds of glittering jewels. Everything bore the stamp of summer, and none of its beautiful color had yet faded from the dye. Such was the morning when an open carriage, in which were three Pickwickians, Mr. Snodgrass having preferred to remain at home, Mr. Wardle and Mr. Trundle, with Sam Weller on the box beside the driver, pulled up by a gate at the roadside, before which stood a tall, raw-boned gamekeeper and a half-booted, leather-legginged boy, each bearing a bag of capacious dimensions and accompanied by a brace of pointers. "I say," whispered Mr. Winkle to Wardle as the man let down the steps, "they don't suppose we're going to kill game enough to fill those bags, do they?" "Fill them!" exclaimed old Wardle. "Bless you, yes! You shall fill one and I the other, and when we've done with them the pockets of our shooting jackets will hold as much more." Mr. Winkle dismounted without saying anything in reply to this observation, but he thought within himself that if the party remained in the open air till he had filled one of the bags they stood a considerable chance of catching colds in their heads. "Hi, Juno, lass! Hi, old girl! Down, Daff, down!" said Wardle, caressing the dogs. "Sir Geoffrey still in Scotland, of course, Martin?" The tall gamekeeper replied in the affirmative, and looked with some surprise from Mr. Winkle, who was holding his gun as if he wished his coat pocket to save him the trouble of pulling the trigger, to Mr. Tupman, who was holding his as if he was afraid of it, as there was no earthly reason to doubt he really was. "My friends are not much in the way of this sort of thing yet, Martin," said Wardle, noticing the look. "Live and learn, you know. They'll be good shots one of these days. I beg my friend Winkle's pardon, though. He has had some practice." Mr. Winkle smiled feebly over his blue neckerchief in acknowledgment of the compliment, and got himself so mysteriously entangled with his gun, in his modest confusion, that if the piece had been loaded he must inevitably have shot himself dead upon the spot. "You mustn't handle your piece in that ere way when you come to have the charge in it, sir," said the tall gamekeeper gruffly, "or I'm damned if you won't make cold meat of some on us." Mr. Winkle, thus admonished, abruptly altered his position, and in so doing contrived to bring the barrel into pretty smart contact with Mr. Weller's head. "Hullo!" said Sam, picking up his hat, which had been knocked off, and rubbing his temple. "Hullo, sir! If you comes it this vay, you'll fill one of them bags and something to spare at one fire." Here the leather-legginged boy laughed very heartily, and then tried to look as if it was somebody else, whereat Mr. Winkle frowned majestically. "Where did you tell the boy to meet us with the snack, Martin?" inquired Wardle. "Side of One Tree Hill at 12 o'clock, sir." "That's not Sir Geoffrey's land, is it?" "No, sir, but it's close by it. It's Captain Boldwig's land. But there'll be nobody to interrupt us, and there's a fine bit of turf there." "Very well," said old Wardle. "Now, the sooner we're off the better. Will you join us at 12, then, Pickwick?" Mr. Pickwick was particularly desirous to view the sport, the more especially as he was rather anxious in respect of Mr. Winkle's life and limbs. On so inviting a morning, too, it was very tantalizing to turn back and leave his friends to enjoy themselves. It was, therefore, with a very rueful air that he replied, "Why, I suppose I must." "Ain't the gentleman a shot, sir?" inquired the long gamekeeper. "No," replied Wardle, "and he's lame besides." "I should very much like to go," said Mr. Pickwick, "very much." There was a short pause of commiseration. "There's a barrow t'other side the hedge," said the boy. "If the gentleman's servant would wheel along the paths he could keep nigh us, and we could lift it over the stiles and that." "The werry thing," said Mr. Weller, who was a party interested inasmuch as he ardently longed to see the sport. "The werry thing. Well said, small cheek. I'll have it out in a minute." But here a difficulty arose. The long gamekeeper resolutely protested against the introduction into a shooting party of a gentleman in a barrow, as a gross violation of all established rules and precedents. It was a great objection, but not an insurmountable one, The gamekeeper, having been coaxed and feed, and having moreover eased his mind by punching the head of the inventive youth who had first suggested the use of the machine, Mr. Pickwick was placed in it, and off the party set, Wardle and the long gamekeeper leading the way, and Mr. Pickwick in the barrow, propelled by Sam bringing up the rear. "Stop, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, when they had got half across the first field. "What's the matter now?" said Wardle. "I won't suffer this barrow to be moved another step," said Mr. Pickwick resolutely, "unless Winkle carries that gun of his in a different manner." "How am I to carry it?" said the wretched Winkle. "Carry it with the muzzle to the ground," replied Mr. Pickwick. "It's so unsportsmanlike," reasoned Winkle. "I don't care whether it's unsportsmanlike or not," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I'm not going to be shot in a wheelbarrow for the sake of appearances to please anybody." "I know the gentleman'll put that 'ere charge into somebody afore he's done," growled the long man. "Well, well, I don't mind," said poor Winkle, turning his gun stock uppermost. "There." "Anythin' for a quiet life," said Mr. Weller, and on they went again. "Stop!" said Mr. Pickwick, after they had gone a few yards farther. "What now?" said Wardle. "That gun of Tupman's is not safe, I know it isn't," said Mr. Pickwick. "Eh? What? Not safe?" said Mr. Tupman, in a tone of great alarm. "Not as you are carrying it," said Mr. Pickwick. "I am very sorry to make any further objection, but I cannot consent to go on unless you carry it as Winkle does his." "I think you had better, sir," said the long gamekeeper, "or you're quite as likely to lodge the charge in yourself as in anything else." Mr. Tupman, with the most obliging haste, placed his piece in the position required, and the party moved on again, the two amateurs marching with reversed arms like a couple of privates at a royal funeral. The dogs suddenly came to a dead stop, and the party, advancing stealthily a single pace, stopped too. "What's the matter with the dogs' legs?" whispered Mr. Winkle. "How queer they're standing." "Hush, can't you?" replied Wardle softly. "Don't you see they're making a point?" "Making a point!" said Mr. Winkle, staring about him as if he expected to discover some particular beauty in the landscape which the sagacious animals were calling special attention to. "Making a point? What are they pointing at?" "Keep your eyes open," said Wardle, not heeding the question in the excitement of the moment. "Now then." There was a sharp whirring noise that made Mr. Winkle start back as if he had been shot himself. Bang, bang went a couple of guns. The smoke swept quickly away over the field and curled into the air. "Where are they?" said Mr. Winkle, in a state of the highest excitement, turning round and round in all directions. "Where are they? Tell me when to fire. Where are they? Where are they?" "Where are they?" said Wardle, taking up a brace of birds which the dogs had deposited at his feet. "Why, here they are." "Oh, no, I mean the others," said the bewildered Winkle. "Far enough off by this time," replied Wardle, coolly reloading his gun. "We shall very likely be up with another covey in 5 minutes," said the long gamekeeper. "If the gentleman begins to fire now, perhaps he'll just get the shot out of the barrel by the time they rise." "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Mr. Weller. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, compassionating his follower's confusion and embarrassment. "Sir." "Don't laugh." "Certainly not, sir." So, by way of indemnification, Mr. Weller contorted his features from behind the wheelbarrow for the exclusive amusement of the boy with the leggings, who thereupon burst into a boisterous laugh and was summarily cuffed by the long gamekeeper, who wanted a pretext for turning round to hide his own merriment. "Brave old fellow," said Wardle to Mr. Tupman. "You fired that time, at all events." "Oh, yes," replied Mr. Tupman, with conscious pride. "I let it off." "Well done. You'll hit something next time if you look sharp. Very easy, ain't it?" "Yes, it's very easy," said Mr. Tupman. "How it hurts one's shoulder, though. It nearly knocked me backwards. I had no idea these small firearms kicked so." "Ah," said the old gentleman, smiling, "you'll get used to it in time. Now then, all ready. All right with the barrel there?" "All right, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Come along, then." "Hold hard, sir," said Sam, raising the barrel. "Aye, aye," replied Mr. Pickwick, and on they went as briskly as need be. "Keep that barrel back now," cried Wardle, when it had been hoisted over a stile into another field, and Mr. Pickwick had been deposited in it once more. "All right, sir," replied Mr. Weller, pausing. "Now, Winkle," said the old gentleman, "follow me softly, and don't be too late this time." "Never fear," said Mr. Winkle. "Are they pointing?" "No, no, not now. Quietly now, quietly." On they crept, and very quietly they would have advanced if Mr. Winkle, in the performance of some very intricate evolutions with his gun, had not accidentally fired at the most critical moment over the boy's head, exactly in the very spot where the tall man's brain would have been had he been there instead. "Why, what on earth did you do that for?" said old Wardle, as the birds flew unharmed away. "I never saw such a gun in my life," replied poor Mr. Winkle, looking at the lock as if that would do any good. "It goes off of its own accord. It will do it." "Will do it," echoed Wardle, with something of irritation in his manner. "I wish it would kill something of its own accord." "It'll do that afore long, sir," observed the tall man, in a low, prophetic voice. "What do you mean by that observation, sir?" inquired Mr. Winkle, angrily. "Never mind, sir, never mind," replied the long gamekeeper. "I've no family myself, sir, and this here boy's mother will get something handsome from Sir Geoffrey if he's killed on his land. Load again, sir, load again." "Take away his gun!" cried Mr. Pickwick from the barrow, horror stricken at the long man's dark insinuations. "Take away his gun, do you hear, somebody?" Nobody, however, volunteered to obey the command, and Mr. Winkle, after darting a rebellious glance at Mr. Pickwick, reloaded his gun and proceeded onwards with the rest. We are bound, on the authority of Mr. Pickwick, to state that Mr. Tupman's mode of proceeding evinced far more of prudence and deliberation than that adopted by Mr. Winkle. Still, this by no means detracts from the great authority of the latter gentleman on all matters connected with the field, because, as Mr. Pickwick beautifully observes, it has somehow or other happened, from time immemorial, that many of the best and ablest philosophers, who have been perfect lights of science in matters of theory, have been wholly unable to reduce them to practice. Mr. Tupman's process, like many of our most sublime discoveries, was extremely simple. With the quickness and penetration of a man of genius, he had at once observed that the two great points to be attained were, first, to discharge his piece without injury to himself, and secondly, to do so without danger to the bystanders. Obviously, the best thing to do, after surmounting the difficulty of firing at all, was to shut his eyes firmly and fire into the air. On one occasion, after performing this feat, Mr. Tupman, on opening his eyes, beheld a plump partridge in the act of falling, wounded, to the ground. He was on the point of congratulating Mr. Wardle on his invariable success, when that gentleman advanced towards him and grasped him warmly by the hand. "Tupman," said the old gentleman, "you singled out that particular bird?" "No," said Mr. Tupman, "no." "You did," said Wardle. "I saw you do it. I observed you pick him out. I noticed you as you raised your piece to take aim, and I will say this, that the best shot in existence could not have done it more beautifully. You are an older hand at this than I thought you, Tupman. You have been out before." It was in vain for Mr. Tupman to protest, with a smile of self-denial, that he never had. The very smile was taken as evidence to the contrary, and from that time forth his reputation was established. It is not the only reputation that has been acquired as easily, nor are such fortunate circumstances confined to partridge shooting. Meanwhile, Mr. Winkle flashed and blazed and smoked away without producing any material results worthy of being noted down, sometimes expending his charge in mid-air, and at others sending it skimming along so near the surface of the ground as to place the lives of the two dogs on a rather uncertain and precarious tenure. As a display of fancy shooting it was extremely varied and curious. As an exhibition of firing with any precise object, it was, upon the whole, perhaps a failure. It is an established axiom that every bullet has its billet. If it apply in an equal degree to shot, those of Mr. Winkle were unfortunate foundlings, deprived of their natural rights, cast loose upon the world and billeted nowhere. "Well," said Wardle, walking up to the side of the barrow and wiping the streams of perspiration from his jolly red face, "smoking day, isn't it?" "It is indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick. "The sun is tremendously hot, even to me. I don't know how you must feel it." "Why," said the old gentleman, "pretty hot. It's past 12, though. You see that green hill there? Certainly. That's the place where we are to lunch. And by Jove, there's the boy with the basket, punctual as clockwork. So he is, said Mr. Pickwick, brightening up. Good boy, that. I'll give him a shilling presently. Now then, Sam, wheel away. Hold on, sir, said Mr. Weller, invigorated with the prospect of refreshments. Out of the vay, young leathers. If you wally my precious life, don't upset me, as the gentleman said to the driver when they was a carrying him to Tyburn. And quickening his pace to a sharp run, Mr. Weller wheeled his master nimbly to the green hill, shot him dexterously out by the very side of the basket, and proceeded to unpack it with the utmost dispatch. Wheel pie, said Mr. Weller, soliloquizing, as he arranged the eatables on the grass. Wery good thing is wheel pie, when you know the lady has made it, and is quite sure it ain't kittens. And arter all, though, where's the odds, when they're so like wheel, that the wery piemen themselves don't know the difference? Don't they, Sam? said Mr. Pickwick. Not they, sir, replied Mr. Weller, touching his hat. I lodged in the same house with a pieman once, sir, and a wery nice man he was. Reg'lar clever chap, too. Make pies out o' anything, he could. What a number o' cats you keep, Mr. Brooks, says I, when I'd got intimate with him. Ah, says he, I do, a good many, says he. You must be wery fond o' cats, says I. Other people is, says he, a winking at me. They ain't in season till the winter, though, says he. Not in season, says I. No, says he. Fruits is in, cats is out. Why, what do you mean, says I. Mean, says he, that I'll never be a party to the combination of the butchers to keep up the price o' meat, says he. Mr. Weller, says he, a squeezing my hand wery hard and vispering in my ear, don't mention this here agin. But it's the seasoning as does it. They're all made of them noble animals, says he, a pointing to a wery nice little tabby kitten, and I seasons them for beefsteak, weal or kidney, according to the demand, and more than that, says he, I can make a weal a beefsteak or a beefsteak a kidney, or any one on 'em a mutton, at a minute's notice, just as the market changes and appetites vary. He must have been a very ingenious young man, that, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick with a slight shudder. Just was, sir, replied Mr. Weller, continuing his occupation of emptying the basket, and the pies was beautiful. Tongue, well, that's a wery good thing when it ain't a woman's. Bread, knuckle o' ham, reg'lar picter. Cold beef in slices, wery good. What's in them stone jars, young Touch and Go? Beer in this one, replied the boy, taking from his shoulder a couple of large stone bottles, fastened together by a leathern strap. Cold punch in t'other. And a wery good notion of a lunch it is, take it altogether, said Mr. Weller, surveying his arrangement of the repast with great satisfaction. Now, gentlemen, fall on, as the English said to the French when they fixed bagonets. It needed no second invitation to induce the party to yield full justice to the meal, and as little pressing did it require to induce Mr. Weller, the long gamekeeper, and the two boys to station themselves on the grass at a little distance and do good execution upon a decent proportion of the viands. An old oak afforded a pleasant shelter to the group, and a rich prospect of arable and meadow land, intersected with luxuriant hedges and richly ornamented with wood, lay spread out before them. This is delightful, thoroughly delightful, said Mr. Pickwick, the skin of whose expressive countenance was rapidly peeling off with exposure to the sun. So it is, old fellow, replied Wardle. Come, a glass of punch. With great pleasure, said Mr. Pickwick, the satisfaction of whose countenance, after drinking it, bore testimony to the sincerity of the reply. Good, said Mr. Pickwick, smacking his lips. Very good. I'll take another. Cool, very cool. Come, gentlemen, continued Mr. Pickwick, still retaining his hold upon the jar, a toast. Our friends at Dingley Dell. The toast was drunk with loud acclamations. I'll tell you what I shall do to get up my shooting again, said Mr. Winkle, who was eating bread and ham with a pocket knife. I'll put a stuffed partridge on the top of a post and practice at it, beginning at a short distance and lengthening it by degrees. I understand it's capital practice. I know a gentleman, sir, said Mr. Weller, as did that, and begun at 2 yards, but he never tried it on again, for he blowed the bird right clean away at the first fire, and nobody ever seed a feather on him arterwards." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Have the goodness to reserve your anecdotes till they are called for." "Certainly, sir." Here Mr. Weller winked the eye which was not concealed by the beer can he was raising to his lips with such exquisite facetiousness that the two boys went into spontaneous convulsions, and even the long man condescended to smile. "Well, that certainly is most capital cold punch," said Mr. Pickwick, looking earnestly at the stone bottle, "and the day is extremely warm, and Tupman, my dear friend, a glass of punch?" "With the greatest delight," replied Mr. Tupman. And having drank that glass, Mr. Pickwick took another, just to see whether there was any orange peel in the punch, because orange peel always disagreed with him, and finding that there was not, Mr. Pickwick took another glass to the health of their absent friend, and then felt himself imperatively called upon to propose another in honor of the punch compounder unknown. This constant succession of glasses produced considerable effect upon Mr. Pickwick. His countenance beamed with the most sunny smiles, laughter played around his lips, and good-humored merriment twinkled in his eye. Yielding by degrees to the influence of the exciting liquid, rendered more so by the heat, Mr. Pickwick expressed a strong desire to recollect a song which he had heard in his infancy, and the attempt proving abortive, sought to stimulate his memory with more glasses of punch, which appeared to have quite a contrary effect, for, from forgetting the words of the song, he began to forget how to articulate any words at all, and finally, after rising to his legs to address the company in an eloquent speech, he fell into the barrow and fast asleep simultaneously. The basket having been repacked, and it being found perfectly impossible to awaken Mr. Pickwick from his torpor, some discussion took place whether it would be better for Mr. Weller to wheel his master back again, or to leave him where he was until they should all be ready to return. The latter course was at length decided on, and as the further expedition was not to exceed an hour's duration, and as Mr. Weller begged very hard to be one of the party, it was determined to leave Mr. Pickwick asleep in the barrow, and to call for him on their return. So away they went, leaving Mr. Pickwick snoring most comfortably in the shade. That Mr. Pickwick would have continued to snore in the shade until his friends came back, or, in default thereof, until the shades of evening had fallen on the landscape, there appears no reasonable cause to doubt, always supposing that he had been suffered to remain there in peace. But he was not suffered to remain there in peace, and this was what prevented him. Captain Boldwig was a little fierce man in a stiff black neckerchief and blue surtout, who, when he did condescend to walk about his property, did it in company with a thick rattan stick with a brass ferrule, and a gardener and sub-gardener with meek faces, to whom, the gardeners, not the stick, Captain Boldwig gave his orders with all due grandeur and ferocity. For Captain Boldwig's wife's sister had married a marquis, and the captain's house was a villa, and his land grounds, and it was all very high and mighty and great. Mr. Pickwick had not been asleep half an hour when little Captain Boldwig, followed by the two gardeners, came striding along as fast as his size and importance would let him, and when he came near the oak tree, Captain Boldwig paused and drew a long breath, and looked at the prospect as if he thought the prospect ought to be highly gratified at having him to take notice of it. And then he struck the ground emphatically with his stick and summoned the head gardener. "Hunt," said Captain Boldwig. "Yes, sir," said the gardener. "Roll this place to-morrow morning. Do you hear, Hunt?" "Yes, sir." "And take care that you keep this place in good order. Do you hear, Hunt?" "Yes, sir." "And remind me to have a board done about trespassers and spring guns and all that sort of thing to keep the common people out. Do you hear, Hunt? Do you hear?" "I'll not forget it, sir." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the other man, advancing with his hand to his hat. "Well, Wilkins, what's the matter with you?" said Captain Boldwig. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I think there have been trespassers here to-day." "Ha!" said the captain, scowling around him. "Yes, sir. They have been dining here, I think, sir." "Why, damn their audacity, so they have," said Captain Boldwig, as the crumbs and fragments that were strewn upon the grass met his eye. "They have actually been devouring their food here. I wish I had the vagabonds here," said the captain, clenching the thick stick. "I wish I had the vagabonds here," said the captain wrathfully. "Beg your pardon, sir," said Wilkins, "but—" But what, eh?" roared the captain, and following the timid glance of Wilkins, his eyes encountered the wheelbarrow and Mr. Pickwick. "Who are you, you rascal?" said the captain, administering several pokes to Mr. Pickwick's body with the thick stick. "What's your name?" "Cold Punch," murmured Mr. Pickwick, as he sank to sleep again. "What?" demanded Captain Boldwig. No reply. "What did he say his name was?" asked the captain. "Punch, I think, sir," replied Wilkins. "That's his impudence! That's his confounded impudence!" said Captain Boldwig. "He's only feigning to be asleep now," said the captain, in a high passion. "He's drunk! He's a drunken plebeian! Wheel him away, Wilkins! Wheel him away directly!" "Where shall I wheel him to, sir?" inquired Wilkins, with great timidity. "Wheel him to the devil!" replied Captain Boldwig. "Very well, sir," said Wilkins. "Stay," said the captain. Wilkins stopped accordingly. "Wheel him," said the captain, "wheel him to the pound, and let us see whether he calls himself Punch when he comes to himself. He shall not bully me! He shall not bully me! Wheel him away." Away Mr. Pickwick was wheeled in compliance with this imperious mandate, and the great Captain Boldwig, swelling with indignation, proceeded on his walk. Inexpressible was the astonishment of the little party when they returned to find that Mr. Pickwick had disappeared and taken the wheelbarrow with him. It was the most mysterious and unaccountable thing that was ever heard of. For a lame man to have got upon his legs without any previous notice and walked off would have been most extraordinary, but when it came to his wheeling a heavy barrow before him by way of amusement, it grew positively miraculous. They searched every nook and corner round, together and separately. They shouted, whistled, laughed, called, and all with the same result. Mr. Pickwick was not to be found. After some hours of fruitless search, they arrived at the unwelcome conclusion that they must go home without him. Meanwhile, Mr. Pickwick had been wheeled to the pound and safely deposited therein, fast asleep in the wheelbarrow, to the immeasurable delight and satisfaction not only of all the boys in the village, but three-fourths of the whole population who had gathered round in expectation of his waking. If their most intense gratification had been awakened by seeing him wheeled in, how many hundredfold was their joy increased when, after a few indistinct cries of "Sam!" he sat up in the barrow and gazed with indescribable astonishment on the faces before him. A general shout was, of course, the signal of his having woke up, and his involuntary inquiry of "What's the matter?" occasioned another, louder than the first, if possible. "Here's a game!" roared the populace. "Where am I?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "In the pound," replied the mob. "How came I here? What was I doing? Where was I brought from?" "Boldwig, Captain Boldwig," was the only reply. "Let me out!" cried Mr. Pickwick. "Where's my servant? Where are my friends?" "You ain't got no friends! Hurrah!" Then there came a turnip, then a potato, and then an egg, with a few other little tokens of the playful disposition of the many-headed. How long this scene might have lasted, or how much Mr. Pickwick might have suffered, no one can tell, had not a carriage which was driving swiftly by suddenly pulled up, from whence there descended old Wardle and Sam Weller, the former of whom, in far less time than it takes to write it, if not to read it, had made his way to Mr. Pickwick's side and placed him in the vehicle, just as the latter had concluded the third and last round of a single combat with the town beadle. "Run to the justices!" cried a dozen voices. "Ah, run avay!" said Mr. Weller, jumping up on the box. "Give my compliments, Mr. Veller's compliments to the justice, and tell him I've spiled his beetle, and that if he'll swear in a new one, I'll come back again to-morrow and spile him. Drive on, old feller. I'll give directions for the commencement of an action for false imprisonment against this Captain Boldwig directly I get to London," said Mr. Pickwick, as soon as the carriage turned out of the town. "We were trespassing, it seems," said Wardle. "I don't care," said Mr. Pickwick. "I'll bring the action." "No, you won't," said Wardle. "I will bite." But as there was a humorous expression in Wardle's face, Mr. Pickwick checked himself and said, "Why not?" "Because," said old Wardle, half bursting with laughter, "because they might turn on some of us and say we had taken too much cold punch." Do what he would, a smile would come into Mr. Pickwick's face. The smile extended into a laugh, the laugh into a roar, The roar became general. So, to keep up their good humor, they stopped at the first roadside tavern they came to, and ordered a glass of brandy and water all round, with a magnum of extra strength for Mr. Samuel Weller. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20. Showing how Dodson and Fogg were men of business, and their clerks men of pleasure, and how an affecting interview took place between Mr. Weller and his long-lost parent. Showing also what choice spirits assembled at the Magpie and Stump, and what a capital chapter the next one will be. In the ground floor front of a dingy house, at the very farthest end of Freeman's Court, Cornhill, sat the four clerks of Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, two of His Majesty's attorneys of the Courts of King's Bench and Common Pleas at Westminster, and solicitors of the High Court of Chancery, the aforesaid clerks catching as favourable glimpses of heaven's light and heaven's sun in the course of their daily labours as a man might hope to do were he placed at the bottom of a reasonably deep well, and without the opportunity of perceiving the stars in the daytime which the latter secluded situation affords. The clerk's office of Messrs. Dodson and Fogg was a dark, mouldy, earthy-smelling room, with a high wainscoted partition to screen the clerks from the vulgar gaze, a couple of old wooden chairs, a very loud ticking clock, an almanac, an umbrella stand, a row of hat pegs, and a few shelves, on which were deposited several ticketed bundles of dirty papers, some old deal boxes with paper labels, and sundry decayed stone ink bottles of various shapes and sizes. There was a glass door leading into the passage, which formed the entrance to the court, and on the outer side of this glass door Mr. Pickwick, closely followed by Sam Weller, presented himself on the Friday morning succeeding the occurrence of which a faithful narration is given in the last chapter. "Come in, can't you?" cried a voice from behind the partition, in reply to Mr. Pickwick's gentle tap at the door, and Mr. Pickwick and Sam entered accordingly. "Mr. Dodson or Mr. Fogg at home, sir?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, gently advancing, hat in hand, towards the partition. "Mr. Dodson ain't at home, and Mr. Fogg's particularly engaged," replied the voice, and at the same time the head to which the voice belonged, with a pen behind its ear, looked over the partition and at Mr. Pickwick. It was a ragged head, the sandy hair of which, scrupulously parted on one side and flattened down with pomatum, was twisted into little semicircular tails round a flat face ornamented with a pair of small eyes, and garnished with a very dirty shirt collar and a rusty black stock. "Mr. Dodson ain't at home, and Mr. Fogg's particularly engaged," said the man to whom the head belonged. "When will Mr. Dodson be back, sir?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Can't say." "Will it be long before Mr. Fogg is disengaged, sir?" "Don't know." Here the man proceeded to mend his pen with great deliberation, while another clerk, who was mixing a seidlitz powder under cover of the lid of his desk, laughed approvingly. "I think I'll wait," said Mr. Pickwick. There was no reply, so Mr. Pickwick sat down unbidden, and listened to the loud ticking of the clock and the murmured conversation of the clerks. "That was a game, wasn't it?" said one of the gentlemen in a brown coat and brass buttons, inky drabs and bluchers, at the conclusion of some inaudible relation of his previous evening's adventures. "Devilish good, devilish good," said the seidlitz powder man. "Tom Cummins was in the chair," said the man with the brown coat. "It was 4:30 when I got to Somerstown, and then it was so uncommon lushy that I couldn't find the place where the latchkey went in, and was obliged to knock up the old 'oman. I say, I wonder what old Fogg 'd say if he knew it. I should get the sack, I s'pose, eh?" At this humorous notion all the clerks laughed in concert. "There was such a game with Fogg here this morning," said the man in the brown coat, "while Jack was upstairs sorting the papers, and you two were gone to the stamp office. Fogg was down here, opening the letters, when that chap as we issued the writ against at Camberwell, you know, came in. What's his name again?" "Ramsay," said the clerk who had spoken to Mr. Pickwick. "Ah, Ramsay, a precious seedy-looking customer. 'Well, sir,' says old Fogg, looking at him very fierce. You know his way. 'Well, sir, have you come to settle?' 'Yes, I have, sir,' said Ramsay, putting his hand in his pocket and bringing out the money. "The debt's £2.10, and the cost's £3.5, and here it is, sir." And he sighed like bricks as he lugged out the money, done up in a bit of blotting paper. Old Fogg looked first at the money, and then at him, and then he coughed in his rum way, so that I knew something was coming. "You don't know there's a declaration filed, which increases the costs materially, I suppose?" said Fogg. "You don't say that, sir," said Ramsay, starting back. "The time was only out last night, sir." "I do say it, though," said Fogg. "My clerk's just gone to file it. Hasn't Mr. Jackson gone to file that declaration in Bowman and Ramsay, Mr. Wicks?" Of course I said yes, and then Fogg coughed again and looked at Ramsay. "My God!" said Ramsay, "and here have I nearly driven myself mad scraping this money together, and all to no purpose." "None at all," said Fogg coolly. "So you had better go back and scrape some more together, and bring it here in time." "I can't get it, by God!" said Ramsay, striking the desk with his fist. "Don't bully me, sir," said Fogg, getting into a passion on purpose. "I'm not bullying you, sir," said Ramsay. "You are," said Fogg. "Get out, sir. Get out of this office, sir, and come back, sir, when you know how to behave yourself." Well, Ramsay tried to speak, but Fogg wouldn't let him, so he put the money in his pocket and sneaked out. The door was scarcely shut when old Fogg turned round to me with a sweet smile on his face and drew the declaration out of his coat pocket. "Here, Wicks," says Fogg, "take a cab and go down to the Temple as quick as you can and file that. The costs are quite safe, for he's a steady man with a large family, at a salary of 25 shillings a week, and if he gives us a warrant of attorney, as he must in the end, I know his employers will see it paid. So we may as well get all we can out of him, Mr. Wicks. It's a Christian act to do it, Mr. Wicks, for with his large family and small income he'll be all the better for a good lesson against getting into debt. Won't he, Mr. Wicks, won't he?" And he smiled so good-naturedly as he went away that it was delightful to see him. "He is a capital man of business," said Wicks, in a tone of the deepest admiration. "Capital, isn't he?" The other three cordially subscribed to this opinion, and the anecdote afforded the most unlimited satisfaction. "Nice men these here, sir," whispered Mr. Weller to his master. "Wery nice notion of fun they has, sir." Mr. Pickwick nodded assent, and coughed to attract the attention of the young gentlemen behind the partition, who, having now relaxed their minds by a little conversation among themselves, condescended to take some notice of the stranger. "I wonder whether Fogg's disengaged now," said Jackson. "I'll see," said Wicks, dismounting leisurely from his stool. "What name shall I tell Mr. Fogg?" "Pickwick," replied the illustrious subject of these memoirs. Mr. Jackson departed upstairs on his errand, and immediately returned with a message that Mr. Fogg would see Mr. Pickwick in 5 minutes, and having delivered it, returned again to his desk. "What did he say his name was?" whispered Wicks. "Pickwick," replied Jackson. "It's the defendant in Bardell and Pickwick." A sudden scraping of feet, mingled with the sound of suppressed laughter, was heard from behind the partition. "They're a twigging of you, sir," whispered Mr. Weller. "Twigging of me, Sam?" replied Mr. Pickwick. "What do you mean by twigging me?" Mr. Weller replied by pointing with his thumb over his shoulder, and Mr. Pickwick, on looking up, became sensible of the pleasing fact that all the 4 clerks, with countenances expressive of the utmost amusement, and with their heads thrust over the wooden screen, were minutely inspecting the figure and general appearance of the supposed trifler with female hearts and disturber of female happiness. On his looking up, the row of heads suddenly disappeared, and the sound of pens travelling at a furious rate over paper immediately succeeded. A sudden ring at the bell which hung in the office summoned Mr. Jackson to the apartment of Fogg, from whence he came back to say that he, Fogg, was ready to see Mr. Pickwick if he would step upstairs. Upstairs Mr. Pickwick did step accordingly, leaving Sam Weller below. The room door of the one pair back bore inscribed in legible characters the imposing words, "Mr. Fogg," and having tapped thereat, and been desired to come in, Jackson ushered Mr. Pickwick into the presence. "Is Mr. Dodson in?" inquired Mr. Fogg. "Just come in, sir," replied Jackson. "Ask him to step here." "Yes, sir." Exit Jackson. "Take a seat, sir," said Fogg. "There is the paper, sir. My partner will be here directly, and we can converse about this matter, sir." Mr. Pickwick took a seat and the paper, but instead of reading the latter, peeped over the top of it, and took a survey of the man of business, who was an elderly, pimply-faced, vegetable diet sort of man, in a black coat, dark mixture trousers, and small black gaiters. A kind of being who seemed to be an essential part of the desk at which he was writing, and to have as much thought or feeling. After a few minutes' silence, Mr. Dodson, a plump, portly, stern-looking man, with a loud voice, appeared, and the conversation commenced. "This is Mr. Pickwick," said Fogg. "Ah, you are the defendant, sir, in Bardell and Pickwick?" said Dodson. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Well, sir," said Dodson, "and what do you propose?" "Ah," said Fogg, thrusting his hands into his trousers pockets and throwing himself back in his chair, "what do you propose, Mr. Pickwick?" "Hush, Fogg," said Dodson, "let me hear what Mr. Pickwick has to say." "I came, gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick, gazing placidly on the two partners, "I came here, gentlemen, to express the surprise with which I received your letter of the other day, and to inquire what grounds of action you can have against me." "Grounds of—" Fogg had ejaculated this much when he was stopped by Dodson. "Mr. Fogg," said Dodson, "I am going to speak." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Dodson," said Fogg. "For the grounds of action, sir," continued Dodson, with moral elevation in his air, "you will consult your own conscience and your own feelings. We are guided entirely by the statement of our client. That statement, sir, may be true or it may be false. It may be credible or it may be incredible. But if it be true and if it be credible, I do not hesitate to say, sir, that our grounds of action, sir, are strong and not to be shaken. You may be an unfortunate man, sir, or you may be a designing one. But if I were called upon as a juryman upon my oath, sir, to express an opinion of your conduct, sir, I do not hesitate to assert that I should have but one opinion about it." Here Dodson drew himself up with an air of offended virtue, and looked at Fogg, who thrust his hands farther in his pockets, and nodding his head sagely, said, in a tone of the fullest concurrence, "Most certainly." "Well, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, with considerable pain depicted in his countenance, "you will permit me to assure you that I am a most unfortunate man, so far as this case is concerned." "I hope you are, sir," replied Dodson. "I trust you may be, sir. If you are really innocent of what is laid to your charge, you are more unfortunate than I had believed any man could possibly be. What do you say, Mr. Fogg?" "I say precisely what you say," replied Fogg, with a smile of incredulity. "The writ, sir, which commences the action," continued Dodson, "was issued regularly. Mr. Fogg, where is the praecipe book?" "Here it is," said Fogg, handing over a square book with a parchment cover. "Here is the entry," resumed Dodson. "Middlesex, Capias Martha Bardell, widow, v. Samuel Pickwick, damages 1500, Dodson and Fogg for the plaintiff, August 28th, 1827. All regular, sir, perfectly." Dodson coughed and looked at Fogg, who said "perfectly" also, and then they both looked at Mr. Pickwick. "I am to understand, then," said Mr. Pickwick, "that it really is your intention to proceed with this action?" "Understand, sir? That you certainly may," replied Dodson, with something as near a smile as his importance would allow. "And that the damages are actually laid at 1500 pounds?" said Mr. Pickwick. "To which understanding you may add my assurance that if we could have prevailed upon our client, they would have been laid at treble the amount, sir," replied Dodson. "I believe Mrs. Bardell specially said, however," observed Fogg, glancing at Dodson, "that she would not compromise for a farthing less." "Unquestionably," replied Dodson, sternly. For the action was only just begun, and it wouldn't have done to let Mr. Pickwick compromise it then, even if he had been so disposed. "As you offer no terms, sir," said Dodson, displaying a slip of parchment in his right hand, and affectionately pressing a paper copy of it on Mr. Pickwick with his left, "I had better serve you with a copy of this writ, sir. Here is the original, sir." "Very well, gentlemen, very well," said Mr. Pickwick, rising in person and wrath at the same time. "You shall hear from my solicitor, gentlemen." "We shall be very happy to do so," said Fogg, rubbing his hands. "Very," said Dodson, opening the door. "And before I go, gentlemen," said the excited Mr. Pickwick, turning round on the landing, "permit me to say that of all the disgraceful and rascally proceedings—" "Stay, sir, stay," interposed Dodson, with great politeness. "Mr. Jackson, Mr. Wicks." "Sir," said the two clerks, appearing at the bottom of the stairs. "I merely want you to hear what this gentleman says," replied Dodson. "Pray go on, sir. Disgraceful and rascally proceedings, I think you said?" "I did?" said Mr. Pickwick, thoroughly roused. "I said, sir, that of all the disgraceful and rascally proceedings that ever were attempted, this is the most so. I repeat it, sir." "You hear that, Mr. Wicks?" said Dodson. "You won't forget these expressions, Mr. Jackson," said Fogg. "Perhaps you would like to call us swindlers, sir," said Dodson. "Pray do, sir, if you feel disposed. Now, pray do, sir." "I do," said Mr. Pickwick. "You are swindlers." "Very good," said Dodson. "You can hear down there, I hope, Mr. Wicks?" "Oh, yes, sir," said Wicks. "You had better come up a step or two higher, if you can't," added Mr. Fogg. "Go on, sir, do go on. You had better call us thieves, sir, or perhaps you would like to assault one of us. Pray do it, sir, if you would. We will not make the smallest resistance. Pray do it, sir." As Fogg put himself very temptingly within the reach of Mr. Pickwick's clenched fist, there is little doubt that that gentleman would have complied with his earnest entreaty but for the interposition of Sam, who, hearing the dispute, emerged from the office, mounted the stairs, and seized his master by the arm. "You just come away," said Mr. Weller. "Battledore and shuttlecock's a werry good game when you ain't the shuttlecock and two lawyers the battledores, in which case it gets too excitin' to be pleasant. Come avay, sir. If you want to ease your mind by blowing up somebody, come out into the court and blow me up, but it's rayther too expensive work to be carried on here." And without the slightest ceremony, Mr. Weller hauled his master down the stairs and down the court, and having safely deposited him in Cornhill, fell behind, prepared to follow whithersoever he should lead. Mr. Pickwick walked on abstractedly, crossed opposite the mansion house, and bent his steps up Cheapside. Sam began to wonder where they were going, when his master turned round and said, "Sam, I will go immediately to Mr. Perker's." "That's just exactly the werry place vere you ought to have gone last night, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "I think it is, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I know it is," said Mr. Weller. "Well, well, Sam," replied Mr. Pickwick, "we will go there at once. But first, as I have been rather ruffled, I should like a glass of brandy and water warm, Sam. Where can I have it, Sam?" Mr. Weller's knowledge of London was extensive and peculiar. He replied without the slightest consideration, "Second court on the right hand side, last house but vun on the same side the vay. Take the box as stands in the first fireplace, 'cause there ain't no leg in the middle of the table, which all the others has, and it's werry inconvenient." Mr. Pickwick observed his valet's directions implicitly, and bidding Sam follow him, entered the tavern he had pointed out, where the hot brandy and water was speedily placed before him, while Mr. Weller, seated at a respectful distance, though at the same table with his master, was accommodated with a pint of porter. The room was one of a very homely description, and was apparently under the especial patronage of stage coachmen, for several gentlemen, who had all the appearance of belonging to that learned profession, were drinking and smoking in the different boxes. Among the number was one stout, red-faced, elderly man in particular, seated in an opposite box, who attracted Mr. Pickwick's attention. The stout man was smoking with great vehemence, but between every half dozen puffs he took his pipe from his mouth, and looked first at Mr. Weller and then at Mr. Pickwick. Then he would bury in a quart pot as much of his countenance as the dimensions of the quart pot admitted of its receiving, and take another look at Sam and Mr. Pickwick. Then he would take another half dozen puffs with an air of profound meditation, and look at them again. At last the stout man, putting up his legs on the seat and leaning his back against the wall, began to puff at his pipe without leaving off at all, and to stare through the smoke at the newcomers as if he had made up his mind to see the most he could of them. At first the evolutions of the stout man had escaped Mr. Weller's observation, but by degrees, as he saw Mr. Pickwick's eyes every now and then turning towards him, he began to gaze in the same direction, at the same time shading his eyes with his hand, as if he partially recognized the object before him and wished to make quite sure of its identity. His doubts were speedily dispelled, however, for the stout man, having blown a thick cloud from his pipe, a hoarse voice, like some strange effort of ventriloquism, emerged from beneath the capacious shawls which muffled his throat and chest, and slowly uttered these sounds: "Why, Sammy!" "Who's that, Sam?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Why, I wouldn't ha' believed it, sir," replied Mr. Weller, with astonished eyes. "It's the old un." "Old one?" said Mr. Pickwick. "What old one?" "My father, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "How are you, my ancient?" And with this beautiful ebullition of filial affection, Mr. Weller made room on the seat beside him for the stout man, who advanced, pipe in mouth and pot in hand, to greet him. "Why, Sammy," said the father, "I ha'n't seen you for 2 year and better." "Nor more you have, old codger," replied the son. "How's mother-in-law?" "Why, I'll tell you what, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, senior, with much solemnity in his manner, "there never was a nicer woman as a widder than that 'ere second winter o' mine. A sweet creetur she was, Sammy. All I can say on her now is, that as she was such an uncommon pleasant widder, it's a great pity she ever changed her condition. She don't act as a vife, Sammy." "Don't she, though?" inquired Mr. Weller, junior. The elder Mr. Weller shook his head as he replied with a sigh, "I've done it once too often, Sammy. I've done it once too often. Take example by your father, my boy, and be wery careful o' widders all your life, specially if they've kept a public house, Sammy." Having delivered this parental advice with great pathos, Mr. Weller, senior, refilled his pipe from a tin box he carried in his pocket, and lighting his fresh pipe from the ashes of the old one, commenced smoking at a great rate. "Beg your pardon, sir," he said, renewing the subject, and addressing Mr. Pickwick, after a considerable pause. "Nothin' personal, I hope, sir. I hope you ha'n't got a widder, sir." "Not I," replied Mr. Pickwick, laughing. And while Mr. Pickwick laughed, Sam Weller informed his parent in a whisper of the relation in which he stood towards that gentleman. "Beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Weller, senior, taking off his hat. "I hope you've no fault to find with Sammy, sir." "None whatever," said Mr. Pickwick. "Wery glad to hear it, sir," replied the old man. "I took a good deal o' pains with his eddication, sir. Let him run in the streets when he was wery young and shift for hisself. It's the only way to make a boy sharp, sir." "Rather a dangerous process, I should imagine," said Mr. Pickwick, with a smile. "And not a wery sure one, neither," added Mr. Weller. "I got reg'larly done the other day." "No!" said his father. "I did," said the son, and he proceeded to relate, in as few words as possible, how he had fallen a ready dupe to the stratagems of Job Trotter. Mr. Weller, senior, listened to the tale with the most profound attention, and, at its termination, said, "Warn't one o' those chaps slim and tall, with long hair, and the gift o' the gab, wery gallopin'?" Mr. Pickwick did not quite understand the last item of description, but, comprehending the first, said "Yes," at a venture. "T'other's a black-haired chap in mulberry livery, with a wery large head?" "Yes, yes, he is," said Mr. Pickwick and Sam, with great earnestness. "Then I know where they are, and that's all about it," said Mr. Weller. "They're at Ipswich, safe enough, them two." "No!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Fact," said Mr. Weller, "and I'll tell you how I know it. I work an Ipswich coach now and then for a friend o' mine. I worked down the wery day arter the night as you caught the rheumatic, and at the Black Boy at Chelmsford, the wery place they'd come to. I took 'em up right through to Ipswich, where the manservant, him and the Mulberrys, told me they was a goin' to put up for a long time." "I'll follow him," said Mr. Pickwick. "We may as well see Ipswich as any other place. I'll follow him." "You're quite certain it was them, governor?" inquired Mr. Weller, junior. "Quite, Sammy, quite," replied his father, "for their appearance is wery sing'lar. Besides that 'ere, I wondered to see the gentleman so familiar with his servant, and more than that, as they sat in the front, right behind the box, I heerd 'em laughing and saying as how they'd done old Fireworks." "Old who?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Old Fireworks, sir, by which I've no doubt they meant you, sir." There is nothing positively vile or atrocious in the appellation of old Fireworks, but still it is by no means a respectful or flattering designation. The recollection of all the wrongs he had sustained at Jingle's hands had crowded on Mr. Pickwick's mind the moment Mr. Weller began to speak. It wanted but a feather to turn the scale, and old Fireworks did it. "I'll follow him," said Mr. Pickwick, with an emphatic blow on the table. "I shall work down to Ipswich the day arter to morrow, sir," said Mr. Weller the elder, "from the Bull in Whitechapel, and if you really mean to go, you'd better go with me." "So we had," said Mr. Pickwick. "Very true. I can write to Bury and tell them to meet me at Ipswich. We will go with you, but don't hurry away, Mr. Weller. Won't you take anything?" "You're wery good, sir," replied Mr. W., stopping short. "Perhaps a small glass of brandy to drink your health and success to Sammy, sir, wouldn't be amiss." "Certainly not," replied Mr. Pickwick. "A glass of brandy here." The brandy was brought, and Mr. Weller, after pulling his hair to Mr. Pickwick and nodding to Sam, jerked it down his capacious throat as if it had been a small thimbleful. "Well done, father," said Sam. "Take care, old fellow, or you'll have a touch of your old complaint, the gout." "I've found a sovereign cure for that, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, setting down the glass. "A sovereign cure for the gout?" said Mr. Pickwick, hastily producing his note book. "What is it?" "The gout, sir," replied Mr. Weller, "the gout is a complaint as arises from too much ease and comfort. If ever you're attacked with the gout, sir, jist you marry a widder as has got a good loud woice, with a decent notion of using it, and you'll never have the gout agin. It's a capital prescription, sir. I takes it reg'lar, and I can warrant it to drive away any illness as is caused by too much jollity." Having imparted this valuable secret, Mr. Weller drained his glass once more, produced a labored wink, sighed deeply, and slowly retired. "Well, what do you think of what your father says, Sam?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, with a smile. "Think, sir?" replied Mr. Weller. "Why, I think he's the wictim of connubiality, as Bluebeard's domestic chaplain said, with a tear of pity ven he buried him." There was no replying to this very apposite conclusion, and therefore Mr. Pickwick, after settling the reckoning, resumed his walk to Gray's Inn. By the time he reached its secluded groves, however, 8 o'clock had struck, and the unbroken stream of gentlemen in muddy high lows, soiled white hats, and rusty apparel, who were pouring towards the different avenues of egress, warned him that the majority of the offices had closed for that day. After climbing 2 pairs of steep and dirty stairs, he found his anticipations were realized. Mr. Perker's outer door was closed, and the dead silence which followed Mr. Weller's repeated kicks thereat announced that the officials had retired from business for the night. "This is pleasant, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I shouldn't lose an hour in seeing him. I shall not be able to get 1 wink of sleep to-night, I know, unless I have the satisfaction of reflecting that I have confided this matter to a professional man." "Here's an old 'oman comin' upstairs, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "P'raps she knows where we can find somebody. Hullo, old lady, where's Mr. Perker's people?" "Mr. Perker's people?" said a thin, miserable looking old woman, stopping to recover breath after the ascent of the staircase. "Mr. Perker's people's gone, and I'm a goin' to do the office out." "Are you Mr. Perker's servant?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "I am Mr. Perker's laundress," replied the woman. "Ah," said Mr. Pickwick, half aside to Sam. "It's a curious circumstance, Sam, that they call the old women in these inns laundresses. I wonder what that's for." "'Cause they has a mortal awersion to washing anythin', I s'pose, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "I shouldn't wonder," said Mr. Pickwick, looking at the old woman, whose appearance, as well as the condition of the office, which she had by this time opened, indicated a rooted antipathy to the application of soap and water. "Do you know where I can find Mr. Perker, my good woman?" "No, I don't," replied the old woman gruffly. "He's outer town now." "That's unfortunate," said Mr. Pickwick. "Where's his clerk, do you know?" "Yes, I know where he is, but he won't thank me for telling you," replied the laundress. "I have very particular business with him," said Mr. Pickwick. "Won't it do in the morning?" said the woman. "Not so well," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Well," said the old woman, "if it was anything very particular, I was to say where he was, so I suppose there's no harm in telling. If you just go to the Magpie and Stump, and ask at the bar for Mr. Lowten, they'll show you into him, and he's Mr. Perker's clerk." With this direction, and having been furthermore informed that the hostelry in question was situated in a court, happy in the double advantage of being in the vicinity of Clare Market, and closely approximating to the back of New Inn, Mr. Pickwick and Sam descended the rickety staircase in safety, and issued forth in quest of the Magpie and Stump. This favoured tavern, sacred to the evening orgies of Mr. Lowten and his companions, was what ordinary people would designate a public house. That the landlord was a man of money-making turn was sufficiently testified by the fact of a small bulkhead beneath the tap-room window, in size and shape not unlike a sedan chair, being underlet to a mender of shoes, and that he was a being of a philanthropic mind was evident from the protection he afforded to a pieman who vended his delicacies without fear of interruption on the very doorstep. In the lower windows, which were decorated with curtains of a saffron hue, dangled 2 or 3 printed cards, bearing reference to Devonshire cider and Dantzic spruce, while a large blackboard, announcing in white letters to an enlightened public that there were 500,000 barrels of double stout in the cellars of the establishment, left the mind in a state of not unpleasing doubt and uncertainty as to the precise direction in the bowels of the earth in which this mighty cavern might be supposed to extend. When we add that the weather-beaten sign-board bore the half-obliterated semblance of a magpie intently eyeing a crooked streak of brown paint which the neighbours had been taught from infancy to consider as the stump, we have said all that need be said of the exterior of the edifice. On Mr. Pickwick's presenting himself at the bar, an elderly female emerged from behind the screen therein and presented herself before him. "Is Mr. Lowten here, ma'am?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Yes, he is, sir," replied the landlady. "Here, Charley, show the gentleman into Mr. Lowten." "The gentleman can't go in just now," said a shambling pot-boy with a red head, "'cause Mr. Lowten's a singing a comic song, and he'll put him out. They'll be done directly, sir." The red-headed pot-boy had scarcely finished speaking when a most unanimous hammering of tables and jingling of glasses announced that the song had that instant terminated, and Mr. Pickwick, after desiring Sam to solace himself in the tap, suffered himself to be conducted into the presence of Mr. Lowten. At the announcement of "A gentleman to speak to you, sir," a puffy-faced young man, who filled the chair at the head of the table, looked with some surprise in the direction from whence the voice proceeded, and the surprise seemed to be by no means diminished when his eyes rested on an individual whom he had never seen before. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "and I am very sorry to disturb the other gentleman too, but I come on very particular business, and if you will suffer me to detain you at this end of the room for 5 minutes, I shall be very much obliged to you." The puffy-faced young man rose, and drawing a chair close to Mr. Pickwick, in an obscure corner of the room, listened attentively to his tale of woe. "Ah," he said, when Mr. Pickwick had concluded, "Dodson and Fogg. Sharp practice theirs. Capital men of business, Dodson and Fogg, sir." Mr. Pickwick admitted the sharp practice of Dodson and Fogg, and Lowten resumed. "Perker ain't in town, and he won't be, neither, before the end of next week. But if you want the action defended, and will leave the copy with me, I can do all that's needful till he comes back." "That's exactly what I came here for," said Mr. Pickwick, handing over the document. "If anything particular occurs, you can write to me at the post office, Ipswich." "That's all right," replied Mr. Perker's clerk, and then, seeing Mr. Pickwick's eye wandering curiously towards the table, he added, "Will you join us for half an hour or so? We are capital company here to-night. There's Samkin and Green's managing clerk, and Smithers and Price's chancery, and Pimkin and Thomas's out o' doors, sings a capital song, he does, and Jack Bamber, and ever so many more. You're come out of the country, I suppose. Would you like to join us?" Mr. Pickwick could not resist so tempting an opportunity of studying human nature. He suffered himself to be led to the table, where, after having been introduced to the company in due form, he was accommodated with a seat near the chairman and called for a glass of his favourite beverage. A profound silence, quite contrary to Mr. Pickwick's expectations, succeeded. "You don't find this sort of thing disagreeable, I hope, sir?" said his right-hand neighbour, a gentleman in a checked shirt and mosaic studs, with a cigar in his mouth. "Not in the least," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I like it very much, although I am no smoker myself." "I should be very sorry to say I wasn't," interposed another gentleman on the opposite side of the table. "It's board and lodgings to me is smoke." Mr. Pickwick glanced at the speaker, and thought that if it were washing too it would be all the better. Here there was another pause. Mr. Pickwick was a stranger, and his coming had evidently cast a damp upon the party. "Mr. Grundy's going to oblige the company with a song," said the chairman. "No, he ain't," said Mr. Grundy. "Why not?" said the chairman. "Because he can't," said Mr. Grundy. "You'd better say he won't," replied the chairman. "Well, then he won't," retorted Mr. Grundy. Mr. Grundy's positive refusal to gratify the company occasioned another silence. "Won't anybody enliven us?" said the chairman, despondingly. "Why don't you enliven us yourself, Mr. Chairman?" said a young man, with a whisker, a squint, and an open shirt collar, dirty, from the bottom of the table. "Hear, hear!" said the smoking gentleman in the mosaic jewellery. "Because I only know one song, and I have sung it already, and it's a fine of glasses round to sing the same song twice in a night," replied the chairman. This was an unanswerable reply, and silence prevailed again. "I have been to-night, gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick, hoping to start a subject which all the company could take a part in discussing. "I have been to-night in a place which you all know very well, doubtless, but which I have not been in for some years and know very little of. I mean Gray's Inn, gentlemen. Curious little nooks in a great place like London, these old inns are." "By Jove," said the chairman, whispering across the table to Mr. Pickwick, "you have hit upon something that one of us, at least, would talk upon for ever. You'll draw old Jack Bamber out. He was never heard to talk about anything else but the inns, and he has lived alone in them till he's half crazy." The individual to whom Lowten alluded was a little, yellow, high shouldered man, whose countenance, from his habit of stooping forward when silent, Mr. Pickwick had not observed before. He wondered, though, when the old man raised his shrivelled face and bent his grey eye upon him with a keen, inquiring look, that such remarkable features could have escaped his attention for a moment. There was a fixed, grim smile perpetually on his countenance. He leaned his chin on a long, skinny hand, with nails of extraordinary length, and as he inclined his head to one side and looked keenly out from beneath his ragged grey eyebrows, there was a strange, wild slyness in his leer, quite repulsive to behold. This was the figure that now started forward and burst into an animated torrent of words. As this chapter has been a long one, however, and as the old man was a remarkable personage, it will be more respectful to him, and more convenient to us, to let him speak for himself in a fresh one. End of Chapter 20.